This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good.
Hey, when I've got questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that they're attentive. Local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They care about you as a person, as an individual, not just as a number on a spreadsheet. And it's not cookie-cutter solutions that are going to get this done. And First Merchants is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's where they live, it's where they work, and they know who knows best than those that are our neighbors. We all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
this team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. Mm-hmm. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably
248-539-9797. That is the
from being
telephone number.
Average to good, and then go from good
John,
to great.
John, you're making a little
how
trip to Minneapolis?
Yes, I am.
We'll get into the game a little bit later in the program, but I do want to give you a culinary bit of advice.
You were mentioning this. I've looked it up.
Have yourself a Juicy Lucy.
This looks tremendous. It is so... A Juicy Lucy is a stuffed cheeseburger with cheese inside of the meat instead of on top. I've kind of done this on my own before. I've not done it. Looks like it's either American or cheddar. Mm-hmm. I've done it with blue cheese, where I make 2 patties, put some blue cheese in the middle. I squish those 2 patties together, seal it, and then I cook it with it inside the middle. But if they have, there's 2 bars in Minneapolis that claim to be the inventor of the burger.
Oh, they're great.
And so, I mean, if you're going to do something, if you invented it, then obviously you have had the time, the experience to perfect this burger.
Are you staying in the Minneapolis side or the St. Paul side?
We're staying in downtown Minneapolis.
Oh, good.
Yes.
It's a great city.
Oh, yeah. It has been. I'm curious. I know that it went through a lot, over the course of the last 3 years. Mm-hmm. So it'll be interesting to see what it's like. I haven't been there since 2017. I think was the last time Michigan made that trip to Minneapolis. 17 or 19.
I haven't been there that often. I was at a Lions-Vikings game covering my first year here. So that was the 86 season, 87 ALCS. It was the loudest stadium I think I've ever been in for baseball. The Homer Hankies and all that stuff when they beat the Tigers in 87.
I played in the Metrodome a couple of times, one with the Lions, but obviously Michigan and Minnesota used to play there, the University of Minnesota. And it was pretty empty at the time. Minnesota at that time wasn't very good back in 90. I don't remember what year it was, 98, 96.
Obviously, it was before you played, but the Redskins won a Super Bowl in Minnesota. Their second, I think.
Okay.
Was when Thurman Thomas couldn't find his helmet.
Yeah.
That was that Super Bowl. And I was at the Super Bowl where the Eagles beat the Patriots. Minneapolis is a cool town.
We normally have a steakhouse that we go to. And Doug Karsh is going to be my guest at a steakhouse. We're going with some other friends as well.
Oh, okay.
And the question is always, well, what's he going to do at a steakhouse? Well, they do have chicken or fish on the menu, so he won't go hungry. But we usually go to Murray's, which is right downtown Minneapolis.
Well, it was good?
It's outstanding. It's terrific.
Okay,
but they didn't have a reservation for tonight. So we're going to try a new one. We're going to go to the 801 Chop House.
Oh. Is it better? Murray's better than the Metropolitan?
No, Metropolitan Grill is my number 1.
In Seattle?
Yeah, by number 1. Which when I saw the Big Ten schedule and we're going out to Washington.
Oh, that's right.
Very excited. Very excited.
Is Wojo part of the party?
No.
Why not?
He probably, for a night game, won't fly out till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, why should he be?
I don't know.
Actually, a night game, he might not even.
He's
not
part
even,
of the blue wall.
He might. No. I bet you. I have no idea. I bet you he doesn't even go.
No, we didn't invite Angelique either, so no.
No, I bet you he doesn't even go because it's a night game. There's no. The deadline for the newspaper is tough. And he's got
to turn around for the Lions.
He got his television at 10 o'clock. Yeah, so this could be 3 straight games that Wojo will not be attending a Michigan game.
What if he's having withdrawals?
That's got to be a record.
Maybe I don't know. Since he does the Mr. TV, I don't know. By the way, speaking of TV, myself and Gator will be on the pregame show for the Michigan-Minnesota game on Local 4. So you might want to check that out. All right. It's time to talk about the Lions. Very simple. How the hell could they lose this game? Is there a way that they could possibly lose this game? Because I don't see it. 248-539-9797. We do this every week. Your rapid fire predictions. What's going to happen? I forget the score I said on our picks, but that's what's going to happen. The Lions are going to cover, and it's going to be pretty much the Lions in control all game long. And here's one other stat I want to give you now. John, you'll be able to tell me, does this stat have Aleem McNeil or Bugs or Benito Jones written all over it? The left, or maybe somebody else. The left guard for the Carolina Panthers is a gentleman named Chandler Zavala. So far this season, he's allowed 28 pressures through 4 games. No other guard in the league has allowed 14. In week 3 at Seattle alone, he allowed 14.
Yeah. That's a matchup that I'm sure all of those 3 techniques, as well as, what did we learn last week? We heard from Dan Campbell.
Yes.
Aaron Glenn has decided that it would be really fun to move Aiden Hutchinson around.
Mm-hmm.
How about you put him over there as well? That's where this defense has gotten to. And I think if you've got a guy that struggles like that, then it opens up a lot of different things. If you're going to have to give him help, the only way you can give him help is to move the center over there. Because you're not going to move a protection or shift a protection for a defensive tackle over a guard. So you got to use it with the center. Now what that does is it puts everybody else up in single. And so now Aiden Hutchinson, even if he's not over that guard, he's in single, a one-on-one with the right tackle or left tackle. Same thing with Aleem McNeil or Bugs or Benito Jones. Like whoever is over him, if they are harassing him and harassing the quarterback, then that is a huge positive, and it's something that the Lions can use to, like I said, create pressure with only 4 and dropping 7. I think that's – Bryce Young is just – it's been a tough start to the season.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to continue to be tough.
They may regret taking Bryce Young ahead of C.J. Stroud. So far, they probably are, but it's a long, long way. Very small sample size.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. All right. Coming up next, do you watch the NFL in a particular division the same way John does? That's after Jeff Lesson's update. 97.1 The Ticket.
And we're brought to you by the good people at National Benefit Plans. We begin with Thursday Night Football. Chicago Bears win their first football game in almost a year. They go to 1-4, snap a 14-game skid, winning at Washington 40-20 behind 4 quantum touchdown passes from Justin Fields. Legendary Bears Hall of Fame linebacker and former Lions nemesis Dick Butkus passing away at the age of 80. For the Lions, ahead of their Sunday home game with Carolina at Ford Field, 1 p.m. right here on The Ticket. Lions are favored by 10.5. Missing practice, though, yesterday with various injuries. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brian Branch, and Jason Kabinda. Red Wings getting goals from Jonathan Berggren, Nate Danielson, and Dominic Shine. Not good enough. They've fallen overtime in preseason hockey in Toronto. 4-3. Number 2, Michigan added tomorrow night on AM 950 WWJ. They visit the Golden Gophers in Minnesota. Kickoff at 7:30. It is a 19-point spread in favor of the Wolverines. Michigan State with a bye week. And Mel Tucker's Title IX hearing held yesterday at MSU regarding allegations of sexual harassment. A decision expected in about 3 weeks. Tucker did not attend, citing health concerns. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Thank you very much, Jeff. We have some ticket texts. I think you guys are right. Carolina has no shot. Sincerely, P.J. Walker. Yes, the Lions have lost to P.J.
Yes.
Did lose to P.J. Walker. I understand that. but I don't think the Lions were that good. They lost to Carolina last year, okay? But this is different, we believe. Lions fans aren't allowed to be comfortable. I'm looking forward to the sky is falling Monday. It's the NFL. Anyone can win. Didn't think the Jets were going to win a couple years ago opening night. That's from Dan. As a Panthers fan who knows we aren't good, our defense is still one of the better ones in the league. I don't think we'll get blown out, but I don't think we win. The defense has, but the injuries in the secondary, if I was a Panther fan, do concern me. But you do have Brian Burns. You do have Brown up front, who I believe caused a major rift between Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia. I think Patricia wanted Brown and Quinn wanted Okudah. Stoney, I'm guessing the Commanders thought the same way about Chicago going into last night's game that ended up as a Chicago blowout win, JD and Lake Orion. You're right. And maybe that's good for the Lions, despite the fact that their division rival won a game. Dan Campbell sitting there, good, this is good, I can use this. See, we have to be ready to play. I just don't think Carolina is ready to win that game coming into Ford Field. Now, they might cover, and I could be wrong by saying that they are in complete control, but if the Lions are who we think they are, they should have no problem winning this football game.
Yeah. You asked the question before the update, how do the Lions lose this game? I think the major reason that it could be a possibility, it's turnovers. Mm-hmm. If Jared Goff continues this streak of throwing interceptions, that's a possibility. If whether it's a receiver, tight end, running back, they lay the ball on the ground, you give an NFL offense extra possessions, extra opportunities, short fields, sudden change, or even a pick six by a defense, you give them an opportunity to hang around, and then weird things can happen.
Yeah. I mean, you bring up trick plays, that could be a way. I mean,
I'm not buying that. I don't think they have the skill players to do it.
Yeah, probably not. I
haven't done the deep dive into Frank Reich, but he doesn't come from the same school of thought as Dan Campbell, Sean Payton, and insert any gambler that is.
Well, he was the OC for the Philly Special, remember?
Okay.
But, I mean, so he does do trick plays occasionally.
But I'm talking about fake punts, onside kicks, going for a fake punt on your own 17-yard line.
No, I don't think he's going to do that.
Yeah, I don't think that's Frank Reich.
But when you're 0-4, you might desperate
roll the dice.
Yes, exactly.
You know, I feel like some people just don't think we're good.
I know.
We're good.
I believe
Guess
so.
what? The texter, Washington's not.
The nation.
Right.
They played. Washington played a tough game the week before and actually might have won the game, but they didn't. But last night I was just stunned that their defensive line didn't do more. Anyway,
and here's
but
where
they're overrated. They've given up 30+ points 3 straight weeks. Our defense is good, right?
Yeah. Here's where I call, BS on the Lions losing this game is the fact that, and you mentioned it, Gov, the defense is really good. All right, you only allow 60 yards on the ground per game. You're the number one rush defense in the NFL right now. That doesn't just go away. Now, maybe you give up 75 or you give up, something more than your average, but it's not like you would expect all of a sudden them to be just cutting the Lions defense in half and gashing them for big yardage. The offensive and defensive lines, that is something that can be consistent. Even if your passing game is off or your secondary is not playing up to what it should, your trenches, offensively and defensively, should be the most consistent part of your team. If you're a good team, and we believe they're a good team, on the verge of something special here in Detroit, I think that offensive and defensive lines travel. Now, obviously, they're not going anywhere, but that is something that travels and continues week to week.
All right, we mentioned the Bears beating the Commanders last night. The Bears, I remember, as you know, of the NFC North. John has developed something over the last, few weeks.
Oh, yeah.
And that is a way of you watching our rivals.
Yeah, and I did last night, and I got disgusted at halftime because my former team didn't follow suit, the Washington football team, and they just laid an absolute egg against, the Bears. I watch these games in a completely different light now. I look at it as, okay, now that the Lions are in first place. First place Lions. It sounds really good to say. I watched last night saying they could create more distance between themselves and the Bears. I'm hate watching. I'm looking at the Kansas City Chiefs going to Minnesota.
Yeah.
It's a 4:30 game. Create a little bit more distance. Make them 1-4. All right. Which odds are that will happen? I mean, they're a much better team than the Vikings.
I'm with you. I mean, what, Monday night, right? Is the Raiders-Packers, is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Devontae Adams. Hey, this is why I decided to go to Vegas.
Yeah.
Josh McDaniel is scratching, clawing, fighting for his job. You got a rookie quarterback, Aiden O'Connell, who we saw in the Big Ten championship game last year. All right. And I'm looking at that going, can they possibly stand up and create another opportunity for the Detroit Lions? And the Packers end up after this weekend, after Monday, 2-3. Lions take care of business, and then they got a 2-game lead in the North. Not just in first place,
right,
but they got a buffer game.
Right. You want a team like Minnesota out quickly.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at it going, okay, Kansas City, I want them to pile it on. I want Taylor Swift to be there. I want everything that could possibly be in Kansas City's favor to happen against the Minnesota Vikings. I want Chris Jones to just tear up that Minnesota offensive line. I want to see Travis Kelce go for about 150 yards, 3 scores, and he's celebrating. He's doing a Taylor Swift dance in the end zone.
Multiple shots of Taylor Swift in the owner's box.
Yes, multiple shots. As many as you possibly can.
Wait. You're going to be in Minneapolis. You could hang out with Taylor before, maybe she's coming in Friday night.
Yeah, I sent her a DM.
Okay.
Just to see, hey, you want to go to dinner?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
Why not?
Me and John are going to, or me and Doug are going to
yes.
Yeah, I got Doug Harsh with me.
Yeah, at least Taylor Swift will probably eat meat.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I'm not a Swiftie. I don't know if she's a Heather is. Do you know if she is a? Not that you're a Swiftie either. Yeah, but
we'll have to ask our Taylor Swift insider Lori.
Yes.
Here we have some ticket texts. Here it is, boys. The Lions' biggest win in terms of point differential. The offense absolutely rolls. Gibbs finally finds the end zone along with fellow Alabama alum J-Mo. Defense continues the dominance with 4 sacks and a strip sack by Derek Barnes. 42-10 Lions roll. Let's go. One pride. Rob in a top lawn truck.
Wow.
45-3 Lions. 10+ sacks, baby. Welcome to the jungle. # one pride. Jake in a truck. Driving down Telegraph.
Sacks.
You got to love our truckers.
Yes.
Our Lion fan truckers.
Mm-hmm.
You asked the question of how Carolina wins. I've watched them a little bit, and I would say don't worry about offense the way they win. It'll be with their defense. They have, for half of almost every game, played good defense. Unfortunately for Carolina, the defense breaks eventually. If Carolina puts full defensive game plan together, it can be tight in the fourth quarter.
Let's go full Bama. Hey, what Texter said, Jahmyr Gibbs and J-Mo score. How about a sack, fumble, scoop, and score for the big boy, Isaiah Buggs?
Against the quarterback who's from where?
From Bama. Bama on Bama crime.
Yeah, maybe Brian Branch will somehow play.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Nick Saban should be at this game.
Bugs was sporting the overalls again yesterday.
No, it's Benito Jones.
Or Benito Jones. I'm sorry. Geez.
Yeah, the overalls and the cowboy boots is a great look.
Yeah, and he had a different one, and he had a hat on that had a expletive that on the Lions website they blurred it out, but I saw it somewhere else. Kind of interesting. Benito's a character. The only chance we, the Panthers, have a chance to win is if we get turnovers. We had a pick 6 against Seattle last week, and that kept us in the game longer than we should have. I suspect we get at least 1 turnover. Okay. You're right. That's the way they can win. Now, I got a more important question.
Oh, okay. Tackle all the good stuff.
Ready? You ready for this one?
I'm sitting down.
Because I don't know the answer to this. So I'm asking the question.
All right.
Sunday, Lions, Panthers. Who would win a fight between a lion and a panther?
Oh, a lion. I mean, a panther,
Panther's speedy, though, right?
Sure. Yeah. Speed.
Their teeth are more ferocious. Is that?
I don't know if I would say their teeth are more ferocious. Their growl, their meow, if we're saying panthers, and versus the roar of the lion. Yeah, that's the king of the jungle.
True.
I mean, it's a king of the jungle for a reason.
Yes.
So I think that kind of answers itself. But a panther could be sneaky. But a panther's a little tiny cat.
Yeah. I mean, we have to, I wish I would have thought of this earlier. We could have got somebody from the zoo to come on and actually
that
break it down
riveting
for us. Well, sometimes that stuff is funny, actually.
I'm glad you didn't think of it earlier.
Yeah, this is our zoologist. So who wins between a panther and a lion?
Yeah. Something that nobody else has been thinking about.
With the genus.
And for good reason.
Yes, exactly.
Species.
Yes. All right. 97 won the ticket.
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist, Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, for a while now, and maybe you've been on the fence. You're thinking about going to see him. Well, now is your time. It's Michigan Hair Restoration's 10-year anniversary, and Dr. B, he's ready to party. He wants to celebrate. He's passing on major savings for our listeners. You're going to save $1,000 when you mention 97.1, and you're going to get 0% financing on your hair restoration procedure as well. And just remember, he helps both men and women every single day. So if you or the woman in your life is struggling with your hair, but you're not ready for that hair transplant, just know that Dr. B has an amazing natural hair remedy to improve growth without injections or without surgery. And it's actually super relaxing. It's a medical grade plant-based hair treatment that is based on 20 years of research. So now it's your turn to let Dr. B help you regrow your lost hair and, of course, your confidence. For more information and to schedule a consultation with Dr. B himself, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey, Chris Jones equation, but.
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other day?
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought when we went out to first base, that would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yep. King, did you get
248-539-9797. I love our ticket texters. I really do. Stoney, you're asking a guy who hates cats this question. A panther, parentheses, a jaguar, is not a tiny. Male lions do not hunt, or do they live in the jungle? A female lion would have a better chance of winning.
Okay, well, let's go with the females.
We're not the Detroit Zebras, Stoney, you tool. King of the jungle. Who would win a fight between a defensive end and a defensive back? The tiger. No idea what that means, but well, okay. Mark and Burton says a panther is just a black leopard or a jaguar. Where the two inhabit the same territory, the leopard takes his kills up in a tree so lions can't take it from them. Hope that answers the question.
Yeah, they're afraid of the lions.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously.
From Jeff in Ann Arbor. Come on, guys. A panther isn't a species. It's just a pigment of certain cats like jaguars and leopards.
Okay.
Now, here's a huge question, and we kind of touched on it earlier in the week. I have the Lions in a survivor pool, and I'm very uncomfortable about it. Josh in the car. Don't let the past take away your confidence.
All right. So, what are your best options this week for the survivor pool?
I was in 3. I'm down to 2 left. 2 different pools. So I took the Lions in one, and I took Miami against the Giants in the other.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're probably good on both.
Probably.
I would think.
Get me through week 5.
As long as they don't start booing the Giants.
Oh, it's in Miami, right? Yes. I think it's in Miami. Yeah.
You know,
it is in Miami.
If you statistically match up everything,
right,
the Lions are the play this week.
Yes.
And there's risks no matter what you do.
Of course.
But it's the most educated pick. Like, I would take them over Miami this week because even though I think the Giants are a joke, there is a chance offensively for them to put up some points because I don't think Miami's defense is very good. And then all of a sudden, you never know what might happen.
I've not been in the survivor pool. Is it just wins and losses, or is it point spread?
No, you take one team a week.
Yeah.
No points.
No points.
Just flat out wins and losses, and you can't use that same team twice. So, like, I've already used, like, Dallas. I used San Francisco in one of them.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you got to look down the road.
Yeah.
But
that's the problem. Sometimes you look too far in advance, you get burnt before you even get there.
Yeah. And then you got to look at the other teams that'll be playing on that same week. Like, because you could wait for Miami and say, oh, okay, well, I'm going to take them when the Patriots come to town at the end of October. But who else is playing that weekend?
Right, and there could be an injury situation.
Yeah.
So.
That's why you don't look ahead.
Right.
John, I equate this, and I think you'll agree. The second you start looking ahead is just like a player looking ahead in sports. Yeah, win today. Or you're coaching a little league baseball team.
Yeah.
And you're in an all-star tournament. And I can save my pitcher for so-and-so.
Well, I mean, I agree. I guess I agree. I don't know. I've not been in the survivor pool, so it's by the name itself, you just got to survive the day.
Yeah. Right. Well, it used to, when they first entered our
vernacular,
it was not called a survivor pool.
What was it?
Suicide pool.
Oh, I can't say that.
Can't say that.
Yes. Like the Red River rivalry.
Red rivalry. That's a joke. It's the Red River shootout. It'll always be the Red River shootout, and I don't care what anybody says.
I looked up when they actually changed that, and it was like 2005.
Oh, really?
I had no idea they did it that far back.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, there are some traditions that should be kept, and there's some that need to go away. And I'm going to ask at 9:35 about one tradition and how many people actually give a rat's ass about. That's coming up at 9:35. By the way, you mentioned you'll be pulling for the Kansas City Chiefs very, very hard on Sunday against the Minnesota Vikings.
Yes,
as we all will, because we're
more so the Raiders, because it feels like Green Bay is still number 2. Yeah, see, what like I said, what bothers me, what worries me a little bit about Minnesota
is Cousins can get on a roll. They still have Justin Jefferson, but their defense doesn't do much for me except for Hunter. All right. How about this little stat? Maybe it'll help you root for Kansas City if you want. Patrick Mahomes has played and defeated every other NFL team except one, the Minnesota Vikings.
Check that box this week.
If the Chiefs win Sunday, he'll be the youngest quarterback ever to beat the league.
All right. Well, some of that is he's had the opportunity to play the league.
Exactly. But now he does. And now he has a chance to win against everybody.
That's awesome.
Which is pretty freaking cool.
Get it done. Come on. Yes. Come on, Mahomes.
Yeah. Come on, Patrick.
Mahomes, throw it to my auto.
By the way, did you see the other stat about this game? This is, I believe, a Jim Nantz game.
Oh, yes. Jim Nantz is like, his record against the Vikings is awful, right?
Jim Nantz has not called a Vikings win since 2013.
Now, him being on CBS, there haven't been, I don't know how many Vikings games he's done, because before they decided to morph everything, the Vikings obviously were more on Fox than on CBS. But yes.
Yep, maybe. Let's go Nantz. Mm-hmm. Let's go Nantz. Let's go Mahomes. Let's get this done.
Yes.
And that has everything saying take the Vikings.
I know. And let me ask you this, John. I mean, you're there. You're gonna be there in Minneapolis. You could do some dastardly things to the Vikings.
Maybe I should go to their hotel room and pull the fire alarm.
Yeah, or just not death, but like a little poison in their food. Those type of things.
Well, I'm thinking more fire alarm.
Okay.
I mean, I'd like to be able to work on Monday morning.
Yeah, I know.
or in the future.
I know. And look, I guess they are only 1-3, so we don't need to go to the drastic measures of poisoning them yet.
No.
They play them twice out of the last 3 games, though, and if they're in the hunt, then the poison comes into effect.
Yes, well, I mean, you do want them. I mean, as was stated, yesterday, you want them to be back in the mix just to make it more exciting. Is that what it was?
Yeah. By the way, thinking of the Chiefs, did you see their game in Germany? What they're doing?
No.
They're having their headquarters is going to be this big ship.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
a pirate ship?
No, it's a huge, like a cruise ship. It's where their headquarters.
Yeah, but we can make it a pirate ship.
Well, it's going to be called the Championship.
Oh, that's very cute.
Yes, indeed. All right. Here's Heather.
Well, longtime former football coach Pat Fitzgerald, who was fired from Northwestern in July, just filed this massive wrongful termination lawsuit against the school, and he is seeking at least $130 million. So he was fired amid these allegations of hazing that were going on within the program, and his attorney says that the school wrongfully and illegally fired Fitzgerald without any legitimate or rational reasons whatsoever. A Minnesota police officer is under investigation after she was outed as an OnlyFans model after the guy she pulled over recognized her.
Oh.
So this female officer pulled over this guy last week, and he says about after 10 minutes, he realized that he's been following her OnlyFans account for a few months. And according to her OnlyFans page, the officer describes herself as 35, free-spirited, and an overly optimistic creator of sexy content to please others. It also says some other things that aren't quite appropriate for me to read to you.
Right. Does it say anything on there that she is a member of law enforcement?
I don't believe it does, but this man clearly had an issue with it because he made this news public, obviously maybe contacted the police department. And the police department does have a policy that forbids off-duty officers from any work that's, quote, not compatible with office or with police work, which includes working at any establishment that provides adult entertainment in the form of nude, semi-nude, or topless exhibitions. Now, of course, she wasn't working at an establishment. Sounds like she's working out of her home.
Working for an
also
establishment.
With her, yes.
Oh.
It sounds like she's also working with her husband or whoever the male is in her videos as well. Who knows? But she's definitely under investigation for that. Speaking of police officers, a police officer in Washtenaw County was injured on Wednesday night during a traffic stop when another driver slammed into his patrol vehicle. So these officers were investigating a traffic-related incident, and then this unrelated car collided with the patrol cars that were on the side of the road. That patrol car then slammed into the officer that was also standing on the side of the road. And it sounds like the man who crashed into those patrol vehicles suffered some sort of medical emergency or medical issue at the time. Thankfully, it does sound like the officer is going to be okay. No news on the condition of the driver.
Yeah.
There was some midair mayhem on a recent flight from Bangkok to Taiwan when some wild animals started terrorizing passengers. So apparently somebody had smuggled a rat and also an otter onto the plane.
Oh, boy.
And they got loose. And people were freaking out because these rodents were just running all over the plane. Sounds like panic just ensued. The flight attendants were nervous. Eventually, this albino rat and this otter were found. And during the search for these wild animals, they also found a box containing 28 live turtles, a snake, 1 marmot, 2 otters, and 2 other rodents that were not supposed to be on the flight. The woman responsible for all those animals is facing a penalty of up to $31,000. So, after saying farewell in 2022, the McRib is making its way back to McDonald's. It did its big farewell tour last year, saying that's the last time you could get your hands on one of these sandwiches, but lo and behold, it will be returning in November. You will have to, it sounds like, maybe put in some work if you really want to try to get your hands on one of these, because it's not going to be available nationwide, and McDonald's so far isn't saying like which locations are going to be offering this McRib, but it will be back. And it sounds like they say this is definitely the last time you can get your hands on one.
The McRib, it's like one of these old-time rock and rollers who always announce they're going to retire and then they come back and tour.
Exactly. That's exactly what it's like. Finally, customs officials in Minnesota seized a box of giraffe poop from a traveler who claimed that she was going to use the droppings to make, you guys, a necklace. Yes, out of giraffe poop. So officials say, this Iowa resident was selected for inspection after returning home from a trip to Kenya. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for this woman, she's not going to get to wear the poop around her neck because the box was seized and everything was destroyed.
Huh. I wonder why giraffe poop. Like, is there some quality to it that where it's easy to, like, it's a special type of clay? Obviously, it's not clay, but it just it
does it release some sort of like a pheromone? Does it like?
Well, I think it probably has an aura. It's just not one that most people would like.
The bigger question about giraffes is they don't make any sounds.
They don't. I work with with Emily. We're always doing animal sounds, and we have several giraffes. And I just say, giraffes have long necks. Like they're silent. They don't make any noise. They say nothing.
I'd love to know what a giraffe is like thinking or saying.
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
Why are you so short?
Any animal. Yeah.
Giraffe once said, "Hey, Stoney, who would win a fight between the panther and the lion?" All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, I think I'm going to piss John off. 97 won the ticket.
emotional at all?
I got emotional, but
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today. No. And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. As we mentioned, Michigan taking on Minnesota tomorrow night. The battle for the Little Brown Jug. Now, John, I do not expect you to even understand what I'm about to say. Okay. That's okay. And I have no problem with it because you're different than me in a lot of ways, but number one, when it comes to college football, you actually played, okay? I just shoot off my mouth, get drunk, and have a great time, okay?
All right.
I've been here since 1986. Since 1986, Minnesota has won 3 games versus the University of Michigan. The most meaningful one was in 1986, Ricky Foggy and the Gophers. Actually, Michigan was undefeated going into that game, I believe, and then they lost and they beat Ohio State the next week. Since JFK was assassinated, Minnesota has won the Little Brown Jug 6 times. In the 40s and the 30s, it was relevant. Here's my question. I understand why you guys who played the game and the historians out there care about the Little Brown Jug. My question is for anybody who's under the age of, 40 or even 45. Does the average Michigan fan, give a rat's ass about the Little Brown frickin' Jug? Because I say no. I'm all for traditions. I like some things, but to me, it's become such a one-sided event. It's like, who gives a rat's ass? The only time it means anything is if you lose it. Oh, and there's Minnesota running in the field because they got the Little Brown Jug. Does the average Michigan fan care about the Little Brown Jug? Like when you wake up tomorrow, are you saying, oh, they're going for the Little Brown Jug? I say no. John, you're different, and that's fine. You played for the Little Brown Jug. You've carried it. I get that. So I'm not going to argue that point with you at all. But from the fan perspective, does the average fan care about the Little Brown Jug? And for that matter, do they care about all the trophy games if you're a fan of that school? I don't know. I don't think so.
It's a trophy. You either win the trophy or you lose the trophy.
Okay, you win the game, you lose the game. I get it.
But there's a trophy at stake.
Okay.
All right. So, and again, we're not going to argue this because obviously,
right. We're coming from different points of view. I get all that.
I do somewhat understand, and maybe it doesn't become that important until you don't have it. And the last time Michigan lost it and had to leave it in Minneapolis was 1977.
Yeah, wow. I didn't even know that.
I was one. So the other 3 times since then that they've lost it was in Ann Arbor. Yeah, 86. The ones that you mentioned, 2005 and 2014.
Yeah.
And the fact that because there are divisions, and even next year because there are going to be so many teams, you're rarely going to play this game, or at least not as many times. So
it's not even a protected rivalry. That's what this trophy means. So little.
It does.
I'm just kidding.
You can still have a rivalry. You can still have a trophy that you don't play every single year.
Right. Like Michigan State and Penn State played for the land grant trophy. Now, granted, the tradition of it is not even close to what the Little Brown Jug was.
Oh, right.
And I understand that. Look, from 1934 to 1942, Minnesota won every year. They were a national power. That ain't happening in my lifetime again. Okay. My lifetime wasn't there then either. So, if you want to go back, since I was born, they've only won the thing 5, 6, 7, 10 times since I was born. My point is, I'm not denigrating what the players do and how much it means to you guys who actually play the game. I get all that, and I appreciate that, and I actually love that part of it. I'm just asking for the average fan. Gov, you're a big Michigan fan. Do you really care about the Little Brown frickin' Jug?
That's 1/6 of your life.
Not anymore. I used to when I was younger when they played each other. I think to play each other every single year is taking a little bit of the luster away. But furthermore, look, any of these trophies anymore, they're just so they're prehistoric. They're for the old traditionalists and stuff. And I just think, like John, I'm sure there was some meaning when you beat Minnesota actually to lift the jug.
Right.
I mean,
sure.
But I think it's a little pre-manufactured even back then when you played them. Like, rah, yeah! Look at that. Let's hoist the Little Brown Jug. Woo!
It's a trophy. I would rather if you're going to play for something and
how come there's not a trophy for every game?
Well, because not every game has the history or tradition, and that's one of the things that sets apart college sports or college football from the NFL. There are other reasons, but it's one of the things, and it's one of the things that it is getting murdered every single year with college football expansion. I mean, it's the Apple Cup. Like, okay, around here, some people probably don't even know what that is.
Right.
But when you play between Washington and Washington State, that is dying.
The Egg Bowl in Mississippi, right?
Yeah. Maybe they should play non-conference.
That's
my
a possibility.
Point is the young
what
kids
was it?
playing.
Penn State and Pitt played for 100 years, and now they no longer play. It's like being murdered.
John, you played in how many of these games? 4 or 3?
I would have played in 4, yeah.
4,
well,
okay.
I think so. Hold on.
95, 96, 97, and 98, right?
Yes, we played them all 4 years.
So 52-17, 44-10, 24-3 in your senior year was a close one in Minneapolis, 15-10.
Yep.
But other than that, okay, well, we won 44-10. Let's go party with the Jug. I mean, for you, I get it. And I'm not taking anything away from you, so don't take this personally. I don't think fans give a rat's ass.
Unless you're older fan. And you grew up with it, and I'm not quite old enough to where it meant much. I would say in my lifetime, it probably meant something for Minnesota when they beat them in 86.
Oh, yeah, because there were upsets.
The upset, the dog comes in and they carry the state on the road. They can hold up the Little Brown Jug. It means something to them. I got to tell you, like, honestly, if you go up to J.J. McCarthy or Donovan Edwards and ask them, man, isn't there some more motivation into Saturday night because at the end you can hold up that jug? And they'll probably say, what jug?
No, I think they know what it is because it's been ingrained in them.
Let's go see some jug.
It's been ingrained in them, but I don't think they care about this game Jim Harbaugh, more or less than any other game.
I appreciate you guys listening on Monday night, but I did ask Jim Harbaugh this question.
Yeah.
And he said he brought in Professor Greg Dooley, who is a historian on that, and so they are very aware of the history of this.
I believe that too, absolutely.
But honestly, the kids this day and age, they're like, what is this?
That's my point.
This is like being like History 101 in college. It's like, who cares? That's not what they think.
History matters.
Ernie in Southfield, you're a 97 won the ticket.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hi, Ernie.
I'm about tradition. The Brown Jug can go, though. As long as we can keep that Spartan Ohio game.
Okay. So you don't care about the Little Brown Jug. You care more about, obviously, the The Paul Bunyan Trophy.
Yeah, and we spank our little brothers every year and beat on that team in the South. I'm good with that.
Oh, yeah. I think everybody's good with
Ernie,
that.
if you don't mind sharing, how old are you?
41.
It's kind of right on the verge.
Yeah. You know what the Little Brown Jug is about, though, right?
No.
Well, you got to sign up for Professor Dooley's class.
Yes.
Ooh, yeah, let's go, Ernie.
Mike in New Haven, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, thinking about the Little Brown Jug. I mean, it is a good trophy, but it doesn't mean nothing as much as the Paul Bunyan and beating the Buckeyes and stuff like the other guy said.
Well, we're not saying it matters as much.
I agree with that.
No, yeah, there's no question. It doesn't mean as much as little Paul.
Right, but Mike, if they just play, they beat Minnesota and there was no Little Brown Jug, would it make a difference to you?
No.
Yeah, it's like
it makes no difference.
Just like beating Nebraska. Okay, how old are you, Mike?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 30. I'm 33.
Okay,
that's my point. For the
it's
younger
a generational deal. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I get it. I think everybody should know the history of it. I think that's cool.
Okay, but if the jug were to go away, nobody then would know the history of it, and history matters.
I get history matters, but when you're like in 1993 when you won 58-7, I mean, really. Oh boy, let's just
get rid of the history books.
I think the
bigger. Oh, that's being done in Florida. Anyway, our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
You started it.
I know. I'm allowed.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8. which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon, but they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good.
248-539-9797. We got some great ticket texts here on the discussion about the little brown jug. And just to clarify, I think it's great for the players. I just don't think anybody under the age of 50 cares about it. And
I'm 47.
Okay, you're a player. That's different.
I'm not a player anymore.
I
guess I'll always be a player.
Talk about nitpicky. That's usually my job. I give you credit for caring. It's important to you. I get it.
I just like to upset you.
Okay.
When your voice gets all loud and high-pitched, it kind of makes me smile.
And you also played when the trophy was relevant.
Right.
It was more relevant then because they played. It's just lost its luster. It probably had more luster perceived luster by some people than it ever really had. Your average Joe.
Greg, you went to Michigan, even though you wear, Notre Dame and Alabama shirts every once in a while. But do you think it still matters?
Here's the point I want to get across. One of these days, these two guys are going to come into the studio and they're going to say, we used to have cool trophies and rivalries, the little Brown Jug. And what happened to that? It's what made college football great.
Not me on that one. I get what you're saying.
They're going to complain and do that.
I was upset.
I was spot on.
I was a little upset.
On that
I was not on this one. I was a little upset earlier in the show that John's former professional team didn't have any burgundy or gold on their all black uniforms.
But they did.
Well,
they had gold numbers with outlined in burgundy and then all black.
Whatever.
One of my things with college football, I've always been progressive. I don't want it to be the NFL, okay? But I felt like, what is this sport doing not having a playoff? I used to be a bigger college football fan than an NFL fan. And I just liked the NFL because they actually settled things, in the right way.
I was the other way around.
And I think some traditions are good that Michigan, Ohio State should play every year. Other than that, I'm open to it being mid-October if it has to be. The sport needs to progress and get out of its way, and things like this If this is going to hold it back, why do they just? It matters.
Why is this holding it back? In what way is the Little Brown Jug?
It doesn't matter because they don't play every year.
The Little Brown Jugs, nothing's been held back. I just think the importance of the actual trophy, the jug, has just lost its luster, and people who are John's age or younger don't care about that particular trophy. You win the game. That's what they care about. They don't care about, to me, especially because Michigan has dominated this thing. Basically, the Little Brown Jug has turned into a participation trophy, which everybody hates. Here we go. The Brown Jug isn't about the fans. If it isn't for the fans, it's for the guys that walk past that trophy case every day on the way to practice. And when there's a dusty, vacant spot in the case, then it's a matter of pride. The fans need to realize that the game ultimately isn't about them. I totally agree with that. But I'm just talking about from a fan's perspective. We don't care. 37 years old here. Brown Jug was a place we would go to get drunk at Ann Arbor. We knew about the trophy, but the bar was a bigger deal. Yes, exactly. The meaning of trophy games is being lost now with expansion and focus on national titles. Back in the 80s and even 90s, college sports had big regional significance, and winning the Big Ten meant more. I would argue winning the Big Ten means less than it used to, and it's about the playoff and national championship now. Correct. Person is correct.
Yeah, I think all conference titles mean less than they did a while ago. It's still obviously important to the players, important to the fan base, but it means less in the grand scheme of things, and it's going to mean even less in the coming years when 12 teams get in the college football playoffs.
The trophies are for the players. Fans don't care. My point exactly. Old heads are about the only people who care about the Little Brown Jug trophy. I'm a diversified jugs admirer. I like jugs of any color. Good one.
Or size. I mean, there's the one that Michigan is. It's a big one.
The Little Brown Jug is tradition. Tradition is special unless you're a hater.
Yeah, tradition is special.
Stoney, you're a loser. John is a winner. Trophies matter. Jay at work. That's okay. Yeah. Trophies like the Little Brown Jug meant a lot when only one team qualified from a bowl game from the Big Ten. Those days are long gone. Those days are long gone. I don't even think that was even that significant then.
No. Well, I'll tell you what. We got one more caller. We don't have much time.
Just a quick question. Would it be on your resume? 4-time Little Brown Jug winner.
No,
it doesn't matter.
I don't put my record against Ohio State on my resume either.
You should.
John in Monroe, you're a 97 won the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. I love your show. But listen, my take on this, traditions are important, very important. I've been a Michigan fan since I was 10 years old, and the Little Brown Jug's important. The Paul Bunyan Trophy's important. You know, there's a tradition that people seem to forget. Michigan has always been a powerhouse. I know we had a little stint there during Rich Rod years. We sucked, but let me tell you something. Michigan, the word Michigan Wolverines has in the past, does today, and will always strike fear in the hearts of mortal men. Just remember that. It's important.
Okay, John, how old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
Okay.
My man.
All right.
Yeah.
There's our
Very
outlier.
Important, guys. That we can't let traditions go, man. Ohio State, we have to play them the last game of the year. We have to destroy Michigan State every year. That's just the way it goes. Little brother gets spanked every year. That's the way it's supposed to be.
That's right. Traditions matter.
Been. Absolutely.
All right, John.
Thank you, John.
John Ritchie.
No, he's on the air right now. No. Rob in West Bloomfield, you're at 97 won the ticket.
Yeah, the whole point of the trophy games is to give the players pride in the game and thereby increase their
motivation or want to.
Game.
Yeah.
Is there a word for somebody who botches words all the time? Is there a word in Greece?
Huh?
Did he say in Greece?
Increase.
Oh, I thought he said increase.
No, there's not a word, but they're Q-tips. You can clean those ears out anytime you want.
Exactly. It comes with it comes with the jug. It comes with the jug.
Yes, those ears need a de-waxing and a de-hairing.
The point is, the point of the matter is the game. The Little Brown Jug and trophies matter the most to the people who played the game. will never disparage you for that. None. My point was just I don't think the average fan cares anymore about the little brown jug.
Stoney, I don't know if you got to this text. Pardon me if you did, but there was the last text on that page I sent you. There are a lot of unnecessary things in life that are fun. Trophies are fun to win. Let's have fun. That's for money.
Yeah.
The players, okay, but I'll have fun watching the game if they kick their ass, no matter if there's a trophy involved or not. The players are going to have fun. I don't disparage their fun. I don't take away their fun.
It's disparage.
Is that a word?
Whatever.
Yeah,
I said,
know.
I make up words all the time. I'm not running from that.
Stoney, you've been disbarred.
Yes. Oh, it's got to be your barge.
Exactly. All right, Carson Anderson here to settle things down. How you doing, boys?
We are supposed to settle things down.
Yeah,
Yes.
I made a point. Well, I made a point that John is different. Obviously, we know that. But
Yes, that point has been made many times.
Yes, except for the players and mostly people my age and older, or maybe 45 and older. How old are you, Doug? Well, you're part of the program, so you count.
Happy birthday last Saturday, by the way. We didn't
Thank
say
you.
that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
How old?
That's right. Happy birthday, buddy.
Old.
No, you're not old, okay?
Yeah. He's veteran young guy.
Yes, veteran young
Veteran
guy.
young guy.
He's
Anyway,
he's older than me, but he's veteran young guy.
my point is that the average fan, especially one who's 45 or younger, they don't care about the little brown jug. They just want to win the football game, and then the little brown jug is just...
Stoney keeps changing the age, too. It used to be 50 and younger.
Okay, whatever.
Now it's 45 and younger. I mean,
Okay,
we can set that bar wherever we want.
The average Michigan fan wants
want.
to win the game, but they could care less about the little brown jug.
Well, what fan base really cares about the trophy? They don't get it, but
thank you.
You care about it when you don't have it.
I did mention that.
Yeah, but it matters. If you're arguing that matters more to the players and the coaches, yeah,
of course.
Most fans could care less about the little brown jug
I
Floyd of Rosedale.
I think Stoney's point is that it's a historic trophy, but it hasn't been relevant in a long, long time. And
no trophy is.
Well,
the matchup hasn't been relevant in a long time.
The matchup hasn't been relevant. The trophy is what the trophy is, and but I really shouldn't speak too much because I'm not a Michigan fan. But I think I understand the point.
Well,
Do you care about the spittoon or the megaphone?
I mean, the land grant trophy.
I was going to bring out the megaphone with Michigan State and Notre Dame. It was nothing that I knew about growing up. I didn't know about it until I was
that the cheerleader thing?
It's cool. It's cool-ish.
It's fine.
Yeah, it just adds. It's college football.
Well, yeah,
trophy games.
It's what sets college football apart. One of the many things that should and
like the live animal
college
mascot,
football expansion,
the marching band
has murdered it.
But I heard the point that I don't know which one of you guys made it about. Look, it's different. Maybe it'll gain some more meaning now because they don't play each other every year. So when Michigan plays Minnesota, then you can bring up the history and tradition. When you played each other every year and it was a beatdown every year, but 5 in the last 50?
Yeah.
I mean,
3 times in my lifetime, Minnesota's won that game.
Yeah, the last time Minnesota won it in Minnesota was 77.
Is that right?
Yeah. 3 times they won.
That whole game's up on YouTube. That was the 16-0. Michigan was undefeated, number one.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm. 77?
Yeah.
Was that the 85?
It was 77.
Oh, okay.
85 was Harbaugh guared the win over.
That was 86.
86.
I was here for
86.
that. Yeah, Ricky Foggy.
Yeah. You were at that game?
No, I was.
Oh.
I
was listening to that
then.
game on the radio while raking leaves in the backyard.
Wow.
It will never cease to amaze me how Michigan fans prove that they're idiot savants when it comes to their football team. You guys always know every game, every play. It's unbelievable to me.
It's great. It's great. It's great.
It is great. Yes,
That's what happens when you have a great program.
Okay.
By the way, me and Gator will be on. We'll be on the pregame show for NBC for Local 4 tomorrow.
You guys will do a great job.
Yes,
twins?
Thank you very much.
Twinsies?
You'll have to see. Well, you have to see.
Yeah.
We haven't decided what we're wearing yet.
Yeah.
Did you guys dip into the bar down there before you hit the? They open up the fridge and serve up cocktails before you.
Hopefully they will.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What do you guys got going?
Football stuff.
97 won the ticket.
I think one of the great nuances of college sports is trophy games. And in some ways, it's the random trophy game between two opponents. Like the famous story of the Little Brown Jug was Michigan and Minnesota were both powers 120 years ago. And Fielding H. Yost took a team up to Minnesota. They didn't trust that they would be served water that was safe, that wasn't poisoned or something. So Yost purchased this jug. They took the jug up there.
Now arsenic free.
And the game ended in a tie, and the fans stormed the field, and they left the jug, and they wanted to get it back. And I think the name of the Minnesota groundskeeper was Oscar Munson. And Oscar was straight Scandinavian. And the lore...
With the last name of Munson?
Right. The lore was that when you... This makes no sense, but roll with me, okay? Michigan let Oscar know they wanted the jug back, and Oscar went to the athletic director and said, apparently Yost left his jug. When it was Yost left his jug. Apparently that's the story.
Because he must be Scandinavian.
Yeah, but why would he say Jost left his jug? Whatever. So that's how the Little Brown Jug gets started. And in studies, we don't spend a ton of time like talking about what they said and I disagree. But isn't that one of the great nuances of college football is these trophy games? And I love, do you know that Illinois and Ohio State play for the Illabuck?
No.
You don't care, do you?
Don't care. I mean,
Purdue and Illinois play for the Purdue Cannon?
As they should.
Mm-hmm.
As they should.
Remember the 5 bits of broken chair trophy between Minnesota and Nebraska? No?
No. It sounds like a Valenti trophy.
Something he'd break here?
Yeah, right. Don't we have that trophy here somewhere?
I think the great Jebediah Valenti started it. Yeah.
Well, we would have had the
broken
Xbox controller.
Don't we have that?
Yeah, we might.
Don't Evan and Mike play for that every other year?
The cracked monitor,
right?
In the host chair trophy.
The dent in the wall. Oh, we're painting Mike out like he's just this
he's a maniac,
Tasmanian devil. Well, it's the truth. We haven't spoken a single lie yet.
All those things happen, right?
Yeah, I mean the Lions helmet is there for a reason, protection.
Colorado and Nebraska play for the Bison Head Trophy.
Oh my god!
And then in parentheses after the trophy where these trophy games are listed, it says lost.
Yeah, well, by the way, Colorado, you said Colorado?
Yeah.
Isn't Ralphie a Bison?
Yeah.
What kind of sick mind wants to play for the skull of the mascot? The hell are we doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, missing for a reason.
How about perfect? How perfect is this? Indiana and Kentucky play for the Bourbon Barrel.
Well, it's perfect for Kentucky. I don't know about Indiana.
Well, southern Indiana.
Southern border. Yeah, I guess folks down in Evansville. Yeah.
Oregon and Oregon State play for the Platypus Trophy.
Well, why not play for something that doesn't exist in the United States? Let's play for some, All
right, I guess we've uncovered Gators' hostility towards trophy games.
They're just dumb.
I love them.
They are just dumb.
It's part of the what makes college football special is the random trophy games.
Yeah. It's so irrelevant to me that when you brought up the story again, I've heard the story about 10 times in my life.
Joe's left his jug?
Whatever the hell, right? But it means so little to me. The trophy, but it's every trophy. You could explain to me what happened with the megaphone in Michigan State Notre Dame, and I still wouldn't remember it because it doesn't matter.
The old brass spittoon. You don't like that? You don't get stoked about the old brass spittoon?
No.
Gator, it's part of the charm of the game.
Is it?
And it's cool to me that they don't happen in every game. They happen some of these are really random. Iowa and Wisconsin play for the Heartland Trophy. Did you know that?
No.
You just don't care.
I don't care. So you've got 10 different trophies in the Big Ten alone.
Dude, there's 1, 2, 3, 4,
There's
5,
more than
6,
that.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, if you include the victory bell that goes to the winner of USC and UCLA.
Oh, we got it. No, well, not yet. Not till next year.
Next year, we get a 17th trophy game.
Yeah, then we have Big Ten legends, O.J. Simpson, coming up on Big Ten Network.
That's right.
But until then.
Those are just between Big Ten opponents. Like Michigan State and Notre Dame are not Big Ten opponents. They play for the megaphone.
I understand.
Well, I'm not as a big of college football fan as you are, Gator, and you hate it. I don't hate it. I think it is part of what makes college football, but I don't care about it either. It's really cool, though, when a team upsets another school, though, and then they get to bring
across the
yes,
field.
exactly. What's something? I don't give a crap what it is.
You give them a piece of the bench.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever.
Which means about as much.
But it's something that they go around, right? The entire field, every player wants to touch whatever it is, the cannon or the spittoon or whatever it is. They're raising it up. It's like that Vegas commercial. Remember they emptied out a vase?
It's great.
It doesn't matter that it's a vase, Gator.
And they're going around the whole
Yes, you go around all
town, everybody
Vegas.
thinks it's a real trophy.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what it is, guys. It's that you get to celebrate with something. So that's what's cool about it.
I agree. I completely agree. There was a story. I mean, I remember we were out at a restaurant in Minnesota a few years ago, and Glenn Mason, when he won the Little Brown Jug, when he was the coach of Minnesota, they had pictures on the wall of Glenn Mason with the jug in that restaurant after the game.
Well, sure, it's like a Bigfoot sighting from Minnesota. I mean, they don't win it. It's not a rivalry.
They have won it 4 times in my lifetime.
Yes.
4 times in my lifetime.
4 times.
Well, the old timers will remember when Michigan was number 1 and Minnesota shut them out 16-0. Michigan was number 2 and Jim Harbaugh was the quarterback when Minnesota with Foggy came in and Chip Lohmiller as the kicker kicked a last-second field goal to beat Michigan 20-17. They were number 2 and Jim Harbaugh was the quarterback. Now they're number 2 and Jim Harbaugh is the coach.
Oh, my God. Well, we know what's going to happen.
Yeah, Michigan's going to win by 2 touchdowns.
That's right. Oh, at least, I mean, unless they're going to honor James Franklin. What's the spread?
He usually knows. All right. Lions taking on Carolina on Sunday. There's a lot to get to with this game, including more uncharted territory for Lions fans. That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
You want to make it interesting. Fill that little brown jug with some bourbon. Then we got it interesting. And if you're going to fill it up with some bourbon, then go with Flying Ace Spirits bourbon. Look, at $30 a bottle, it's not going to bust your budget. Get a few of those bottles, fill up that little brown jug, get everybody intoxicated, and have yourself a heck of a time. Responsibly, of course. I'm just kidding. Look, Flying Ace Spirits bourbon, it's excellent. It's made in Holland, Michigan. It's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know that it is quality. You can drink it any way you want. No one's going to look at you side-eye. You can do shots with your boys, or you're going to have it neat on the rocks. Mix it up with some ginger ale, mix it up with cola, however you want. You're going to love it. Give it a try. You're going to be a fan of Flying Ace Spirits bourbon. And don't show up to a party or a tailgate empty-handed. Bring a bottle with you. Everybody's going to really appreciate the shit. You're going to put a smile on people's faces with the Flying Ace Spirits bourbon. And, of course, the best part is the taste. Hints of vanilla, ripe stone fruit. It's so smooth, you're going to want to come back for more. Follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. And you can stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive. Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yep. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. We're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that he had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
All right, Carson Anderson on a Friday. Hope you're doing well. Big weekend of football ahead. Started last night. How about them Bears, huh?
Oh,
wow.
boy.
Wow.
Yeah, that was impressive what they did. And then the second half, it looked for a little bit. It had a feel of the Lions game against the Packers. Total domination in the first half, and then in the second half, you come out a little flat, and all of a sudden the other team starts to come back a little bit, and you start to have just a scotch of doubt in the back of your mind, and then they slap you back down, and you got this.
So how about this? Kang, I'm going to give you credit for the stat that he shared with me. This is unbelievable. But last night, Commanders, Bears. Kang, you want to tell the people the unbelievable stat?
Yeah, I forgot at what exact time in the second quarter. I think it was like 8 minutes or something left. The Washington Commanders, from that point forward, decided to drop back 55 straight times for pass plays.
I'm like, what? Really? That's amazing.
55 straight pass plays.
Wow.
Isn't that wild?
Hey, they got down early, man.
I mean, I watched the game.
Well, 55 straight dropbacks.
Dropbacks,
right? Yeah.
not passes, just dropbacks.
No.
Right, well, yeah.
Well,
because
called pass,
he took off
Contreras
running
scramble.
or he got
Yep.
sacked, whatever the case was. That is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
55 straight. That's like when Belichick goes on his, we're going to run the ball 27 times in a row.
All right, so
Sam Howell was 37 of 51 in the game, carried the ball 4 times, and was sacked 5 times.
Crazy.
So that's 60 plays right there. So they he only had 5 passes going into the second quarter.
Here we go. Lions and Carolina. Now, Gator, we have the up-down theory, and we have the term trap game. But I sat down over the last 2 days and tried to carve a path to the Lions losing this game. And on paper, I can't do it. I can't. So could it be up-down? Sure, it could be up-down. Could it be a trap game? I don't think it can be a trap game. I think a trap game happens when you are established as a good team, not when you are trying to establish yourself as a good team. I think when you're trying to establish yourself as a good team, which the Lions are doing, and they look pretty damn good, but when you're coming up and you haven't been to the mountaintop, you haven't even won a division, you haven't even made the playoffs, you haven't hosted or won a playoff game, like all these things, I don't think you fall for trap games. Could up-down theory play a role? Could Goff melt down? I mean, I guess. But Carolina has one of the worst run defenses in the NFL. Their secondary is banged up with a couple of starters out. You've got Detroit, which is excellent at protecting the quarterback, number 3 in the NFL in sack percentage allowed, which, and the Lions' offensive line is trending towards being healthy for only the second time in the last couple of years. So they have all 5 guys ready to go. When the Lions have the football, big advantage Detroit. When Carolina has the football, Carolina rushed for 320 yards against Detroit last year.
Mm-hmm.
This is game 5. Detroit hasn't allowed 320 yards rushing all season long. Carolina just passed 320 last week. So, I mean, we're talking about, and that's 320 for the year. They hadn't passed 320 yards until midway through the game last week. That team has taken a step back. They've got a rookie quarterback. On paper, I don't see a path to Carolina winning this game. On paper. Now, it's the NFL, and I know better than to say there's no chance that the Lions lose this game. I know better. But I don't remember really ever feeling this way about the Lions, that it's going to take some fluky stuff for them to lose.
Well,
and I'm even uncomfortable saying that, but it feels like the truth to me.
It does. And further evidence of that is this is really uncomfortable territory. When was the last time the Lions were double-digit favorites? They're a 10-point favorite right now. This is uncomfortable as a Lions fan. Mm-hmm. Like, I think they win this game, and they probably shouldn't have much of an issue with it, because on paper, you're right. It's hard to find that path to victory for Carolina. But all you got to do is look at last night's game. Bears were woeful going into it.
Yep.
The Bears looked like the competent football team last night. I don't know if the spirit of Dick Butkus lifted them over the Commanders or what, but
I'll buy that.
Well, okay, but offensively did Dick Butkus have a conversation with DJ Moore before the game or something? I mean, it was incredible how he and Justin Fields are locked in. So because of that, and because we know that it's any given Sunday in the NFL, you got to keep on your toes at all times.
Any given Sunday, you're right.
Yeah. That being said, I'm with you though. It's, even though I like Bryce Young as a prospect, he hasn't shown much of anything yet. I really like what the Lions do. I mean, the Lions here's a stat that I look at prior to games all the time. Yards rushing and yards given up rushing. The Lions average 136 yards a game on the ground. Carolina gives up 136 yards on the ground. I actually expect the Lions to be able to run better because that's the average that Carolina gives up, and the Lions have a pretty decent running attack. So and there's such a disparity the other way. Carolina only averages 95 yards a game on the ground. The Lions give up 61.
Mm-hmm.
We know what happened last year, but more importantly, that team in Allen Park that's practicing today, that'll be playing at Ford Field on Sunday, they know what happened last year. So that adds to that giant chip that resides on their shoulder each week, and it's tough. I don't know. I mean, knock on wood here, right? Barring injuries, it's not something that you would expect to rear its ugly head. They do have some playmakers, though.
Kang, how you feel about this game? Is Carolina, you craft a path for a Carolina win?
You really can't, other than it's any given Sunday, right? Now, we all think the Lions are a really good team. How good are they? Because even really good teams will stink it up twice a year. The Elites team, do they ever stink it up? No one goes undefeated, but their losses are usually against maybe a tough opponent.
Maybe I'll grant it happens once. I think Buffalo's really good, and they lost to the Jets in opening night.
I can't tell with Buffalo right now, but yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, the Cowboys, are they just a good team that happened to lose to the Cardinals? I can't believe that happened.
Yeah, I think Cowboys I think they're good, not elite. Yeah.
Are the Lions in the same category?
They're not elite.
I don't think the Lions are elite.
So they are available to be upset? I mean, it could happen.
Could have a stinker.
But none of us can see the path. I mean, other than a catastrophic injury to like a bunch of players, if Jared Goff started the game with a pick six, I'd still be like, well, the Lions are still going to win this game. Like, that's how confident I feel. I feel no threat whatsoever from the Panthers. If they somehow lose this, I start going back, well, we have a Seattle problem. Do we have a Carolina problem? But this isn't even the same team that they lost to last year. New quarterback, new receivers, new coach.
Honestly, Lions fans, 248-539-9797, do you feel as comfortable as we feel? All three of us.
Which makes me uncomfortable.
It's uncharted territory. It really is. I'm fully confident they're winning that game.
They're a 10-point favorite.
Which isn't the biggest spread in the NFL. Miami versus the Giants is, but it's 10 points.
But it's the Lions that are favored by 10 points. Honestly, when was the last time the Lions were favored by double digits?
I don't know. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, discover how good your water can be with a new Kinetico system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Do not be the filter. Get clean, purified water. Reduce plastic bottle waste. I fill it up every day, my water bottle that I have here in studio. The water tastes great. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Kinetico Premier Softener. 855-339-4242. Financing options available with approved credit. CDC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
All right, so I found a story back from 2017 on ESPN.
Let's hear it.
It's from Michael Rothstein, and this is from November 12th of 2017. So the Detroit Lions have been an average NFL team this year, yet Sunday against Cleveland, something out of the ordinary is going to happen. For the third time since the turn of the century, the Lions are double-digit favorites in their game against the Browns, installed as anywhere from a 10.5-point favorite to a 11.5-point favorite, depending on the sports books. It's the biggest line for a Lions game since week 2 of the 96 season, when Detroit was a 12-point favorite against Tampa. It was then coached by Tony Dungy. The Lions covered that day, winning 21-6. Stafford had started 2 games as quarterback of a double-digit favorite in Detroit. Both were 10-point spreads, and they won both games straight up, but they were 1-1 against the spread. Stafford's team made the playoffs both years where they were double-digit favorites in a game, the story goes on to say. So that game against Cleveland in 2017, because this story was written before that game.
Right.
The Lions ended up beating Cleveland 38-24, covering the spread again. They finished 9-7, but did not make the playoffs.
Okay. So double-digit favorite. You know they can set a franchise mark for the longest streak, scoring at least 20 points. They've done it in 13 straight games. It's tied for the longest in franchise history, according to an ESPN story. The longest, it was set in 1995, where they went 13 straight with 20 points. Carolina's defense has allowed at least 20 points in every game this season. So, I mean, I am as confident as I've ever been in one singular Lions game. Very confident, very comfortable.
That they win.
That they win. Yeah, it's uncharted territory. But yeah, I feel extraordinarily confident they win this game.
You almost feel, I mean, there's a rookie quarterback. It's a winless team. They're just, they don't have, in their own, apparently, they don't even believe they have the number 1 receiver on their team, if you believe the reports, right? If they're looking for a receiver.
Right.
They have Brian Burns. They have a decent defense.
Derek Brown.
Right? Yeah, defensive line.
Yatir Gross-Matos.
I'm trying to craft a way where, to make us feel a little more uncomfortable, just so we're not the ones playing, of course. So I hope the Lions feel somewhat uncomfortable, but is it a cleat situation? Do we have do they know what the turf is going to be like? Wasn't that the problem last year?
They say.
What way can the Lions lose this game?
I mean, you can always
outside of what we know the obvious.
You can obviously have a crappy game.
No injuries, please.
But you can go out and have a meltdown, crappy game where you turn it over a bunch, you fumble a kickoff, you get a punt blocked. I mean, but as far as the expected things that happen during the course of a football game, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. And I've been in the opposite camp where I just don't see the Lions winning a game. But 248-539-9797. Nate, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Nate?
Yeah, look at here, Doug. I just want to tell you, man, you ain't got no sweat. They going to win that game going away, man. We going to cover that spread, brother.
Oh, boy.
That's
confidence right there.
The Lions are going to show us this year. They're going to show us things that we're not used to, Doug. They are going to show us things we are not used to, man. I'm telling you. So don't sweat it.
Well, I'm not. I'm not sweating it. I feel extraordinarily good about the chances of this team to go out and do what we expect them to do. And there's something about the leadership that I really do buy into. Dan Campbell, the veterans on this team, and I think here's one thing that I think can't be fabricated, and that is the hunger of a team that's climbing the ladder, that feels capable of getting to the top, that's climbing the ladder, that doesn't have like a division championship, a playoff win, a playoff run, a conference championship, a Super Bowl appearance, a championship trophy. Like, a team like Kansas City, they're the ones that have to fight against complacency. And hey, look, they're a great organization, great team, and they do a good job of it because they're professionals. But I don't think Detroit is in a position to even think about complacency.
No, they're not at all.
Because, I mean, you can make a strong case. They haven't done anything yet.
No, they haven't. They haven't made the playoffs yet.
Mm-hmm.
They certainly haven't won a playoff game in a long time. We know that.
Yep.
And those are the big steps that they have to have to take to overcome those people that still have the SOL mentality in this. And I get it, why people look at this game, why some people would look at this game and go, I think they win the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's more because things are in their favor. They're playing at home against a team that left such a bad taste in their mouth last year.
Yeah.
For a multitude of reasons. I mean, they did everything wrong. They turned the ball over. They couldn't stop the opposition. They complained about the field afterwards, and it was just an ugly situation. But these two teams, they did play each other in the preseason. And the Lions scored 20 points in the second quarter of that game with nothing but backup players.
Right. Against
20 points.
Yeah,
20 points.
There's that number
20
again.
20 points.
248-539-9797. Greg, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I can definitely see a path for Carolina to win this game because I think we've been in these situations before where, hey, the Lions have nothing to lose. I mean, look at the history against the Panthers. It's not good. They're 8-4 against us, 2-2 at Ford Field. Remember when they were playing with their third-string quarterback a few years ago, and they shut us out? And excluding last week's game, you look at Ford Field games. I mean, what was it? Maybe 4 or 5 years ago, they had a tight end that I can't even name right now. I think the guy got like over 100 yards receiving, had a couple of touchdowns, and everybody's like, "Who is this?" I mean, it was the Lions' classic case of, "Hey, do we ever cover tight ends?" And I think the last time that we did beat Carolina at Ford Field, Cam Newton ran around on a 2-point conversion for 20 minutes and ditched it into the ground or whatever he
Greg,
did.
Can I ask you, you're coming at us with a lot of things that have happened factually.
Correct.
But is what happened 4 or 5 years ago more important than what this particular Detroit team in 2023 actually is?
I hope not.
Yeah.
I hope not. And I have confidence, but the more confident that you guys are is the less confident that I'm becoming.
Yeah, I mean, I understand because it's an unfamiliar territory, but I also take issue with you use the term having nothing to lose. Why does this team have nothing to lose?
No. I said we in the past where we had nothing to lose. We have plenty to lose in this game. We have plenty to lose, and so we've got to keep piling on these wins because you know that Green Bay is going to get hot or Minnesota is going to get hot. It's just going to happen. It's the NFL. We have plenty to lose in this game. Absolutely.
I don't know. I guess I look at the team that won when the Lions lost 20-0 back. I think it was the 2020 season. The Lions weren't a good football team. They finished 5-11. It's not a good team. The team that lost last year was in the midst of having a really nice run, going 8-2. But one of those two losses was to Carolina, and they again didn't make the playoffs that year. This is a different situation this season because we fully expect not only this team to make the playoffs but win the division.
Yeah, and
this is a good football team.
The game he cited 4 or 5 years ago, there's Romeo Okwara and Taylor Decker, and I think that's it that played in that game. Maybe Tracy Walker.
Which the Lions won, by the way, 20-19.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're talking about stuff that's all factual that I think has almost no relevance to what happens on Sunday.
You're right.
I expect Monday's show to kind of be boring. Like, the Lions should just take care of business Sunday. Nothing to, the biggest story should be maybe Jameson Williams. How much did they use him or not?
Well, that's sort of the story within the story that we will get to coming up a little bit later on. But none of our shows are boring.
What are you doing?
I mean, like, as far as, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's stuff that
are we going to have a lot of controversy? Like,
yeah.
I can guarantee that the way we are talking, people are going, shut up. You guys are way too confident. And you're right. And not the shut up part, but the way too confident. I mean, we are very, very, very confident. I mean, I'd love to sit here and say we're going to have a great debate over how confident we should be. All three of us are very confident.
You're right. The show's going to be fantastic Monday. But the game, it might be boring is what I was
Thank you very much. Nice comeback.
248-539-9797. Dave is next. What's up, Dave?
David?
Dave?
No good.
Butch is next on 97 a ticket. Hey, Butch.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Butch.
SOLF.
scared old Lions fan. That's all you get. And the reason you're so confident is the same reason anybody football is confident. We confident because the matchup, our offensive line matches up well with their defensive line. Our defensive line overmatches their offensive line. Our quarterback is better than their quarterback. Yeah, the Lions are going to blow them out. I'm actually going to take the Lions and give up the 10 points. I'm not afraid for 5 minutes, but the scared old Lions fans, they're always scared. You know what they always say? What if we get hurt? Our feelings will be hurt if the Lions lost. We'll be wrong. Oh, my God, it's so pathetic.
They've already endured injuries, Butch. The Lions have endured a ton of injuries, missing 6 starters, 3 more contributors, and the bottom
doesn't seem to matter.
Hasn't mattered because they have developed what good teams develop, depth, and they're getting people back. This is going to be a pretty relatively healthy Lions team. 248-539-9797. We'll get to a question about Jamison Williams, whether or not this is an overstatement. That at 11:02 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, hey, you just heard us talking about it. It's another big football weekend here in Michigan. The Lions are big favorites, and the listeners are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. Odds, bets, slots, and games. You can download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games as well, right at your fingertips. The casino and a sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. New slots like Atomic Meltdown and Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone and enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat, and check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em as well on the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. A lot of apps out there. Try something different. This is a great one. They have a great new offer as well for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back right now if you're down within the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think it was they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon, but they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Jameson Williams. Sometimes I'm prone to grand overstatements, Gator.
Are you?
I want you to tell me at 11:02
Okay.
if it's a grand overstatement what I have to say about Jameson Williams. In the meantime, let's get back to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Jason, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, what's up, guys? Okay, so here's my word of warning. As a Lions fan for a long, long time now, when I was looking at their schedules, I'd always say, okay, here's the games they're going to win, and I guarantee they're going to lose one of those games. And I'd say, here's the games I think they're definitely going to lose. And almost every year, you could guarantee they were going to win one of those games. They were going to go up against a team that was way better than they were, that was favored, that nobody thought they had a shot against, and they would win one of those games.
Jason, it feels like this might be a bigger reflection of your ability to pick games than anything.
But that was true every year, though. They always beat somebody they should have lost to.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just concerned that if the Lions are listening to you guys, they're
well,
going to
they better not be. They shouldn't be listening to us. I agree with you. They shouldn't feel anywhere remotely close to the way we feel.
I'm hoping that I'm as confident as you guys are, but I'm just afraid this is a trap game, and they got to be careful walking in.
Are they? See, I think they're less prone to a trap game because they're not established. I feel like a trap game happens when you're established as a great team, good team, and you've done something. When you still haven't done anything yet, I feel like the hunger and desire stays with you.
They're not used to success. When you win a few games in a row and the whole world's singing your praises, it's easy to buy into that when you're not used to it.
Well, the other thing about a trap game is usually it revolves around a team looking ahead in the schedule, and I don't have any indication the Lions would be looking ahead to the game at Tampa.
I hope that they're not reading their own press reports. I hope they're not taking this as an easy one, but I'm a little concerned.
Well, I hope they're listening to us.
So, Jason, I guess the thing about it is anything can happen on a Sunday. I mean, that's true.
It's the NFL.
Hell, anything can happen on a Thursday night.
What?
As we discovered last night. Anything can happen. But I'll honestly be shocked if Carolina wins this game. There's not a football reason I can come up with other than up, down, and any given Sunday. And I guess we're on the other end of this. You know why the Lions are going to win this game? Because nobody thinks they're going to, and they always beat somebody that you don't expect them to. We've said that for, I don't know, like 50 years. And now we're on the other side of this, so it could happen, but not for any established football reason I can think of.
All right. I'm going to speak to Kang here for a second.
Okay.
Because Kang understands this. Kang, we need to change this around because scared money don't make no money.
Well, I think Doug's confident, but I feel like Doug wants to be confident. Is that what it is?
I think he's trying to. It sounds like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yep.
Are you trying to talk yourself into being confident, or are you confident?
No, I'm confident.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
absolutely
good.
confident.
I'm confident they win the game.
Okay, how about this for football reasons, guys? Because I'm confident with you as well. I expect, like I said, this is go to work, take care of business, go home.
Mm-hmm.
Turnovers. Goff has thrown a pick in 3 straight games.
Mm-hmm.
Guys have fumbled on this team that have never fumbled before.
Yeah.
Is that a football reason the Lions could lose this game?
That they unpredictably turn it over? Yeah.
Well, predictably, Goff has thrown 3 straight.
I'm not worried about Jared Goff having an interception problem.
Me neither, but The turnovers usually matter in football games.
They matter huge.
Yeah, you have to win the turnover battle is what they say all the time. What if they lose the turnover battle? Can they lose the game that way?
Then Carolina can creep into this one, yes.
But still lose, right? Carolina will still lose even if they...
Well, it depends how bad they... Like, if the Lions turn it over 4 times and Carolina doesn't turn it over once, the outcome will be in question without a doubt. But I guess I'm just not expecting it. In fact, I think because Goff has turned it over 3 straight games, he's less likely to turn it over tomorrow.
I agree with you on that.
Was this like a roulette, though? It's 3 reds. You got to bet black now?
That's right. That's exactly how it works.
248-539-9797. Jim is next. Hi, Jim.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm a huge Lions fan, as you are, and I feel so comfortable that the Lions are going to win, which is scaring the crap out of me.
I understand.
We sat here, and I remember talking, you guys talking about the Seattle game, and we were comfortable, even though it's a closer game. We said both tackles were out, and boy, are we going to get all this pressure on him? There's no way he's going to be able to do this. And things just happen because, I mean, maybe it's because we talk about them or we don't talk about them, but always the opposite. Those tackles were going to be just run over. And did we even get a sack on him? I think the last play of the game we did almost. And other than that, he controlled the game. And do I think Carolina's going to do that to us? No, but there's always something that changes that makes these games that we think we're going to win in jeopardy.
So, I mean, it's a decent point, that Carolina matchup with their tackles out. But then again, correct me if I'm wrong, last week, didn't they take advantage of Green Bay's injuries up front, and the Lions showed up and pressured Jordan Love?
How about this? Seattle was a playoff team last year. Was Carolina?
No.
Okay.
I mean, Carolina looks like a far worse team than they were a year ago after 4 weeks. I mean, I suppose the light could go on with the rookie quarterback.
Well, it can. Yeah, of course it could. But I feel like personally, I think that's weeks down the road that can happen because he's still getting used to it. In fact, he's just coming back to playing again because he missed the game with the injury. They're probably a better team with Andy Dalton at the helm, but they're taking their lumps.
248-539-9797. Ken, you're on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Ken.
Hey, what's going on, Doug, y'all?
What's up?
Hey, listen, man, Doug, I'm on your side, man. I'm confident as confident can be. And you know why? I've been a long-suffering, sick, afraid, scared Lions fan for so many years. Man, I'm not.
You're not what?
I'm finna strut like I got a good team. So, yeah, I got confidence they're going to win. I don't got no doubt in my mind because we got a good team.
It's uncharted territory, isn't it?
Yes, but here's the thing, though. You got to embrace it.
Yeah.
What's the point of being a fan of a really good team if you're going to still walk around here afraid of your own shadow?
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why when you said that, I was like, yeah, that's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear all that. I'm scared that the offensive lineman might trip over a shoelace and tear a knee, and we're going to lose. I ain't going there.
Let's not go there.
I'm embracing this thing all the way until the wheels fall off.
Feels good. Yeah, let's embrace it. Totally with you. 248-539-9797. Robert, you're next. What's up, Robert?
Hey, guys. I was pretty confident in last year's Carolina game, and I don't know if it was injuries or what, but the scheme, the Lions were in this too-high shell all game long. Anzalone's missing tackles at the mesh point, and there's nobody there to back them up. So I'm hoping that the staff has learned from the scheme to where we can stop the run against them this year, because I was pretty confident in that game last year during our good run, and that one left a sour. It
was a terrible game. It was an awful game.
Brutal.
It was the worst. I mean,
seen some bad games in my life. That was one of the worst.
Linemen, they didn't do a 4-3. I mean, they just stuck in the 4-2, with 2 high safeties and just let them run. And like I said, at the mesh point, if that tackle was missed, there was just nobody there.
Well, it looks like they've changed things significantly.
Mm-hmm.
They're giving up less than 61 yards a game. They definitely improved their defense overall last year. That game that's a yuck throw it in the garbage game if you've ever seen one.
The Detroit Lions were the 29th rated rush defense in the NFL. 29th. This year they're first. Now we haven't played a whole year, but we pointed out the running backs that they have shut down have been exceptional in games where they didn't play Detroit.
That's correct.
They have shut down running backs that are producing against other opponents.
Now, we have more evidence that the Lions were a good team this year than they were at that point last year. But last year, going in that game, the caller's right. People were confident. We were confident. No one expected to lose that game.
We were way confident.
I haven't been this confident since last year's Carolina game.
I wasn't this confident last year. I am definitely more confident. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, you tell me if I've gone too far. Jamison Williams will make his debut on Sunday. And I'm prone to grand overstatements. You tell me if I've done it again.
All right.
1102-97.1.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but...
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the...
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
Did you have dinner with Tirico the other day?
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about...
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
All right, here we go. Back to your phone calls in a moment. Gator Jamison Williams makes his debut Sunday for the Detroit Lions. If Jamison Williams hits, he's the final piece to this offense. Is that an overstatement? Because you've got the offensive line. You've got two different style runners in the backfield. You've got the quarterback. You can now say pretty comfortably you've got the tight end. You have a great possession receiver route runner. You have kind of perfect complementary wide receivers. What they're missing is the big play guy. So I'm asking you, and I'll ask Kang, and I'll ask everybody else, I guess, is that too much of an overstatement? If Jamison Williams lives up to the hype, he's the final piece for this offense.
No, I don't think that's saying too much in terms of this year. No, because I don't think they're going to add anything to this team. If Jamison Williams pans out, right? If he's as good as advertised, then I don't think the Lions are looking to add a wide receiver at the trade deadline. Doesn't look like they're looking to add running backs to the room or anything else. I would tend to agree with you. Moving forward, I know it's way early to think about any kind of draft, but moving forward, I will tell you right now where my head is leaning in terms of what I want to add to this team, and that's another offensive lineman. I'll say that, which may not be popular, but we'll wait till we get into.
What do you mean by moving forward?
Because I think that
are you talking about this year trade deadline? Or are you talking about
no? I said I don't think they're going to add it. Okay. I'm agreeing with you for this year. I said, but moving forward after this season, I do think that they need to add another offensive lineman because I think it's you got contracts that are going to be coming up, and I think also with injuries, my confidence is a little shaken with some injuries that have gone on, and I think there's some lingering stuff. So you're going to have to start to replenish that. But for this season, you don't have to. You don't have to do any of that this year. I think you're right. If they hit on Jamison Williams, if he's as good as advertised, then it looks like the offense is complete to compete for this year.
Can you agree with that, or is it an overstatement?
Doug, that's not an overstatement. That's an expectation.
Yep.
They traded up for Jamison Williams for a reason. This guy will, the top comes off with Jamison Williams and that offense if he does what he's supposed to do and he becomes what he's supposed to be. He's got elite speed. We know that. Now, he's not going to have necessarily elite hands all the time, and even the coaches have mentioned that. He's got to work on that, maybe more on the jugs machine, and he can get better. So he's not St. Brown as far as just hands, but he does something St. Brown and most receivers in this league, or a lot of receivers in this league can't do, is he puts the fear of God in the secondary as far as going over the top. This guy will run right past you, and if he gets the ball in his hands, and even if you have the angle on him, he can still run by you. If he's even, he's leaving. And I expect that if he is everything he's supposed to be, the Lions offense, with that offensive line and Jared Goff playing the way he's playing, they could put a point against any defense. I have no qualms about it.
248-539-9797. In the meantime, with all that said, I'm not sure what to expect this week. We aren't 100% sure he's going to play. I suspect that he will. And yet, it's, some people have a bunch of questions about him. I have a few questions about him. I'd like to see him alleviate those concerns. He admitted after dropping that pass in the preseason that he sometimes tucks and runs too quick. I think when you're when you're playing the game at the next level, whatever the level that is, you tend to speed up and try and do things too fast. But let's keep something in mind. Dude has played 78 NFL plays. Jameson Williams has played 78 regular season plays. That is the equivalent of just barely a game's worth of snaps. I mean, it's over a game's worth of snaps, but it's not 2 games worth of snaps. And so Jameson Williams at this point is essentially a rookie. And so to expect him to come in and be all that in 4 weeks is a big ask. And the reason I say 4 weeks is because that's when the trade deadline comes, is right after the Vegas Monday night game. I think it's the day after. Maybe it's the day after, Tuesday or Wednesday after the Vegas Monday night game. And that at that point, they're going to have to decide, do we have enough or do we add? And so I'm hopeful that Jameson Williams can do it in the next 4 games. But I'm not sure that that's a realistic expectation. He's played 78 snaps.
Yeah, but he could eclipse that mark in 2 games.
Yes, he could.
And
I mean, maybe, because I don't know that. What's his pitch count? How many snaps is he?
I said he could. I mean, you're looking at 39 snaps each game to get there. If his, let's say he gets in 25 snaps and looks just fine, is it crazy to think that he'd get 50 snaps the next game or 45 snaps? I don't know what I'd have to look and see what the snap counts are for like a Monroe St. Brown. Maybe it takes 3 games to get there.
Right.
I guess my point is that he's likely to surpass that total quickly if he's on pace to be that receiver. I mean, if he's not, if he's getting 15 snaps this week and gets 20 snaps next week and 20 snaps the week after that, then I have to question, what the hell are we doing? Is this pick the right pick? I think he's the right guy. I really like his potential, his talent, and I like his attitude right now.
Well, you said it. If you go watch the news conference he had this week, you really liked what you saw.
Yeah, I really did.
I think he's got a good family base. His parents are very level-headed. They kept him grounded during the suspension. You got Marvin Jones on the team, a veteran receiver. I think, and he's really young. But he hasn't, he's done nothing criminal.
No.
I think we all can agree the gambling thing was more like a stupid NFL rule than on Jameson Williams.
Well,
now,
it was careless. It was careless on his part.
And he should have known, but apparently a ton of NFL players did not know the rule.
Right.
And
so much so that they changed the rule.
Yeah. And so I think he's got a good head on his shoulders, and I think the talent is what needs to follow. When Dan Campbell says he needs to be where he needs to be, hopefully it's, he knows the playbook, right? He knows where the routes he's supposed to be running.
I liked what he said about his own personal two-a-days during this suspension. And he said it hurt. He said specifically the Kansas City game really hurt when he wasn't a part of it. I mean, if you tell the guy, you're the missing piece. You're the final piece. We can win a Super Bowl. Hopefully it serves as great motivation for him.
He's like a power hitter on a lineup full of singles and doubles guys. We can win with those singles and doubles guys, no doubt. But sometimes you need a long ball.
Yeah, sometimes a 3-run homer is really cool.
Yep.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Kareem, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kareem.
Hi, how are you guys?
We're good.
I just had 2 things to say. First, having JMO on the team.
Wait, hold on, slow down.
We got to stop you.
What the hell's going on back there?
Sorry, one sec.
Close the refrigerator.
What is beeping at us?
I don't got my seatbelt on.
Well, why would you drive without your seatbelt?
Yeah, come on,
No,
Kareem.
Safety first.
I'm a youngster. I'm irresponsible. Okay. Just having JMO on the field, whether he catches a ball or not, whether he gets 0 receptions, it makes the team better and it opens up the field for everybody else. So I see him as an absolute win. Even if he doesn't catch a ball, you don't have a deep ball. So that puts the fear in God into the secondary defenders and the safeties, and it opens up the field for Amon-Ra, Sam Laporta, everybody. It just helps the team drastically.
It's an interesting question you bring up, Kareem, because I don't know if I'm a defensive coordinator, if I am scheming against Jameson Williams just yet. I don't think I am. Yet.
You can't count him out though. That's the thing. You can't he hasn't I get in 2 years if he hasn't produced, you don't have to. You can count him out. But right now you still know he's talented, extremely, extremely talented. So you still got to keep him in the back of your mind. You can't just count him out. That's the point I'm trying to make. You have to at least give him some attention, because if you don't, I hope they don't give him attention, because then he's just going to burn them over the top, and then that's what I want. I hope they underestimate him. That's what I'm hoping.
Drive safely, my friend. 248-539-9797.
I hope he is where he's supposed to be, when he's supposed to be, and whether that means that they're throwing the ball to him in that spot or it means that that's going to drag the secondary and the safeties in particular to go cover him and allow somebody else underneath to get more yards. I love it. Just exactly that. Be where you're supposed to be and know what you're supposed to do.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, we made it to Friday, and Twin Peaks can't wait to start your weekend off right. Whether you're looking for a quick drink after work or a night out with friends, make sure Twin Peaks is your final destination. There's an action-packed weekend ahead of us, so be sure to clear your schedule and take advantage of all the fun at your favorite lodge. Saturday boasts an amazing slate of college football action like the Red River Rivalry featuring a battle of unbeatens. Michigan will play under the lights at 7:30. Stick around after the game for a trifecta of fights. UFC Fight Night, DAZN Boxing, and Bellator 300 all take place after the game. Why go to Twin Peaks for this? Well, if you're a beer lover, they pour the coldest beer in the state at 29 degrees, and I love the frozen mugs. The 6-hour freezing process, so each mug is only used once a day. And if you like craft cocktails, their bar menu is loaded with all sorts of favorites, like the Casamigos Spicy Margarita or the Bullet Rye Old Fashioned. Don't get started on the food because Twin Peaks boasts a scratch kitchen, hand-cut and breaded to order favorites like their boneless wings and tenders, barbecue favorites like the smoked brisket and ribs, and bar standards like the Billionaire Bacon Burger. And what makes all this better is enjoying it while cheering on your favorite teams and athletes. Hey, if you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the E-Club, twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club, and then you know about all their specials, so you cut out the middleman. And to find the location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get done. Yep. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
Yeah, that
sucks. Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So we got on the air today and talked about how incredibly confident we were in this Lions game this week. And I just found this here. Listener sent us something.
Was it a big shut up?
Yeah. It basically was.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I understand.
It's the title, the subject. The subject of the email is
yes.
You three idiots.
Oh, no. Kane got caught astray.
What? Yeah.
Kane catches astray.
And then the body of the email is, it's like you came on the air today for the sole purpose of making us nervous about Sunday. What is wrong with you people?
It's a great question.
All right, so, and then we got the Jameson Williams thing. Is he the final piece of the offense? Is that an overstatement? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Doug. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Doug.
How you doing?
Great, thank you.
You there?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I believe the Lions are a good team. I've been watching the Lions for years and years. One of the better teams I've ever seen. But I think that everybody that's calling in and they're like jumping on that hype thing a little bit too hard. I think this is a possible trap game here. Remember the Panthers are 0-4. We're 3-1. And I'm hoping that it don't go to the players' heads. Because what's going to happen is the Panthers are going to come out they want to make a statement here in Ford Field. They're going to pull out all the stops. We have to be careful on this. We have to watch it and be nervous. When I turn the game on Sunday, my nerves will be rattling because I know what we should be doing, but I know what can happen.
Don't you think the experience last year against Carolina in a very similar situation helps the Lions get ready for this one?
No, it's a different year. It's not.
You're right. We're better and they're worse.
You're exactly, but still, you still gotta watch it. This is one of these kind of games that.
Okay. So Doug, you gave us something here. I want to challenge a little bit. You say Carolina's going to want to come out and make a statement. When they were 0-3 and coming home to take on the Vikings, do you think they wanted to make a statement last Sunday? Why is this Sunday any different than last Sunday when they didn't produce an offensive touchdown and lost at home 21-13?
Here's the difference, okay? That Sunday, they were 0-3. Now it just got worse. Now they're 0-4. No team wants to go 0-5. No team wants to go 0-5.
You really don't want to go 0-6.
I don't think an 0-3 team wants to go 0-4. Like, I don't know that. I mean, that's a cliche that applied last week as much as it does this week, and it didn't matter. Now, the one thing that I am counting on here that he brought up and others have brought up is if the Lions are reading their own press clippings, which is possible. It's possible that they are big-headed. It's possible that after the Green Bay game, even though Dan Campbell said right after the game, it's only one, and we got to get back to work. There's a lot we need to get better at. He started emphasizing that in the post-game locker room after the Green Bay win. Doesn't mean that some deep-seated sense of accomplishment hasn't started to set in with the Lions. And it might be part of what leads to up-down theory in the league is that the reason you see up-down is because you win a game, you feel ultra confident and probably maybe even too confident, and you come out the next week and you lose. But I don't know. I guess I just don't. One of the reasons I think it's easier for this team, not impossible for them to fall for it, but to guard against it, is they're still trying to establish themselves in this league. They haven't accomplished anything yet.
Would you say a win in Kansas City to start the year was a big win?
Yes.
And they went and they lost the next game. Now, Seattle's a good team, but they lost the next game, right?
Yes. Right. Yeah.
Would you say a big win in Lambeau is, is that a big win?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that the theory? Then you come back and you lose the next game?
Yeah,
So,
but do we totally ignore what happened with Atlanta?
And like you said, Seattle's a good team. Is Carolina a good team?
No, they're not. But it's the emotional roller coaster in this league is what I'm bringing up. Kind of like, how do you keep it high all the time, right?
Yeah, and that's why I go back to when we start getting into the any given Sunday or catastrophic mistakes, but you can't predict catastrophic mistakes unless you're prone to them, and this team isn't. 248-539-9797. Dave is next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. I'm glad I got through this time.
Thanks for calling.
Two things I want to talk about. I want to talk about both your first two topics. The first one I'm going to address is what you're talking about right now. And, for the first time in my lifetime, we have a professional football team with a culture and an identity. And I think anybody's insecure about winning this game, and I'm not speaking about arrogance. I know any given Sunday can happen, but you got to remember, this is not the same team. This is a professional football team with good coaching, and my expectation is they're going to take care of business. You cannot hold the sins of the past, the Matt Patricia debacle, the Marty Morningweg taking the wind on this regime. And to me, when I hear these fans worrying about, we lost 2 years ago to Carolina 20-0 from a tight end. To me, we needed to coin a new term, SOF, same old fans. Because if you have low expectations, you're going to get low expectations. Last year, I had a revelation because we have a new culture and identity, and I thought the Lions could win 12 games. And if you go back on their schedule, they could have won 12 games. They didn't, but they were close in a couple of games, including the Buffalo game. And so, to me, we're going to win this game handily. And now with Jameson Williams, he is the missing piece. But I like the fact what Dan Campbell said about dependability and reliability. I think he's probably pressing a little bit to prove his worth as the 12th pick. Just do your job. The coaches will put you in position to do a good job and for you to have success.
Interesting. So you say when he got up and
he'll be great.
Dave, when he said that in front of the media, your point is that was a message to Jameson Williams as much as it was to anybody else.
Oh, absolutely. If he does his job, the reps will build, his confidence will build, and you're going to see the full-blown effect of Jameson Williams.
It's a good point. I
like it.
You might be right. And as far as the Lions overall, I mean, I think the best feedback we've gotten on the some of the takes and why we are overconfident and we shouldn't be overconfident. Smolak89 on Twitch wrote, "Yeah, you remember that one time that Carolina beat us 6 years ago? Yeah, they're going to lose this Sunday because of that." It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
248-539-9797.
Remember when Minnesota won the Little Brown Jug?
Got that game on one of the screens the last time they won it right here. That's the one that...
Well, second to last time.
Glenn Mason. Yeah, I guess. Glenn Mason took the jug to that restaurant I was at, and I saw a picture. It was after this game. I was standing under the goalpost. Minnesota kicks a late field goal, I think, right? Yeah. Let's get back to your phone calls. David, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Savant.
Hi, David.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
All right. Thank you for taking the call. I just want to talk about J-Mo, and I love the guy. He obviously has had a rocky start to his career here in Detroit, but I think that the expectation of calling him the final puzzle piece is a big ask. I think the more role that we should be putting him in is throw him on our offense, see how the defense reacts, and then go from there. I don't think you can have him come out and say he needs to do all this, do all that, because if he doesn't, especially against a team like Carolina, you got the Detroit fan base that may kind of start to, lose faith in him that quickly because he's already had such a rocky start to his career here in Detroit.
Well, I mean, so you're saying we shouldn't put that kind of expectation on him? Is that the point?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm saying I said if he hits, he's the final piece. And that's a big if, though. And I'm not sure how many snaps he's going to play. I think you're right. It is a big ask, given he's played 78 plays in the NFL, which is just more than one game's worth. So, yeah, he's got the learning curve is going to have to be steep for him to check that box as the final piece this season, let alone before this month is over and we hit the trade deadline.
Well,
he's right.
I think we'll see. You want to see growth each and every week, right?
Yep.
And I think the easiest way to spot that is with the snap count. If you see that snap count growing each week, it shows that the coaching staff has confidence in him, and they're going to put him out in the field, more opportunities, and see what happens. Now, if we find out that Amon-Ra St. Brown is not playing on Sunday, I wonder if that pushes that snap count up for him.
Could.
Well, I don't think anyone's expecting him to be the final piece this weekend, but at some point, I don't think it's that big of an ask. They traded up to number 12 for this guy. He's not some kind of fourth round, maybe he makes the team, maybe not. No, man, they expected things from him.
We're not asking Antoine Green to be the final piece.
Yeah, exactly. This is Jameson Williams. So, yeah, at some point, I do expect this guy to be a Pro Bowl receiver.
248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Hey, if you're just flipping the radio on, this is three confident dudes here that the Lions are going to win on Sunday against Carolina. Sorry. Apologize, but that's just where we stand on this matchup. And there's any given Sunday stuff, and there could be catastrophic, unforeseen meltdowns, but that's not typical. Like if you, Like, I'll go ahead and say it. Jared Goff, if he throws an interception, I still think the Lions are going to win. If he throws one.
What if there's a fumble in addition to the interception that's lost?
I think the game gets called into question, but I'll take the Lions maybe in a not cover situation.
What if the Lions have 8 or more penalties?
If they start doing some uncharacteristic things, I guess there's your path. But you got to go to the uncharacteristic.
Well, there it is. So
category.
we were trying to create that. How is it possible? And there it is.
Is they just totally turn into on this given Sunday, if they turn into a completely different team, sure.
But that's what it takes for you to feel that way.
Yeah, it takes them doing something they haven't done. And I would say, even going back to last year, like last year, Carolina shoved the ball down their throat. And can they do that again? No.
I don't think
the
they
Lions
can.
went from 29th against the run to number 1 in the league against the run. Carolina ran for 320 yards in that game. Carolina, in game 4, last Sunday, eclipsed 320 yards for the season. It took till game 4. These are not the same football teams.
They are not. No, the Lions are a better team than they were, and Carolina is a worse team than what they were. But Carolina, look, they know what they're doing in terms of they know what this season's about. This season's about getting better. This season's about, hey, we're starting at square one with a brand new quarterback.
This is year 1 of a rebuild.
We got a young team, and we're just trying to build it back up. But their defense has some good players in that defense that you have to look out for. I mean, you have to account for Derek Brown and Brian Burns. You have to know where they are. They've got a couple of decent defensive backs.
I agree. And the Lions have a very capable offensive line.
They do.
That might be back healthy again. I think it's true that even as good as that defensive line is, I think they have the same amount of quarterback sacks as the Lions this year.
Well, a key for me with this team is seeing them run the football against Carolina. Because if you're able to run the ball, then here comes play action. And that opens that up. We know how good Jared Goff is with play action passing. So let's hope that they're able to run the ball effectively, getting between 4 and 5 yards an attempt. That it's a better day for Montgomery. Not that last week was bad, but his yards per carry wasn't special. He carried it 32 times for like 115 yards. He doesn't need to carry it 32 times.
Carolina's one of the worst defenses so far in yards per carry allowed in the NFL, 29th.
You know what I say, Doug?
What?
LFG.
Let's frickin' go.
There you go.
All right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Aaron. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, gentlemen. Happy Honolulu Blue Friday from Alabama.
There we go.
All
hey,
right, cool. Thank you for listening.
Hey, gents. I want to rewind the clock a little bit about this game last year. And, there's a thing that I haven't heard about it. And number one, the Lions are going to destroy them. Number one, DC and BH has got this team revved up. But also, they're playing at Ford Field. Last year, if we look at North Carolina, there was, the weather conditions were so bad. It was a historically cold game. And on top of that, the field conditions were historically bad. Matter of fact, I believe the Detroit Lions filed a grievance with the NFLPA about it that was heard. And that's a huge, thing for the Carolina Panthers to have walking into that game. They knew what they were dealing with. The Lions got there and they showed up on the field. They're like, uh-oh, this is going to throw our game plan. So they were in turmoil. That's not going to happen this year. Thoughts?
Well, both teams have to play in the same field. And so I don't – and football's played like in cold weather a lot. Look, I just think they had a terrible day.
It was a bad day all around.
It was a terrible, terrible day. And, I mean, I guess last year's an example of them, even though they were a bad rush defense, they weren't that bad. So that was kind of an uncharacteristic performance even for them.
Well, I feel like we're so confident in the Lions right now. Even if they do play poorly, they're still going to win the game Sunday, right? I mean, last year, I don't think if they played poorly, they lost. They just didn't have that margin of error I think they do this year. And they played poorly against the Panthers. They didn't adjust in the second half. I think Okuda even got benched that game, if I'm not mistaken. But it was just they couldn't recover. And this year, I think it's kind of like the Green Bay game. Jared Goff throws a pick right off to start the game, and it was like whatever. It was a small little speed bump in a easy win, right?
Yep. 248-539-9797. Derek, you're next. What's up, Derek?
Hi, Gator. Hi, King. Happy Friday. Crash. Happy Minnesota week.
Thank you.
I hope those goons put some respect on your name this year. Now that you're a big shot. But the reason why I wanted to call is I know you don't. I'm really confident about the Lions. The fact is our strength matches up against their weakness of our run game against their run defense. And so we had to start looking at kind of fluky reasons why the Lions would lose. We started looking at multiple turnovers, and the fact of the matter is home Goff just isn't that guy. I know he's had 3 interceptions lately, but home Goff is really good with the ball. And then the other kind of fluky thing we look at is maybe a letdown. And I think that Seattle humble pie is really going to serve the Lions well as the year goes on. They're going to guard against that letdown, maybe a little bit harder than they previously were, and they're just going to kind of carry that with them. So that's why I feel so confident about it.
Thank you for the phone call, Derek. I apologize. We got distracted here in studio. All of a sudden, something started to smoke during that phone call.
What was a candle?
Right. Well, at first I didn't know. I didn't think the candle was even lit.
I would assume it was lit. But all I saw was this plume of smoke coming up. I'm looking at you. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, the people on Twitch noticed it. Yeah, there was suddenly smoke in the middle of my man's phone call. Went around and put the lid on the candle.
For the record, we didn't like that candle.
We did not like that candle, and I didn't smell it prior to that.
I didn't know it was lit, and I didn't smell anything. I think it just went up on its own.
We had just had a candle.
Spontaneously combusting candle?
Can we go back and look at that? I'd like to challenge.
The YouTube feed, right? Can't we back up the YouTube feed?
Perhaps, although we're going to have a wide enough shot where you're going to see the candle in it?
I don't know. Does anybody care? We just got a scare here, that's all.
Isn't the new movie The Exorcist coming out this weekend?
Wow.
Thanks.
Gator?
Is it coming out this weekend?
Oh, boy.
We just renovated the studio. Sometimes when you renovate things, that you discover things that weren't there.
Right.
Yes, we discovered that the studio is built on top of an ancient Indian burial ground, and now we're all
It is?
We're all doomed. Yeah.
No, wait, that was Poltergeist. It's different.
Okay.
I saw that.
248-539-9797.
Did you see Poltergeist?
I did, actually. The TV, the little girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see it in the theater?
I did. Yeah, I was young.
I remember what it being. Yeah, we're a lot younger. We were like, 12 years old or something. But as I recall that movie, I remember seeing it at the Berkeley Theater.
Is that here? Is that
Yes.
that movie? Okay.
Yeah. With a buddy of mine, and the place was packed. All that was left was front row seats, and friends of ours were right behind us. And we're watching the film, and they gave out these moviegoer magazines before the show at the Berkeley Theater. So we're getting this magazine. When the movie was done, because it was so intense when you're that younger, watching it, it still holds up. It's a great movie.
Mm-hmm.
Every moviegoer magazine was shredded in the place because people were so nervous about what was going on in the movie because it was downright scary. That was a great movie. I think it's a very underrated horror movie. It was outstanding.
All right, somebody on Twitch has clipped the smoke, so if you're on the Twitch feed, you can go see it for yourself. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket.
Does it solve any mysteries?
No, you just see the smoke rise up and us react to it. And our apologies to the previous caller. I have no idea what he said.
He said, I hope the goons don't get you in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Remember that part.
Yeah.
Is this studio clear?
Mm-hmm.
Be nice if it's clear.
Check it out for yourself. All right, Gator. Coming up at 12:02, Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator. What's the plan for Jamison Williams this weekend? What's the plan? Here we get the OC of the Lions has to say at 12:02. In the meantime, Powerball at $1.4 billion or more. We got another edition of Would You Buy? That is straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously.
All right. So the studio fire that just took place. We have thank you to Twitch, Reese on Twitch, who clipped the video, and we have tweeted it out at DunGator971.
The video is great.
So people. We did not know that the candle was lit in studio today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And apparently the candle burned out.
So look at the inside of the candle. Because it's closer to grab. I'm guessing that what happened was that because it's getting near the end of the candle, that it just drowned in its own wax.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already down to the bottom there.
But we didn't know the candle was even on, and then all of a sudden there's smoke.
I think you just said the Lions can't lose, and I was like, what? All right, I'm not betting that game.
10 texts. Fire and brimstone. Well, we got the fire. What the hell is brimstone?
It's a great question. But I've grown up
is it like
being
cobblestone?
Conditioned that I should be very afraid of brimstone.
Yeah.
Well, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. It's right above
Google,
quartz.
what the hell is brimstone?
You should know of anybody on this show.
Look, I know about quartzite, and marble, and porcelain, all those surfaces. Brimstone,
you're not down with.
Yeah, you tell your guy, yeah, I'm not looking at granite. I'm actually looking at brimstone.
Can I get some brimstone countertops? Never heard it.
It says, what does it please just say? Is sulfur?
Is it?
I'm worried about fire in a fart scented.
I don't need that. I'm good without it. All right, Gator.
So this whole time they've been saying fire and fart.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fire and fart scent.
Exactly. Are you ready, my friend?
I think so.
Okay. Powerball drawing $1.4 billion or more. We like to do would you buy? Would you buy? All right.
Okay.
If you win the Powerball, would you make a Mattress Mac type bet? Mattress Mac famously makes these colossal bets. Like he just recently put $1 million down on the Astros to win the World Series. Gator, you've won the Powerball. The take home's like $370 million. Would you bet $1 million on a sporting event?
This is tough.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
This is an
No,
easy
I love that you're thinking about it.
This
I love
is
it.
an easy
Oh,
no.
No, it's not.
Yeah, for
Stop.
Mr.
Yeah,
Mr.
13 bucks over
a
there.
dollar on this game.
I would bet
that game.
$13 on the Astros to win the World Series.
It's tough because, of course, it'd be fun and exhilarating to place a 7-figure bet and see if you can win it. And if you've got, if I lost the bet, oh no, I've only got $350 million left. But the way that my brain works is that I would think that could lead to trouble. Like that you don't stop after the one time of making a bet like that. So I would stay away from that. I know my limits. And I know what can scare me, and that would scare me to put a wager that big on it.
That's a great question, Doug.
It is a great question.
Oh, man. Like, I would definitely gamble still, and I would play some big bets, like big bets on blackjack or roulette or whatever.
But would you be betting like $100,000 a hand big bet, or are you
question.
talking like $100 a hand or $1,000?
Yeah, 1,000 for
1,000,
sure.
yeah.
$1 million bet on a sporting event is a great question if you won the Powerball. I don't know if I have the brimstones to do it. But I really want to. Like, could you imagine watching that game or that series? Like, I mean, it's multiplied by like 1 million, right?
The funny thing is I'm never winning the Powerball. I literally am getting sweaty palms thinking about watching a game with $1 million riding on it.
Every play, you are into it. Like every play, every penalty, every, sack.
Dude, I accidentally put $13 on a Piston game last year and melted down. I couldn't handle.
Sell everything. Sell everything. We've got to move.
$1 million on a game.
Pull the kids out of school.
I mean, you just won $370 million, so
depends on the game, right?
The one point that Gator brings up though is right. What if you lost it and they're like, okay, I'll make it up and bet $2 million. Yeah, you start chasing losses, and next thing you know, this is how you get yourself in trouble. And the other thing is, you literally won the biggest gamble of all time. Like you won something you cannot possibly. It's a good time to retire from the whole gambling lifestyle.
Let me ask you this, Gator.
Yeah.
Okay, $1 million, right? You got to bet $1 million. Would you more bet like something that's pretty even? Or bet something where the odds are so in your favor you barely win anything?
No, I understand. I was literally thinking the exact same thing.
Okay.
Like, for instance, the Lions against Carolina.
Yes.
On the money line.
On the money line.
Just
The Lions.
win. Just win.
Yeah, just win, baby. Did go all Al Davis on it? Or do I want the odds where I could double the money if I...
What would you do?
Safe.
You go money
You
line?
would go money line on some.
I'd probably, if I had to, I would. I don't know. I don't know. I'd like to think that if this were to happen, if I'm blessed enough to win tomorrow night's drawing, that I wouldn't have to gamble. I wouldn't. It's not that you don't have to. You don't have to do anything. I wouldn't want to gamble again. I don't need to.
No, but you're going to because you're a fun guy. You enjoy gambling. I'm not talking big.
But I wouldn't do it. To answer Doug's question,
no.
The mattress Mac,
okay.
I would not.
Okay.
I don't need to place a 7-figure wager
on
at
anything.
All. No, absolutely not. I feel like I'm doing that if you're investing the money in the stock market, and then that's I'm more comfortable with that.
Just for the record, I went to the FanDuel app, went to the money line on the Lions game, punched in $1 million.
You didn't accidentally hit send, did you?
No, I didn't.
Careful, Butterfingers.
You know,
X out.
You know how much money you'd win on $1 million?
Well, I'm trying to think what the line is. So I know it's at the 10. So what would it be? Minus? Is it minus like
490?
Minus 490. That's
almost
it?
5 to 1.
So you'd win $204,081.63.
It's a big payday. I mean, of course, you're risking $1 million, but if you feel that kind of just money line, you're getting $200,000 out of it.
Yeah, well, ask the people that bet the Cowboys versus Cardinals.
It's a 20% return.
Well,
yeah, right.
All right, okay. So next question is, Gator, would you donate a large sum of money to your high school to build something awesome? Because when I came up with this question, I was thinking specifically about you, Gator, and I think I know what you would do.
Do you?
Yep. I'm going to write something down.
Okay. We'll let you write down before I give the answer yes or no.
Okay. And I wrote down. Go ahead.
The answer is yes.
And what would you donate for?
It would be a scholarship for somebody that got involved in the radio program.
Okay, I was kind of right. I thought you would make the best student radio. Isn't it WBIF? Wasn't that it?
BFH.
BFH. Okay. Nobody can see that on the cameras. I don't know why I held it up. I tried. I thought you would donate to make the best high school radio station in the country.
We are the best high school radio station in the country.
The best facility?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's best all around.
Is it?
Is that opinion or is that fact?
It used to be fact. I'm sure it's. I don't know. When they read at the high school,
he's getting all chesty. He's getting all chesty over
Super
here.
Chesty.
I am. Well, I'm very proud of what the program was when I was there and what it's become. They've done an amazing job. Pete Powers, who started it, Ron Whittables, who carried it on, and it's awesome. They redid the high school and they redid the whole. Obviously, they redid the studios. The studios when I was there wasn't anything special. I mean, it was nice for us because it was high school radio. Exactly. The fact that we had something and we were a 10-watt radio station at the time, and then it moved up to, I think, 360 watts. But the equipment has changed so much over the years that by the time I was starting my career at WXYT when we were AM 1270, the equipment we had in high school was better than what we had at the professional station.
Wow.
And they've upgraded since then because now almost everything's automated and done with computers and stuff like that. It's really on par with what Kang's operating back there. It's amazing what they've done.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's very impressive. It's very impressive. But
you go scholarship for a media student.
Yes.
Okay. Kang, what about you? Would you donate back to your high school anything to make it the best in the country? Because like the Texas high school football stadiums.
Oh, those are great.
Thinking about that, or video scoreboards at your gym, or. I think this is a no for Kang.
Well, I think that Gator got a lot out of his high school experience.
Yeah, I got a lot.
And I don't feel like I got that much out of it. So I don't know if I'm giving anything back, and I don't know how much they gave
fair.
me.
No, and that's fair. I think you're spot on. My experience in high school was different than many people.
You should talk about it sometime.
Do you remember anything that happened in high school?
But specifically, look, I joke around about playing sports and stuff in high school is one thing, but the radio experience was really where it changed everything.
You should put. How about a statue of Gator at your high school, like right in front of the radio?
Badass, without question.
Yes, cleats on.
Like, would it be okay? Would it be current Scott Anderson, or would it be a statue of me when I was like 16, 17, 18 years old?
16, 17, 18-year-old Scott Anderson.
Oh man,
the mullet
with the concert T-shirt.
Do Do you have a Contra t-shirt?
The only difference between you then and now is
the mullet.
Yeah, and about 80 pounds, but yeah.
All right.
Army jacket.
Another edition of Would You Buy? All right. Ben Johnson, Lions offensive coordinator. What's the plan for J-Mo if he plays? Here what the OC said at 12:02 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
He beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey Chris Jones equation, but
Oh, so you're going with the
no, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
Did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say right here, right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yep. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is, this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate
right, happy Friday,
that I had to go
everybody.
out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
We got picks coming up today at 1:38. We picked 3 college and 3 pro games each. We weren't on last week. Kang and Costa did the picks. So I was updating Gators' record. Gators' last picks, he had Oklahoma -14 at Cincy.
No hook. Like that there's no hook.
Yep. So you played Oklahoma minus 14 at Cincinnati. Do you remember the final score of that game?
I remember Oklahoma won by 14.
They did. They won 20-6. So that was a push.
Yeah.
You had Syracuse minus 13 against Army.
It's great. There's no hook. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you remember the final score of that game? Syracuse 29, Army 16.
Yeah, they won by 13.
So that was a push.
That's a push.
And you had Notre Dame plus 3 against Ohio State.
Yeah, I remember that game and thinking, I think Notre Dame's going to win this one. I like their chances in it, but I'll take the points.
Do you remember the final score of that game?
Well, Ohio State won at the end with a touchdown to go up by 3.
They won 17-14. Gators last time out, he went 0-3. You had 3 pushes at the college level.
That's right.
Bringing your record this year in colleges to 4, 5, and 3.
Yes, but I'm 5-4 in the National Football League.
You are, and you could look at it this way. Of the 12 college games you've picked, you've only missed 5.
Hey.
So there's that.
It's about right.
Gator is 9-9-3 on the year. I'm 10-10-1. So we'll have our picks come out today.
You're both exactly even?
Mm-hmm. It feels like he's evener.
More evener. Yeah. I think you're right. I'm evener.
He wins the tiebreaker and ties.
Because he has, whoever has the most pushes wins the tiebreaker. I guess. All right, so we said we get to this. Ben Johnson, this is the Lions offensive coordinator. Asked in a news conference yesterday in front of the media, do you have a plan for Jamison Williams? Here's what he had to say. Okay, so, I mean, there was 2 things he said there, whether or not the play gets called. So you have certain plays for certain situations. What's the score of the game? What's the down? What's the distance? Right down to what hash mark is the ball on. Like, these things all matter in terms of the menu of plays and whether or not that play for JMO is on the card to be called at that time. That's one thing. 2 is what the coverage dictates. And that's part of the whole is he where he's supposed to be thing, is because sometimes the coverage dictates what route you run, right? I mean, you see no high safety with a play or 2 high safeties. You might be called upon to run a different route. So
could change. Maybe you throw somebody in motion to find out what that defense is. You thought it was going to be one, but hey, on the fly, I realized this defense is a different defense.
So with Jamison Williams, if he hits the field on Sunday, which we kind of expect that he will, there'll be plays in the playbook for him, which I guess isn't a huge surprise, is it?
No, there of course there would be plays in the playbook for him. What's interesting to me about that is it almost seems like it's specifically like, hey, everything else, I know this is not the case, but this is just what it sounds like. It sounds like, yeah, we've got some plays in a book that are just for him. Mm-hmm. And we're going to put those plays in there and see what happens. So does that mean that every other play he's just out there as a decoy? Or is there a route tree for him to run and he's an option, but he's just not the number one option?
I would say more
which I'm sure that's what it is. Yeah, but the way he words it makes it seem like, oh no, we got him out there. We've got 6 plays for him, and we'll run through those plays. The other plays he'll be on the field for, but we're not going to.
Okay, if you missed the beginning of the show, well, there's 2 things. One on Jamison Williams is, I think he is the final piece to the puzzle if he hits. Like, if he lives up to an expectation, I think Jamison Williams is the final piece to the offensive puzzle. I'm extraordinarily comfortable that they have strengths at every other position group. And the truth is, the passing game isn't a problem. They've managed to be I think they're top 8 in the NFL in terms of passing yards. It's clearly a competent passing attack without Jamison Williams. But I think you mix in Jamison Williams as advertised. And by that, I mean, doing the things that we were told he's capable of doing. Gator, it strikes me that that's the final piece of the puzzle. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to be that. I'm just making the case that if he hits, I think the offense is pretty much a finished product ready to compete for a championship. But that might be a big ask for a guy who's played 78 offensive plays in his career.
Yeah, but we knew that they were going to ease him into it last year because of coming back from the injury. But he proved by the end of the season he was healthy, and he had all off season, and he was healthy in the off season, playing, taking part in mini camps and working out in the off season with some of his teammates. And then you get to training camp, and he was full participant in training camp until he came up a little lame with a hammy. And then, of course, he had to serve a suspension. So I think it's a different situation going in his first game of 2023 than it was going into the final few games of the season in 2022. I expect him to play get a lot more snaps in the game on Sunday than what he got in his first couple games last year. He didn't get many snaps at all last year in the first couple games. It was later. I'm sure you've got the snap count in front of you.
I'm going to look it up and see what it was.
I want to say it was like single digits for each of the first two games.
You might be right.
And then they threw more of a workload on him. But, I do expect him to be up to speed pretty quickly here. There's no need to treat him with kid gloves.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends what you mean by that, because Dan Campbell said, I'm not giving him 60 snaps. That would be dumb.
No, I don't think that's the plan. I don't know if it's ever the plan to have him there for 60 snaps.
Here you go. Here are his snap counts. His first game was week 13, 8 snaps. Week 14, 13 snaps. 15, 13. Week 16, 11. Week 17, 18. And week 18, 15.
Yes, it's not a lot. It's not a lot. No. And so I'm hoping he's like, let's say that St. Brown plays. I'm still hoping he's in double-digit snaps. I would hope. Jameson Williams. And then the next week that it jumps into the 20s. Let's get it up to – let's go.
Yeah, we're kind of getting impatient here because we want to see him play, right? Last year we didn't get the full Jameson Williams we thought we were going to get. Well, we kind of knew he was going to ease it in, but at some point we thought they'd get more. And then this year you mentioned, the injury, the suspension. So we've been delayed gratification, right?
Totally.
What we have to realize, though, is Jared Goff talks about it, trust. And Dan Campbell needs trust. Ben Johnson needs trust. They need trust that Jameson Williams knows the playbook, is going to be where he's supposed to be. And Jared Goff needs to trust that, because once he builds that trust, he will go to you with the ball. Look at what happened with St. Brown. Look what's happened with Laporta this year. Laporta's a rookie, but apparently he's where he's supposed to be. So if you're where you're supposed to be, they'll put you out there and they'll throw you the ball. Now, Ben Johnson has plays for Jameson Williams, so we'll see. But, yeah, I think it's the delayed gratification, Gator. I want to see him do something, too.
248-539-9797. And the other thing that we brought up is we are in an unusually confident place. You sit down and you look at this matchup, there's all kinds of reasons why the Lions are going to win this game on Sunday. And it's hard to craft a path to victory for Carolina. Not that I'm particularly interested in doing so, but if you wanted to, without the Lions helping out. Like, unless the Lions help Carolina win this game, Carolina's not winning this game. And that's where this football team is right now. Now, could the Lions do some uncharacteristic things and Jared Goff throw multiple interceptions? I suppose. Could they put the ball on the turf a bunch? Could the Lions give up a block punt or a punt return for touchdown? I mean, I guess. But what we're getting down to here is it takes extraordinary circumstances, because this Carolina team isn't the team that played the Lions last year. They're worse, and the Lions are clearly better.
Well, it feels like you have to hit a number of those.
Yep.
To get there. Like they'd have to be committing stupid penalties while turning the ball over, while not being able to stop the run. I mean, it's not just one aspect that's going to doom them. This team is in a position now where failing in one aspect of the game should not doom them against a bad team.
248-539-9797. We'll start knocking down your phone calls, reading your feedback next. It's Carson Anderson on Friday here on 97.1.
Well, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is the best place to be for great food and great atmosphere, and, of course, the great specials they have. They're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. You want the best wings in town? Go to 24. Plus, they've got the NFL Sunday tickets, so you get to watch all those games on all the flat-screen, high-definition TVs they have at 24. Hey, you want to get to Sunday's game and all the home games, for that matter, and you don't want to deal with the parking and the traffic nightmares, get on board with the shuttle. They've got it. You want to get set up ahead of time and avoid all that? Yep, do it. But call early and get yourself a seat on that shuttle, because those spots will go. And for Michigan State and Michigan games, you get $4 drafts in Miller Lite and Coors Light. And for all the Lions games and all Sunday football games, for that matter, you get $4 drafts of Miller Lite. And catch the baseball playoffs there as well. All the specials are all day, every day, which makes it awesome. Go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram for all the great contests they have. And hey, if you have a party or any event you want catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work. They'll handle the food. You just get to handle your guests. Have a great time. Every seat's a great seat at this place. If you've never been there, please go there. It's the best place in town to watch any sporting event. And you can check out all the specials and happenings they have at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. It's my favorite place to go. It's 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
That though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort.
Doug Carr, Scott
Anderson, 97 on the sidelines. Teams that look like they're on Quaaludes.
539
I want to hit the fan portal. But to you,
feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. No, Doug, it's not an overstatement. Jahmyr Gibbs has to hit as well and continue to improve week to week for this team to make a long run in the playoffs. That's from Frank in Clinton Township. Max in Bath, Michigan says, in these first couple of weeks with J-Mo back, I'm pleased with him simply being out there and causing a distraction for the defense. Any plays being made are a bonus. As the season progresses, expectations will be increased. That's an understatement, Doug. We're already 3-1 without him. He definitely puts us over the top if we aren't already. That's from Mitch in Chicago. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to D. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, D.
DK, Gator, what's going on, homie?
Hey, D.
Hey, bro. Oh, check this out. They said the Lions are 10-point favorite, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I ought to be a little bit more than that, man, because, like I said, this team is for real. We finished up the season 8-2. Am I correct?
That's correct.
8-2?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And in my mind, we really 4-0 this year. So that's what, 12-2? Man.
Oh, 11-3 still sounds pretty good.
Why are you doing the in your mind thing? Why are they really 4-0 this year?
4-0 because they 4-0, DK. I'm not gonna blame Dan Campbell for that loss, but we are really a 4-0 team, bro, and I hope the team feel that way.
Okay.
You laughing, but this is legit. We are legit, bro. Like I said last week, if you're gonna ride the hype train, you gotta buckle up and say a prayer, and you gotta go down if the train get derailed. And I'm willing to do all that, bro. And as far as the little train that's coming into town tomorrow, we're going to sack him early and often. I'm talking about the quarterback, Bryce Young. We're going to get to him early and often. Safety blitzes, corner blitzes, even Jack Campbell going to get through. We're going to knock that C off his chest Sunday, baby.
Oh.
Well, look, I like the matchup of Aaron Glenn against a rookie quarterback. And, we pointed out that the resume for Desmond Ridder a couple weeks ago wasn't long, and he was going on the road, and the Lions made life difficult on him. They're going to do the same thing to Bryce Young. I
think that they have a real good chance of taking Bryce Young to the ground. He's been sacked a lot already this season.
Mm-hmm.
He's a young quarterback who's going to get confused a little bit. He's going to also get better, I think, and as he gets more experience. But Aaron Glenn does a great job of bringing pressure from all different angles in all different ways. And, D said corner blitzes, safety blitzes, and even Jack Campbell is going to get through. I think it's going to be with the linebackers more than anything else. That's where the pressure is going to come from, but you don't know which linebacker's coming. And that's how they can disguise things, which is really, really good, let alone the fact that you're going to win most of your battles with Aiden Hutchinson.
Doug is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Doug?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys. It's a good show. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The last gentleman just called, kind of took a little bit what I was going to say. But I have no problem with the offense. They're going to come alive. They're going to be doing just fine. But my big thing this year is the defense. How much better the defense is this year with the linebackers with Hutchinson and all the other guys that have come to life. So that's my opinion. With the defense, will probably win the game. That's just my opinion.
Doug, some of the trends with this defense are remarkable. Look, we hoped that they would be improved against the run. Well, they've gone from 29th to 1st in the NFL. And you can get statistical anomalies early in a season, but the reality is they have shut down running backs who shredded others. Bijan Robinson has shredded others. Kenneth Walker has shredded others. And the Lions have shut these running backs down in their games against Detroit. And it's not like they've not faced anybody. They've simply taken care of business. Isaac Pacheco has shredded others. But Detroit, they haven't done anything against Detroit.
You hit the nail on the head right there. I think for the first time in my lifetime, I've been a Lions fan forever. Been disappointed many, many, many times. But I've never seen a team like this since I've been alive. So it's an exciting time to be a Lions fan.
No doubt about it. 248-539-9797. Ray is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ray.
Hey, fellas. How we doing?
Doing good.
All right, Ray.
Love the show, man. Just moved back here from Iowa, and I'm so happy to be listening to you guys. I can't even tell you.
That's great.
But anyways, so J-Mo. This guy hasn't even played yet, right? How long has it been since he played? So what my opinion would be, what I would love to see is just package him up, trade him to the Raiders, and get Davante Adams in here before the deadline, and then really make a go at it with the offense too.
Interesting. So you want to put together a package that includes Jameson Williams to the Raiders for Davante Adams.
Yes. Yeah. That would give us some additional offense.
So what would have to happen between now and then? Like you wouldn't – this is an interesting idea, Ray, and I'm thinking it through as you brought it up. Okay, so between now and then, the Raiders would have to continue to sink, and the Lions would have to thrive.
See whether or not Adams even wants to be there. Or is he going to be? Is he going to say something?
He said some things that lead you. Didn't he say something? We're not serious about winning here.
Yeah, something like that.
So, and if the Raiders start a rebuild and just say, "All right, we'll take this guy and some draft capital,"
the Raiders should deal him. They're going nowhere. They should get something in return for that investment. All right, they were paying him too much to begin with. They got excited. They matched him up with his college quarterback, and then they let the college quarterback go. So what is it there? Garoppolo and Adams? I mean, yeah.
It's an interesting thought. I mean, here the thing is, they got 4 weeks, right? 4 weeks to the trade deadline. In that 4 weeks, Jameson Williams would have to show you something that would interest the Raiders.
Well, that's the other side of it. He has to be really good in those 4 weeks, because if he's not, then you're really going to have to sweeten the deal if you wanted to do something like that.
And if you're the Lions, if he's showing you something, if he's really good, you'd be compelled not to trade him, right? So it's almost kind of impossible because if he's really good and the Raiders have interest, then you probably have less interest if he's really good.
Because you'll have him for a heck of a lot cheaper than what Davante Adams is, and he's younger.
And you're getting on board at the ground level. So could they thread the needle where he's good sometimes? I don't know, but Davante Adams is a possible trade candidate, sure.
But I think he's priced himself out of because he's got a long-term deal. So has he priced himself?
He's got an out. Hold on. Because I've looked this up at the beginning of the year when I made a bold-ass prediction the Lions would trade for him. Davante Adams' cap hit. He's under contract for 4 more years. His cap hit this year is 14.7. Next year it's 25.3, which is huge. And there's an out after next year, so you can get out of the contract for 15.7.
Yeah, I think he's a heck of a receiver. How old will he be at that point?
30. He'll be 32 next year.
So you're already north of 30, and you're paying a guy $25 million for next season?
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Got a dude call from Alabama today, listening on the Odyssey app. You can listen anywhere in the United States and Canada. It's free. Plus, you can stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Also, stream with video on Twitch. If you're watching on video, you can see stuff like our studio kind of catch on fire. It was a candle. Engineers are going to come running. It was a candle that went out, and we didn't know it was on. And so all of a sudden, we saw smoke, and we panicked. But twitch.tv, there we are with video. You can see the show, and you can participate in the streaming chat. Same thing with YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search up 971 The Ticket. It's Carson Anderson. All right, something very unique happened in sports over the course of the last 40 years. It's very, very unique, and we got to talk about it today. I'll explain today at 12:31. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
And you won't share. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
this team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Kang behind the glass. Kenny answering phones. Evan running around, making people laugh here at the building. Lori updating people on Taylor Swift. Stoney lingering. That's what's going on. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. All right, so, Gators, something very unique. I guess an era kind of ended yesterday with the news of Dick Butkus's passing. The Chicago Bear legend. We're not going to spend a ton of time paying homage to him other than to say this. I can't think of a player from a rival town that was just most universally respected as a badass. Acknowledged and respected as a badass. Do you remember anybody in Detroit saying, God, I hate that effort Dick Butkus? Or was it just like nothing but respect for Dick Butkus?
I mean, I never saw him play live because he was done playing by the time I got into football. So he's part of that generation just before me. But obviously I knew of the legend of Dick Butkus, and you go and watch the highlights, and it's awesome. You know, the violence on the field, and yet the athlete that he was. I've seen it the last couple of days. I've seen some amazing plays that he's been involved with, catching touchdown passes, one on a failed field goal attempt, which is so spectacular. Funny. And I think that, there was a guy who played with the Bears, Walter Payton, I think is another one who's universally revered and
it's fair.
Was an absolute badass on the field. Walter Payton's running style was amazing. The punishment that he took, I mean, that was a guy who was carrying the ball 300 times every single season and did it for, 12, 14 years, whatever it was. He was amazing.
So I got a question for you. Who is Detroit's current badass in sports? I think I have an answer, but I'm not sure if the answer is weak or the answer is awesome.
Current badass.
Yep.
Like that's universally respected, or that's just like that's a bad dude.
I'm not trying to put him on Dick Butkus level. I'm just saying here in Detroit, who is our badass right now? Like back in the day, our badass was Chris Spielman.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, our badass was Bob Probert. Back in the day, our badass was Ben Wallace. Like, you can think of guys that fit this category.
Yeah. And so right now I'm having a hard time matching it up with that. I think maybe when the season's done, we'll think of a Detroit Lion that fits that bill. But my guy right now is Frank Ragnow.
Okay.
Because what he goes through to play, I mean, he's got this injury on his foot that is horrendous, but he's playing through it. And he's one of the best at his position to play the game. He's got a little of a mean streak to him when he plays, and off the field, he's like an amazing guy.
So, a couple things here.
Penei Sewell might be a better call on that.
I like Penei Sewell. That's my guy.
Yeah.
He's a badass. It's just he's so young.
He is a badass. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is it Penei Sewell? You see him on the field being all badass.
He's revving up the guys. He's giving the pregame speech. He doesn't take crap from no one on the other team. You see that stare down with Rashawn Gary?
Yeah, that thing was great.
I mean, we all know about the Aaron Donald thing when he came into the league. He doesn't back down from anyone. He's been voted a team captain, and he's 22 years old. I could see that guy being, here for the next decade, and just everyone just looks up. We got to be like Penei, so he sets the tone. He's the culture guy.
That's a good answer, and it might be better than what I was thinking, because I kind of felt like our badass is Dan Campbell.
He's a badass, yeah, for sure. But I think I see what you're trying to do there. But if you had a redo here, would you say Penei Sewell?
Penei Sewell's pretty good
because Penei Sewell kind of embodies what Dan Campbell's about.
Yep,
and he's
he's no nonsense.
20 years younger, and he's just going to knock your head off.
I think when you think Dick Butkus, you think throwback. Who's closest to a throwback?
Yeah.
I think Penei Sewell is a throwback. I mean, whatever position you want him to play, he doesn't make any excuses.
When I was trying to think of who would qualify, a guy who plays like it, but he doesn't fight is Mo Sider. Mo Sider's ability to carry the puck and hit you while he's doing it is pretty amazing.
Sider's a good one.
There's plenty of examples of him doling out punishment.
Yes, and he stands up to it, and he'll absolutely give it back to you.
But he's kind of a kid.
But it's a different game today than what it was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's harder to be a badass.
It is harder, I mean, it's because you bring up Bob Probert, you go Bob Probert and Joe Kocur. Those were badasses. No disrespect to Darren McCarty. McCarty was great in his own right in what he did, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think Darren McCarty brought fear into the opposition like Probert and Kocur. Those guys were feared. McCarty was respected because he did what he had to do, and you knew that he was going to be called on to add some physicality. Here it is. But Bob Probert was like the other team. Like, no, I'm done. I'm out. I don't want to do this. I'm tapping out. I'm just going to hang out of the jersey for dear life, and if I have to go to the ice, I'm going to go to the ice, but I'm not going to take a punch because that guy is going to level me. And same thing with Joe Kocur, jackhammers for fists.
Just something to think about in honor of Dick Butkus, who was a universally acknowledged badass, who is Detroit's current badass. 248-539-9797. Andrew, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're good.
Good. All right. So you guys are on the right track. But Detroit's current badass is the core of the Lions. You said it right. Dan Campbell starts with him. You got Penei Sewell on the O-line. You got Hutch on the D-line. Wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown. And, of course, Jared Goff. Now, in all their own ways, depending on their position and what that team needs, they all are going to, what you're going to get from them. They're going to relentlessly grind, and they're just going to wear you down over the course of 4 quarters. All 4 of them doing exactly what they're supposed to do. So, as the core, we don't have that, individual, that's our guy. But, that core right there, obviously turning the Lions around just by pure badassery. Just relentless, boys.
I mean, your case is strong, and
I think Sewell is that guy. I think the more we talk this through, I think that is Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
I think that guy takes everything personally out there on the field, dishes it out. He's going to be the first to defend his teammates.
I love that part about him, too. He'll have your back no matter what.
Might have to take a dumb penalty to do it, but he'll do it.
And he's at a position still that you can get physical, pancake blocks, things like that. Because I think sports overall, because of safety reasons and things like that, but it's harder to be physical. Be like, beef stew would come to my mind, but you just can't be as physical in basketball as you used to.
Correct.
So it's just tough to be a badass if you can't lay the lumber on someone once in a while. I mean, you saw how he went after LeBron.
I loved it.
He lost it, but he wasn't taking crap from anybody.
No, that's a great example, right? Because of all people, LeBron James, right? Screw that. I don't care who you are.
You hit me in the face,
Look,
man.
I'm bleeding right now because you're being a dumbass.
No one makes me bleed my own blood.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson. In the meantime, we are feeling very, I'll go ahead and say it, Gator, we're feeling very chesty about the Lions' chances this weekend against the Carolina Panthers, and don't feel like we're really going out on a limb.
No, I think there's reason for us to be chesty.
Yep.
This team is a better team than what they were last year, and Carolina is a worse team than what they were last year.
Sure.
The only thing, you just got to keep focus, and I think that because this team got embarrassed against Carolina last year, it's different than when we look at the Seattle games, right? Seattle last year, they beat us by a field goal, right? Beat the Lions by a field goal. They made the playoffs and all that stuff. And I really was expecting the Lions to have a better showing against Seattle a couple weeks ago, but they didn't. And Seattle's a good football team. But Carolina, what they did was embarrassing to the Lions. They turned the ball over. They committed stupid penalties. They gave up over 320 yards on the ground in one single football game to Carolina.
Yep.
I mean, come on. That's going to stick with them. And they could say, "Oh no, it's not going to." And I know they asked Alex Anzalone earlier in the week. There was a quote about, which hurt more, losing to Carolina last year or playing on that field, because the field was in such bad shape. And he laughed. He goes, "Oh, the field by far." Like, no, it's got to be how you felt afterwards. You walk into the locker room, and you just lost to Carolina. And then at the end of the season, when it's all said and done, that game prevented you from getting to the playoffs.
And they lost in a demoralizing way.
Yeah, it was demoralizing for the players and more so for the fan base. Maybe I'm projecting too much what the fans feel. Like I personally was embarrassed by that. I was watching that product on TV and going, "This just happened? Are you serious?"
Mm-hmm.
That was disgusting. It's one of the worst football games I've ever seen this team play.
Well, it's one of the worst football games this incarnation of the Lions played, for sure. But there's really no trends that happened in that game that seemed like they translate to this game at all. It's different quarterback, different team, different, everything for Carolina, and for Detroit, completely different defense. 248-539-9797. Another edition of Would You Buy coming up today at 12:50. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. They snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you're thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. It's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL, must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but...
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the...
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
Did you have dinner with Tirico the other day?
No.
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about...
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Even Rutgers?
Yep. I'll get to that in a minute. Isaiah Stewart, Kevin in West Bloomfield writes, Isaiah Stewart, he would have easily been suspended for many games if he had gotten to LeBron James that one time. Unnamed texter, this is easy. Hutch is the current Detroit badass.
I don't look at him as a badass. I look at him as a great player, but not like I think he's having too much fun to be like the badass.
Right.
He seems like he's too much of a good guy to be that darker side, and maybe that'll be proven differently in the years to come. But do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think he's a hell of a player.
Yeah, he's relentless. Motor's always running.
Yeah.
Badass implies some sort of
sinister,
dark edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have a badass eating quinoa. You read that story, Gator?
You are let down. Like, I'm starting to think that you've lost faith in Hutch.
I don't like quinoa. There's
quinoa.
spheres of flavorless air.
What about people named Joaquin?
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, so what is he doing now?
Yeah, so, I mean, because he's an elite athlete, he's taking care of his body as he should.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the next steps, as you become a professional, is he's changing his diet. And Birchie had an article on it. He wrote on our website about a quote from Hutch that how he's given up chicken tender pitas for quinoa. I love a chicken tender pita, man. What can I say?
Giving up the chicken tender pita.
Mm-hmm.
Giving that up, and he's replacing it with just quinoa?
Well, I'm sure amongst other things. But
Describe for the people how you described quinoa to me today.
Yeah, it's like spheres of air, of nothingness, flavorless. And it's it's annoying to cook and clean up, and just, I don't like quinoa.
Like couscous?
I mean, couscous has some more flavor in it because it's the other stuff, but like as quinoa by itself.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. And it is disappointing. Like, if you're going to give up the chicken thing, how about get the grilled chicken?
Yeah, go grilled chicken.
There you go.
Extra veggies or something if you want to get healthier. Maybe no mayo or no ranch or honey mustard.
You might find this shocking, but I like quinoa.
Well, that's why you're not Detroit's badass.
Right. You're right, Doug. I am shocked.
Should I play the breaking news sounder?
Yes, absolutely. Wait a minute.
This just in.
Wait a second.
At this hour, it's being reported.
Oh, I have it on good authority. Sources tell me Doug Karsh likes quinoa.
I think badass, I feel like you got to drink motor oil, eat raw meat or something.
Yeah,
I don't know. Hunt.
Yeah, I think I would never qualify under anybody's definition as a badass.
I mean, what's edgy? The black mark he puts on his face?
Oh, the what movie is that? It's the Mel Gibson movie. That's why he does
Braveheart?
it. Yeah, Braveheart. Yeah. Is that? Can you be a badass and do dance celebrations?
I don't think you can. Not that dance celebration. Not whatever the hell it is that he's doing. Although
he was doing
I
the
want
stanky leg.
Yeah, well, and then I told you before, that scares me because it looks like he just tore his Achilles when he does it. I don't want to see that, but at the same time, I want to see it often.
Because he did something good.
Yeah, it means he gets to the quarterback, which that's his job. He's a hell of a player.
All right, more feedback on who. This is in honor of Dick Butkus, a universally acknowledged badass who passed away yesterday, who's Detroit's current badass. Unnamed texter says, currently and will grow, Mo Sider is Detroit's badass. And then he writes, football is St. Brown. See, I don't think of Amon-Ra St. Brown as a badass. He's awesome.
I think here's what I love about him is that he's tough as nails, and he's let everybody know that he is not forgetting who was drafted ahead of him, and that story comes up all the time. And
he's got an edge to him.
Yeah,
sure.
And obviously the whole workout thing, and who his father is, and
his dad's a badass.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about that. Okay, Gator, I'm gonna circle back to this text. Is Ronnie Lott an example of a total badass?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, you cut off your own finger because...
Well, the choices were you're out of the game or we can cut this off.
Oh, sorry, I don't think he cut it off. I think he had a surgeon cut it off. But yeah.
Anyway, feedback. Brian Branch is going to be because he plays like Ronnie Lott.
Okay.
It's this unnamed texter.
Look, Ronnie Lott hit like a truck to begin with. We've seen a couple plays that Brian Branch has made. He's got is a potential down the road that people will start comparing him to Ronnie Lott?
Yes.
Maybe. I mean, if he continues to hitting like that, yeah. But Ronnie Lott was like, that's the gold standard.
Yep. Perch in Chesterfield says, Jalen Duren is for sure our badass. Dude tries hard and is tough as hell while still being really, really young.
I like that. But I agree with Kang, though. It's tough to do it in the NBA because they don't let you be as physical as they used to. It's amazing when you watch highlights of the 80s.
Oh, dude, are you kidding?
What they let happen?
There's muggings going on.
I was
it's assault.
Flat out brawls. And they're like, yeah, okay, we just settled up. You got a technical and you got a technical.
Maybe a personal foul.
Right, yeah.
So Dick Butkus passes away, and last night SportsCenter goes to like all Butkus all the time.
Yeah.
And they're showing highlight, and I'm like, personal foul.
Right.
Targeting, personal foul, illegal roughness. That's roughing the quarterback. Like
it's hands to the face mask, unnecessary roughness, and roughing the quarterback all in the same play.
It was play after play after play consecutively that would not be allowed today.
Right. All done after the whistle.
Was every Butkus highlight. Yeah. It's actually comical because we are now like totally conditioned to what is a play that is going to get flagged. And I was like, flag, that's 15 yards. That's a probable ejection. He's fine there. He's suspended there.
I'm watching the college game last night, Western Kentucky and Louisiana Tech, and there was a play where the quarterback for Louisiana Tech delivered a ball. He was like throwing a screen pass that got kind of tipped, and then he got pushed a little bit late by a defensive lineman. And then there was another guy standing there from the defense that just kind of stood his ground and threw his shoulder into him. It was well after the play, and it gets they throw a flag on it for roughing the quarterback, which was, all right, I mean, we know this is it. We're conditioned today to say, yeah, that's roughing the quarterback because you hit him well after the play. And the announcer, I forget who the announcer was, he's like, I mean, is it roughing? It wasn't the biggest hit we've ever seen, but yeah, I guess. But Dick Butkus.
It's play after play.
I watched Deacon Jones highlights where he's the head slap. Literally, that's what he was known for, is slapping a guy in the head, giving him concussions on shot after shot. And then they had to come up with rules saying, oh, by the way, you can't do that. You didn't know it ahead of time?
Well, I think they were actually taught to hit the quarterback after the whistle. Hey, he released the ball. Go ahead and hit him.
The quarterbacks that played in like the 70s and 80s must watch football today and just go, dude.
Seriously. The most amazing thing I've seen, they had the Joe Namath documentary on HBO years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the Joe Namath was so respected by the rest of the league, by the rest of the players, that by the end of his career, when his knees were totally shot and he could barely stand, but he's still playing, right? That some guy would have a clear shot on Joe Namath, and they wouldn't take it. They'd let him throw the ball, and then they would maybe hit him, but stop and hold him and prevent him from going to the ground. They literally helped him up after every opportunity they could. They respected him so much. That wouldn't happen today.
No.
Guys, I get a shot at you. We're going to do it. But guys don't get the respect that someone like him had, because he went through all that crap before. The reason he couldn't walk around as much is because guys would hit him in the knees week after week after week after week.
They'd shoot for
different. It was a different game.
Now you get Brady ruled.
Yeah. Tuck.
All right, we're gonna push some stuff back. Get to your phone calls. Jacob, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, how's it going, Doug?
Good, thank you.
All right, so my suggestion for badass for Detroit right now was John Kaminsky. That guy's a dog. I mean, he just seems like he's always in the face of the quarterback. Maybe he's not necessarily getting sacked, but he's always pushing guys around. And then the moment that I thought he was the badass of Detroit right now was when DK Metcalf tried to get in his face and he did that shoulder shrug. And I don't know if you've seen that clip, but I thought it was just amazing because he's like, dude, what are you going to do right now?
No,
get off me.
It's what's funny about it is I wouldn't think of him as the Detroit definitive badass, but I think John Kaminsky is a badass. Yeah, I think he qualifies.
The Lions used to have one.
Chris Spielman.
Well, I mean,
Benny
much more recently than that. And Ndamukong Suh.
Oh yeah,
was. I mean,
we wouldn't have a topic when he was here. We'd be like, well, we know who it is.
Yeah.
Let's go to Will. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Will.
Will.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right, Will.
I don't even see how it can be debated. It's Penei Sewell. He's got the Aaron Donald situation already, which is awesome. And then last year in that Packers game, when he caught the first down, he almost ripped that dude's head off for trying to knock the ball out of his hand.
It's a great call, and it's kind of what we've decided on, and agree with you completely.
Plus, what a receiver.
Oh, yeah, no, exactly.
I mean, you've got to be a badass to be a captain at the age of 22. Your team has to really respect you, right?
It's about respect.
It's Carson Anderson. We'll have our picks today at 1:38. 97.1 The Ticket.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yep. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. We're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
That sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, let's get to work.
Michigan State has a week
It's
off.
a Tuesday.
Michigan taking on Minnesota.
It's
We'll have a little bit
October.
about the Wolverines
It's
and the
85
Golden
degrees
Gophers
out.
coming up in a few minutes.
And I have no
First
football
Gator,
to watch.
Another
All right.
edition of Would You Buy?
Okay.
The Powerball's at $1.4 billion.
That's right.
Drawing is tomorrow.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Have you figured out when you... Did I see you give Cheryl money earlier for the station?
I did.
Yeah. Kang, are you in this week?
Was that for the lotto tickets or that was something else?
For the lotto tickets.
Oh, okay. All right.
Powerball.
Just making
Yes.
sure. No, I did not get on the station. I feel like I said they already started this thing. I'm not jumping in.
Okay. So you also...
But I'll buy on my own, though.
Okay. When are you planning on going by?
Today.
You going
Tonight.
Today?
Right after the show.
And Gator, have you figured out when you're
Well,
going?
it'll happen today or tomorrow. I mean, I will buy my own tickets, yeah.
All right, so if you win, would you buy?
Okay.
Yes.
If you win, would you buy some very expensive jewelry for yourself and wear it?
I think this is kind of funny to ask. Well, frankly, both of us.
It just doesn't seem like either of your personality.
Not really on brand for it.
I would. I don't have the money. I would.
Would you?
Yeah.
All blinged
I
up?
might walk out with a crown. I don't know.
That'd be amazing.
King Kang.
King Kang.
Yeah. In
King
the house.
Kang.
No.
And have that as your entrance music?
Seriously, I don't know if Gator would, but I would, Doug. I definitely would.
Okay.
Now, it wouldn't. I'd get a nice watch for sure. A real, like a Rolex or something even more expensive I can't pronounce. Like maybe a chain, but definitely a nice watch for sure.
Like I have a necklace that I haven't worn in a couple of years.
Oh no, you wear it sometimes.
Yeah, well, I haven't worn it. Literally,
shells.
it's puka shell. I haven't worn it in a couple of years. I took it off a couple of years ago, and I just haven't put it back on. But I before that, I had worn it for 20-something straight years. So would I go back to? Would I get a different chain? Maybe. Would I get like you said, a nice watch? I could see myself getting a nice watch. But like blinging it up and getting several rings, I've never once worn a ring on my finger.
I'm not wearing a ring.
The only time I get that is if I ever get married, then the ring will go on there. But otherwise, I don't have pierced ears. I'm not getting earrings or anything like that, or a nose ring or anything else.
So I would
There's
get
no Prince Albert here, my friends.
or maybe Prince Gator. No, I wouldn't get rings or a bracelet.
Yeah, no bracelet.
But
I do have a bracelet, but I don't wear it often.
I would get a chain and a watch.
Well, gold fronts. Either you get gold fronts,
No.
diamond encrusted.
So that's the other thing is I'm not a gold guy. I like silver better than gold in terms of
Silver fronts, Gator. Would you get silver fronts?
be like Master P.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't get one of those big pendants either, though. You know, the ones that are like whatever, and anything, they go kind of over the top, whether it's a big
Just
gator
a
or something.
Just a nice stick pin.
Yeah.
All right, next up. You win the Powerball. Would you invest or start your own brewery or distillery?
Yes. I think
I knew you'd say yes
I
to
think
this.
I would do that. I think I would meet up with some people in Mexico, the Jalisco region of Mexico, and come up with a tequila that specifically I want.
So you.
That, you know, find the nuances and this is the flavor I'm looking for, the flavor profile I'm looking for.
Doug, would it be a pizza flavored tequila?
Could be.
No.
That's your restaurant,
It would be
Pantalones.
tequila flavored tequila, but it would be, you know, subtle hints of
What, pepperoni?
No. More, it'd be more on the sweeter side than the typical
So it's a ham and
sour
onion.
face.
Mm.
Yes, yeah, subtle hints of red onion and
Is that
chickpeas.
Parmesan? Is that Parmesan? Am I
Is that
tasting?
feta?
But
Is that fire and brimstone?
You would start your own line of tequila.
Yes.
All right. Would you call that Pantalones?
Probably not.
Okay.
I love it, Gator. That's great. Yeah, I'd go.
I think it could be called El Gator.
I like it.
I'd go distillery as well, and it'd probably be whiskey. But yeah, I love the tequila idea. I'd go whiskey.
Okay.
It'd be fun to walk through your own distillery.
It'd be a lot of fun. I mean, and the thing is, like, if you want to do it quickly, you take over an existing one to do it. But starting from scratch is.
You go buy an old abandoned brick warehouse somewhere, and that becomes your distillery.
Well, but if you're doing whiskey, because you got to age it, right? So that's going to take years before you end up putting out the product. With tequila, you know, it's the first pressing. Boom, you've got a silver tequila. You want to age it for a few months, you've got your reposado. You want to age it for a couple years, you got añejo. You want to age it for a couple more years, you got extra añejo. But the problem is you've got to grow the agave plants, and that takes forever. So, but I'm willing to take that.
And you're doing it in Mexico, so you're not buying a brick warehouse. You're getting like
I
an old,
don't have a warehouse in you know.
Aztec temple he buys and all rustic.
I don't even know if you can do. Can you plant agave in like greenhouses in Michigan? I don't know if you can do that.
You're asking the wrong dude.
Yeah, I'm not a botanist. I don't know, but yes, I would definitely consider that.
Yeah, science the F out of it, man.
Yeah.
And so, Kang, you go whiskey,
Yeah.
Gator go tequila. All right, gotcha. Now all you got to do is win. I look forward to walking through your distillery.
I look forward to giving you a tour.
Yeah.
What about mine?
When I get to Mexico, I look forward to walking through your ancient Aztec ruined distillery.
Doug does go to Cabo.
He does.
Been to Cabo, yeah. Been to Rocky Point. That's the one where you have to avoid the beheading part. But okay.
Oh, it just got dark.
Yeah. So we mentioned we get to some Michigan, Minnesota. Gophers have a stable of running backs, led by Detroit's own Darius Taylor, rushed for 530-something yards in 4 games, got hurt, didn't play last week, but had a chance to rewatch their blown lead against Northwestern last night. They were up 31-10 in the fourth quarter. Watching a team implode and the colossal mistake after colossal mistake. I'd seen the highlight. I didn't realize it was in that game at that time. Northwestern came back and scored 2 touchdowns to make it 31-24. Did you see the highlight of the Minnesota kid that was on a punt that backed up, put his heels on the goal line, but then kept backing up, backed all the way into the end zone, and the ball like rolled to him, and he downed it like, got it. And he was 2 yards deep in the end zone. Did you see that highlight?
I did not see it. It's a low light.
Okay, that was like with a minute and a half to go and Northwestern down 7. Had he downed it at the 1 yard line, Northwestern would have had to go 98, 99 yards.
Right.
Instead, he literally let it roll into the end zone and downed it there very intentionally. So Northwestern only had to go 80 yards. Then in that 80-yard drive, it included a terrible face mask penalty. Like a terrible face mask penalty. And there was other, like, just shoot yourself in the foot mistakes. I mean, Minnesota really. Oh, in overtime, Spanford, their big tight end, who was their leading receiver last year, has done very little this year.
Last name is Spanford. I don't know what his first name is.
Yes, last name is Spanford. He had a ball in his hands in the end zone in overtime that he dropped. Didn't catch it. They kicked a field goal. Northwestern got it, scored a touchdown, and won the game. It was colossal mistakes to blow that lead. Minnesota should be 4-1.
They should be 4-1.
Yep.
And I think it's one of your typical PJ Fleck teams. They could win 8-9 games this year, and it's remarkable what he has done, the consistency that he's built there. They don't have this great team.
They're not a great team. But
their quarterback is not good, but they're getting it done with defense and running the football. Callie McManus is just he's turned the ball over. He's not accurate at all. But last week, it was last week or the week before, he was accurate. It was like 12 of 14 in the game. But with both of these teams, they both know how to be disciplined. They're not teams that take a lot of penalties, commit a lot of penalties.
2 and 3 in the country, and fewest penalties committed, Michigan and Minnesota.
Minnesota runs for over 190 yards a game. Michigan's over 180 yards a game. They both know how to run the football. You expect Michigan will run it very well because they are the better team. They got the better offensive line. But this is what Minnesota's DNA is all about, running the football. That's their rowing the boat. This is what we're going to do. And I think this is still a runaway win for the Wolverines. Michigan's defense has been on display all season long. They don't give up points. They haven't given up double digits in a game yet this year. And I think you told me yesterday that the first team defense has only given up 13 points all season long. Given they haven't played anybody, this is the first game that they're going to play. I think Minnesota's better than Rutgers, but it's a one-dimensional team that they're playing. This is not some multi-level offense that you have to worry about. If you're Michigan, you're stopping the run. That's it. And I'll take my chances one-on-one with the putting the corners on an island.
Corey Crooms could be a problem. Minnesota's, in my opinion, their best wide receiver. And is it Zach Taylor? Is he the other freshman, the redshirt freshman running back? Zach Evans?
Yeah.
20. He looks like he's got some ability, but
if you put Will Johnson on Crooms, and then you're sticking 8 guys in the front seven, you have a front 8 instead of a front 7, then you're going to stop the run.
Yes, that's what you like to do. Michigan's defense has been very good, and Zach Evans runs like he's mad at the ground. That's his running style.
Well, like I said, they can run the football, or they have shown that they can run the football. Will they be able to run against Michigan is the question.
All right, we're on the air tomorrow. Pregame show on our brother station, WWJ, at 4:30. Pregame show starts at 6:30. Kickoff just after 7:30.
Night game.
Yeah, am I the only one that hates night games?
No, I don't like night.
Okay.
Not when our teams are involved. I want to watch. I want to.
Right.
I'd like to be out and about on a Saturday night.
All right, here we go. Time to empty the bucket.
Wow. Yeah. So this is stuff that you wanted to get to last week you didn't get to?
Yeah, there wasn't a whole ton from the Nebraska game, but it is completely useless information I didn't get to use and you didn't want to hear. Nebraska last week had 2 running backs from Buford, Georgia.
Are you serious?
And that concludes emptying the bucket.
Wow. So you did not you did not mispronounce the one player's name, because I put that in your head with the
Nash Hutmaker.
Yeah.
I did not mispronounce Nash Hutmaker.
I tried to get you to say Hash Nutmaker.
Hash Nutmaker. No, I did not. It was Nat Hushmaker, 3-time wrestling high school champion. There's some more, but I use that on the air.
I'm sure but you got through the name without screwing it up.
That is correct.
Did you go afterwards?
No, I kind of forgot that you had planted that seed to try and get me to screw up. But that's what guys do to each other.
Nutmaker.
All right. Why are we so confident that the Lions beat Carolina? We'll get to that today at 1:18 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're looking for a great place to watch the game, the best place around is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. They've got great drink specials all the time. They have flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. There's not a bad seat in the house. They have the best wings in town. They're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays, and the atmosphere is absolutely fantastic right there in the heart of downtown Berkeley. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill also has the shuttle bus that can take you downtown to all those Sunday football games that are played at home. Yep, get on that shuttle bus. This way you avoid all the parking and the traffic nightmares, but you're going to want to register early because that thing can fill up really quickly. And speaking of drink specials, you get $4 drafts of Miller Lite and Coors Light every time Michigan and Michigan State are playing. And for all the Sunday football games, you get $4 drafts of Miller Lite. And you catch the baseball playoffs there as well. They're going to be great specials all day, every day. Check them out at 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and also Instagram. That way you can find out about all their great contests they have. You want a party or an event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work. The service is great. The food's even better. You can check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. It's my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today. No. And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. 248-539-9797. Glad to be with you on a Friday. Red Wings start their season a week from yesterday.
This team it's 4 games.
There's no way.
None of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably
so he led
consistent
all Wings forwards.
This team is. time, ice time. Yeah, over 20 minutes of ice time. Top 10 passing team. Also they're a top 10 rushing team.
Was that second of the preseason?
They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like it's everything is just like I think he's got 5 points. I think 8th in the NFL in scoring total. That's just all offensive. The fact that he's played in 5 of the 7 games to this point, I think that's pretty impressive. They say that the game tomorrow night is the closest thing you get to a dry run at this season, and that most of the starters would be playing, and you get an inkling of who's going to make this squad. But Newsy left it open that it's possible that we could give some other guys more of a look if we think that they're on the bubble. So if Nate Danielson is suited up tomorrow, I think he's got a real shot of making the team if he suits up tomorrow. If he doesn't suit up tomorrow, then no, they'll just send him to Grand Rapids or wherever.
At 18.
At 18. Well, I think he might now be 19. I think he had his birthday right around this time.
Did he?
Believe so. Had to double check that. But it would be amazing because this is not typical of the Red Wings to promote somebody that quickly.
September 27th, he turned 19.
Okay, so he's literally just a week ago.
At 19.
At 19.
Okay, so Lions take
a few months after being drafted, yeah.
Lions take on Carolina on Sunday. We mentioned earlier Detroit's offense has scored at least 20 points in 13 straight games. That's tied for the longest streak in Detroit Lions history, dating back to the mid-90s. Carolina has allowed 20 points in every game this season. Carolina's defense banged up. Dante Jackson is questionable with a shoulder. J.C. Horn, their other starting corner, is out with a hammy. Xavier Woods is a non-participant at practice. He also has a hamstring. Their defense, they're good up front, but Detroit is getting healthy. Dan Campbell said earlier today he expects Hal Vaitai to play, which means they might have that healthy offensive line back together for the second time in the last couple of years. And I love this matchup for Detroit. Carolina is one of the worst teams against the run in terms of yards per carry, which I think is a very telling statistic. They have not been good at stopping the run. Detroit is capable in the run game. They're capable in protecting the quarterback. The sack rate against is one of the best in the NFL. It feels like they have the perfect team to deal with Carolina's defense and what they're good at. On top of that, with their secondary banged up and Detroit's passing game, again, top 10 in the NFL. I just love this matchup when Detroit has the football. When Detroit is on defense, last time they played Carolina, it was pathetic. Carolina rushed for 320 yards, but Detroit hasn't allowed 320 yards rushing all season. Combined 4 games, they haven't allowed 320 rushing yards. They have the best rush defense in the NFL so far statistically. And Carolina, through 4 games, they just passed the 320 mark for the entire season last week against Minnesota. Carolina didn't score an offensive touchdown last week against Minnesota. So, barring a major Detroit letdown of some sort of, colossal mistake-filled epic performance, I love Detroit's chances in this game.
I love their chances too. I think, all those reasons you give, I think the revenge factor, if you will, or it's just the embarrassment factor, what they went through last year. To lose to that Carolina team as badly as they did, to give up 320-something yards rushing is flat out embarrassing. And this is not that same team. This is a much better team with all the additions they made in the offseason to shore up the defense. And right now, this defense is giving up less than 61 yards a game on the ground. So I fully expect the Lions to be able to handle Carolina. But I'm not discounting that. I think Carolina can show some improvement too, because it's a team that's going to be growing a little bit more each week. They've got the young quarterback. He's going through growing pains, and he does have talent. There's a reason he was drafted first overall. But I don't think he's going to all of a sudden wake up on Sunday, get out there on the field, and throw for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns. I don't think that's in him right now. So I fully expect the Lions to be able to handle the Carolina Panthers.
Dan Campbell today said that Amon-Ra St. Brown won't be practicing today. They'll know more about his status Saturday morning, according to Colton Pouncey. Also that Hal Vaitai his status for Sunday's game. Quote, he quotes Dan Campbell, "We're hopeful that we'll have him for this game in some capacity." So, I mean, the Lions are getting healthier, and they're getting Jamison Williams back. Now, I said earlier in the show, it feels to me like if he lives up to the billing, he's the final piece of this offense. I mean, he's played 78 career snaps. So the idea that he is going to hit the ground running on Sunday is unlikely. But if you missed the Ben Johnson soundbite we played, we'll play it again for you coming up. But they got a plan for him. And I put the number of receptions at 1.5 for this game. I think I'm going to take the over. I don't expect a massive impact. But I think if he's in the game, it means they want him in the game. They've got a plan for him, and they're going to try and get him the football.
I definitely think they're going to try to give him the football. I don't think they're going to force it to him, but I think they've got plays in mind that they think will work in certain situations. They're going to try to exploit that. I also expect that he's going to be on the field quite a bit as a player who's not going to be the number one option, not going to be the number two option, but he's going to be out there and will be integral in helping other guys get open because that speed has to be respected, and they will address that defensively. I'm sure that there's going to be there will be times when safeties are paying attention to where number 9 is on the field.
In the meantime, you know, if you look at Detroit's offense with Sam Laporta, him emerging as, I mean, is calling him a star right now too early? Is Sam Laporta a star?
I mean, I think he's second in the NFL in yards receiving for a tight end, or is he first for yards receiving and he's second in receptions? Either way, he's right up there. And I think he is a budding star right here. I'm amazed that he's gotten off to this great start, that they've utilized him as much as they have. The tight ends we've seen here come into their careers early on, whether it was Brandon Pettigrew or if it was, who's the guy from Carolina dropped all the passes that we got upset with?
Oh, you're Eric Ebron.
Or even TJ Hawkinson. You know, they each had their own way how they started off, and Hawkinson started off pretty quickly. But this guy is already ahead of that pace. He looks like he is a veteran out there. And the ability to run after he's got the ball is fantastic with him. Love it. And I love how he pairs well with the monster that is Brock Wright out there, and you know, with the Mitchell out there. I think they've got a good group of tight ends that are multi-purposeful and help the game in so many ways. They help out the running game for sure, but they're also integral in the passing game.
The other thing I think is interesting, and I'm not sure if this impacts the game at all, but the assistant head coach at Carolina is Deuce Staley. So Deuce Staley, he was here last year and has intimate knowledge of this team. I'm not sure how much that can help a team that is this big an underdog, but it's weird. Deuce Staley felt like a strong personality
because it was,
and now he's on the other side.
Yeah, and I think most years I would say, that gives them a little bit of an edge. But here's where I don't think it gives Carolina any edge, because Deuce Staley was in charge of running backs. It's a different running back room.
Yeah.
You didn't get to see Jahmyr Gibbs. You didn't get to see David Montgomery. I mean, he knows what David Montgomery is in the league because he's been in the league. But his guys were Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift. It's different. It's totally different. And the way that the Lions use Jahmyr Gibbs and will continue to use him and use him in the future is a little bit different than how they use Swift. So I don't think there's much of an advantage there, although I do think that players like Deuce Staley.
And he will have some insight on Ben Johnson.
Sure.
Yeah.
I was just going to say the same thing, Doug. I mean, at least schematically, he knows what Ben Johnson likes to do. Maybe he doesn't know how Gibbs and Montgomery run, but he knows what Ben Johnson likes to draw up and play. And Ben Johnson's always evolving, so he's not the same coach, as he was when Deuce Staley was there, but it is some knowledge. Doesn't mean he knows everything, but it's a little bit.
You know who else is on their staff at Carolina?
Todd Walsh, right? Is it Todd Walsh?
Wash?
Actually, I don't know. I'd have to look that up. Is he?
I don't know. You asked.
Okay.
I was guessing.
Why don't you just tell us?
That's not the name I was looking for. Jim Caldwell's on their staff.
I had no idea.
No. But Todd Wash indeed is on their staff. But Jim Caldwell is I'm going to look up his title, senior assistant. But
well, Frank Reich's the head coach. He quarterbacked here in Detroit for a little bit. But Sean Jefferson's the wide receivers coach. He coached receivers here for a little bit.
That was a while ago, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm just going through their staff. It's amazing. You mentioned Deuce Staley.
Caldwell was a while ago, too. So
Josh McCown played quarterback on this team.
I think Wayne Fonts is on their staff.
Yeah.
Dom Capers. Wasn't Dom Capers here last year?
Yes. Wasn't he like a defensive assistant or
what
something?
the hell's going on?
DJ Chark?
Yeah, Todd Wash, the defensive line coach, obviously.
Actually, Mark Brunell coaches their quarterbacks as well.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Tabor has the same last name as Tease Tabor. He was a draft pick.
Yeah.
A panther is kind of like a lion, a jungle cat.
Yeah. Brian Decker. Why does that sound familiar? Like he was part of the Lions.
Basketball player, Wisconsin.
He's related to Taylor Decker.
Sam Decker.
I don't know. That's
Is there any other obvious connection?
Yeah, come on. Who else, Gator?
Seriously, Staley could make a difference. Ben Johnson, but other than that, this is probably emptying the bucket, isn't it?
Well, you know what? When they did the Hard Knocks, Staley and Glenn used to go back and forth. I mean, of course, they were having fun, but Staley talked a lot.
Yeah, he did.
Except, you know what? Now it's real. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
They're number one against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent, and this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Okay.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Chris Jones equation, but.
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other day?
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I'll be in Minnesota. Our tailgate show starts at 4:30. I'll be mixing into that. I asked Jason Avant about one of the more famous plays in Michigan history. Happened in a Minnesota game when Michigan came from 28-7 down late. But they were down 14-0 when they ran the transcontinental back to John Navarre, and there were 3 offensive linemen out in front of him, and Navarre, the transcontinental being, he threw a pass out to Steve Breston on the left sideline. Breston threw it back to Navarre, who went like 30 yards for a touchdown. The 30-yard dash with the 3 offensive linemen and John Navarre took about 6 seconds. But he scored. And Jason Avant was on the field for that. So we'll get...
what was the final score of that game?
38-35, I believe. 38-35. Jacob Stewart, Ipsy's own. Pick 6, helped spark comeback. Anyone? No.
Do you just know all this because this is you, or have you watched old games this week, getting ready for this one, or
no? I've watched Minnesota this year.
So this is just you being an idiot savant.
Well, there's certain things you remember. I don't remember what I did yesterday, but I remember.
No, but you remember every Michigan game
that I've been at or watched.
But you've been at a lot of them.
Yes,
that's
not completely true. There was this era. I'm not even sure it really happened. It was post Lloyd Carr, pre Jim Harbaugh. I don't remember any games.
Oh, I can fill you on some of that.
Yeah, I bet you can. All right, we got If I Bet It coming up in a minute. We mentioned Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, who had said he had a plan for Jamison Williams. Downplayed it, but then kind of circled back and said, yeah, if he's in a game, if he's suiting up, if he's active, yeah, we got a plan. Okay, so would you bet the over on 1.5 touches?
Yes.
Okay. Kang, would you bet the over on 1.5 touches for Jamison Williams?
Yeah.
It sounds as though he's trending towards playing, but that hasn't been locked up and confirmed. It's funny how when Dan Campbell, somebody made a great point earlier in the show that Dan Campbell came out and said publicly this week, look, man, just show up and be in the right place. Really downplayed the expectation. Somebody made the call and said, I think he did that as much to take pressure off Jamison Williams, to let him know, not make him feel like he's got to go to the house every time he touches it. I thought it was an interesting perspective that this wasn't about tempering fans' expectations. It was about tempering J-Mo's expectations for himself, make him realistic, but also keep him comfortable. Just you be you, and you should be all right. So maybe that's exactly what Dan Campbell's doing.
Could be. I like the message. Just, if you guys all do what you're supposed to do, we're going to win games.
Mm-hmm.
So go win some games. Do what you're supposed to do. Go be great.
Yep. And you know what? The crazy thing, if he's not, Lions might be okay anyway. I mean, it would suck that they maybe blew this resource.
Well, we're not going to know based on one Sunday, but
yes, we will. No, we won't, of course. I hope he doesn't do anything that has him being a topic other than people are excited about him.
I agree with you. I hope he catches the passes that are thrown to him.
Anything
that
that's
are
thrown
catchable
to him, just catch it. But the learning curve for a player his age should be pretty steep.
Do you think he will draw a pass interference call?
No.
Or a defensive holding call?
No.
Kang, do you think?
I'll say no. I don't think he's gonna be targeted much. I think 1.5 is a great over/under number. I'm going with the over, but I don't think he's gonna catch 2 balls. My one, I think they're gonna give him an easy one. I think they just need to get the ball in his hands at least one time, a quick screen, or
I think you're right about that.
Something,
bubble screen.
Or something easy. Then the second catch is where we'll see. I got the over, of course, but it's not easy to get targets and catches in this league, especially when you've been out.
You know what I really want to see him do is being lined up as a wide receiver on the right side or the left side, right? And ball snapped, and he just drags the guy all the way across the field. And by the time he gets to the other hash, he's open, like wide open. And then you just deliver him the ball, and now he's got some space, and he can just take off and go.
He's wide open because he's that much faster than you.
Exactly. And to do something like that, you're going to need time to throw. Unfortunately, the Lions have a good offensive line.
All right, let's pick some games. Here we go, Gator. Last week, which was 2 weeks ago, you put together an unbelievable selection of picks. You went 2, 1, and 3.
That's right.
I went 3, 2, and 1.
You want to make money.
Gator is 9, 9, and 3. I am 10, 10, and 1. We are as
500 as you can be.
Yep, and even more so.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
I am.
I will start my college game. My first one's the Car House Lock of the Week.
Wow.
I like Rutgers getting points at Wisconsin, and they're getting 13. Wisconsin, it's a little bit of square peg round hole right now, and I like Rutgers secondary a lot. So I'm going to take Rutgers plus the points.
Notre Dame is at Louisville. I really like what Notre Dame's team does. I think with Estime at running back, it's just kind of methodical what they can do. Then I don't see Notre Dame throwing up a bunch of points on the board, but what I do see them is just being that methodical. The over-under set of 54. I like the under 54.
Next up, I've got an over. 2 teams. One has got a great offense. The other's got a great quarterback and great receiver. Missouri and LSU. The total on this is 65. Over 65. Big day for Brady Cook, Missouri. And against that LSU secondary, he might do it all by himself.
Yeah, LSU got humbled last week against Ole Miss, gave up, 700 yards in offense or something like that, and
they
55
held them under
points.
800.
Yeah, and 55 points. But they're better than that. And because they got humbled, they're going to come back this week. It's classic up down in college. They're giving, they're only giving up 4 points in this game. LSU is. They're on the road at Missouri. Missouri's hurt me before, and I probably shouldn't do this, but usually they hurt me when I bet on them, not against them. So I'm going LSU -4.
Final game. Take it for what it's worth. I've said it since the offseason. Maryland is going to make people work and might beat somebody. I'll take Maryland plus the 20 in Columbus against Ohio State.
It's a big number, but it's not 21. It's not 21. It's 20, Doug.
Thank you, Gator.
You're welcome. Virginia Tech is at Florida State, and the Hokies are getting 24 points in this one. Now, look, Florida State's the better team, but the games that Florida State has blown out opponents, they've been clearly the better team against this just, FCS-like competition. Virginia Tech is not that. Virginia Tech's not great, but they're not awful either. I love the 24 points.
Next up, we go to the National Football League. I will start Indy, by all accounts, getting Jonathan Taylor back. They're at home and getting 2.5 against Tennessee. I'll take Indy plus the 2.5.
Doug Richardson's done a great job at quarterback. Kang, nice call. Seeing the potential there. Many people did. I didn't buy into the hype. I thought it would take a little while before he realized it, but it's already season 1. His rookie year, he looks good. If you're going to give him Jonathan Taylor as well, it's my shoot the boot lock of the week. I love Indy getting 2.5 at home against Tennessee.
Next up, Pittsburgh. I'm sticking with Coach Tomlin. They're getting 4 playing host to Baltimore. I'll take Pittsburgh to bounce back.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett's playing in this one. He got banged up last week, but he's going to be ready to go. I saw that Odell Beckham Jr. looks like he's going to suit up for Baltimore, but I don't think it matters much. It could be a close game. I'll take Pittsburgh in the points.
So we've had the same 2 pro picks?
Yep.
All right, my last one. I'm looking at an over. Atlanta and Houston. The total's 41.5. I'll play the over Atlanta and Houston.
Lastly, Doug, Cincinnati is at Arizona. The Bengals are giving up 3 points in this game. I I know Cincinnati has struggled. They have to win games. They need to win this game. Arizona is a terrible football team, and it's a terrible franchise. So I think Cincinnati will be able to handle that. It's just a 3-point spread. I'll take the Bengals -3.
There you go. Those are our picks every week. Kang doubles down on one pick, tells us which one of these he loves the most and which one he hates the most. Which one do you like the most?
Well, Gator, you got Virginia Tech +24 at Penn State.
Or Florida State.
Oh, Florida State, I'm sorry. I love that one, as in Virginia Tech's going to lose by 24. That's going to tie. I love that to tie. And the one I don't like, you both picked, it's Pittsburgh +4 against Baltimore. Lamar Jackson just wins football games. Put some respect on his name. Pittsburgh's got good defense, but Lamar will find a way with Odell Beckham Jr. back. Pittsburgh Steelers offense is terrible. I think Baltimore wins and covers.
It's a late field goal.
There you go.
They win with a late field goal. And Pittsburgh
they
covers.
cover.
Those are our picks this week. Hopefully we
Let me see. Yeah, everyone. Well, not every one of them. I was going to say the Indianapolis at Tennessee is the only one that I can't tie.
Yeah, Gator stunningly had 3 pushes 2 weeks ago.
He's going to get another one.
Well, 5 of the 6 could be. Hey, snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets. Guaranteed. When you place a $5 bet, that's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season right. NFL official partner is FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yep. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
Piston preseason starts Sunday at LCA. Ooh, Gator, 14 years ago today.
All right, 14 years ago today, so that's 2009. Mm-hmm. Okay, what happened in 2009? This time of the year, we got baseball playoffs, where the Tigers in the playoffs in 2009. Or you go back to 2009, that's a Stafford year. Stafford get knocked out of a game?
No.
Get hurt against the Bears?
I'm going to say the following. Okay. This should be a clue. Technically, the Tigers were not in the playoffs.
Oh, 163 against the Twins. Brandon Andrew got hit. He got hit.
I saw Brandon a couple weeks ago. I want to talk to him about that.
Kang's punching the microphone.
It's so clearly, the ball so clearly hit his jersey. In this day and age, would that have been an HBP?
Yes.
Reviewed, and that
they
would have been
review
an
it,
HBP?
they would say it clearly. Yeah, of course. Yeah, just like Galarraga would have had a perfect game in today's baseball. Yes.
If I was Inge, I would have acted like a child. I would have laid on home plate and not moved. Dead body. You know how kids do that, Doug? Where they pull the dead body move on, the limp body, and you can't pick them up?
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something. Dogs do it too.
Well, they would have not been able to get me to move because I'm like, I was hit by a pitch. I'm not leaving until you guys award me first base because the bases were loaded.
Yep.
And we get a run in. That's it. I'm not leaving.
Now, was that ninth inning, that extra? It was
No,
extra
like
innings, right?
The 12th inning or something like that.
God, that game.
There were a lot of things that happened in that game. Didn't we have to go to our close? Was it Fernando Rodney in that game, and he had to pitch like 3 innings or something?
Closer went. Leland was like, "You're the guy."
Did Ryan Rayburn hit a home run in that game, or he did something bad in that game? I know there was something with Ryan Rayburn in that game.
That is one of the most painful game watching experiences I can remember.
I remember I was at 24 Seconds Bar.
What?
Yeah, watching that one.
You do love that place.
I do love that place. I was there, and it was not, people were not happy at all. Going into it, place was nuts, right? Because big game, everyone's happy. We're watching this, see if the Tigers can get into the playoffs and advance here. And then it's such that gut punch at the end.
Fernando Rodney did pitch 3 innings. 3 innings. Porcello started with 5 2/3. Next most innings pitch, Fernando Rodney.
The Tigers scored a run in the top of the 10th on a Brandon Inge double, and they were leading at 5-4. And Minnesota scored in the bottom of the 10th, and if I recall correctly, there were 2 outs. And it would have been off Fernando Rodney. The Minnesota came back and there were 2 outs. Minnesota came back and won that game.
It hurts still, man.
It does. But that was 14 years ago today that Brandon Inge's jersey got clipped with the bases loaded.
Oh, man.
It was the top of the 12th inning. Inge was up with 1 out and the bases loaded. Ball clipped his jersey. And then he hit a ground ball to, I don't know where it was, but Miggy to second base. Miggy got thrown out at home on a force. And then the Pepsi delivery guy struck out swinging.
Yeah, you know who threw him out?
Was it Nick Punto?
Yeah, it's your favorite. Favorite Nick Punto.
This game gets worse and worse.
It does.
And Aubrey Huff, who they acquired, did nothing that entire time he was a Tiger.
He pinch hit and did nothing.
Did nothing.
God. Who started that game for Detroit?
Porcello. 5 2/3 innings, and he threw 92 pitches. Because he struck out 8 during that time, only gave up 1 earned run. he made the throwing error that allowed the other run to. I mean, that's the thing. You got all these things, right?
Yep.
It's your own damn fault.
Yep. Yep.
Brandon Lyon, Futang Knee.
I know Futang Knee pitched the third of an inning. Yeah.
1/3 of an inning.
Futang Knee.
Futang Knee.
Did he get the job done? Did he face one batter?
He got the job done. Yeah.
Play?
Yeah. And Brandon Lyon came in, won 1 2/3 innings.
Gah.
And then Rodney had to throw 48 pitches in 3 innings. So, yeah, of course he was going to. I mean, that's not his job is not to go 3 innings or whatever.
No. All right, so Lions win Sunday, Gator? Yep.
Yes.
Kang, Sunday, victory, right? I agree. Rico, the Lions win Sunday?
Oh, I said when they beat the Packers, it was BOGO. Buy one, get one free.
Yeah.
Not only will you beat the Packers, you can now start looking forward to the Bucs because this game, mere formality.
I did see a point spread on Lions Bucks. On Lions and
Oh,
Bucks.
Lions, Bucks. Oh,
Yeah.
I was about to say, this game, don't care. This is one of those few games, whatever it is, take the Lions. They're going to –
It's 10 points right now.
It could be 14.
Wow.
Okay, what do you think the point spread is on Lions Bucks, which could be a first place shot?
Probably I'm going to go Lions minus 2.5.
Gator?
Lions minus 3.5.
Kang?
Lions -3.
Bingo.
There it is.
You guys
Obviously.
surrounded it, and
I nailed it.
Yep. Lions minus
Made
3.
a Kang sandwich.
Yes, you did.
I'm going vegan.
All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, just that. I mean, I heard some of your callers a little apprehensive. You were
chesty. I was chesty today.
You really weren't.
You don't think so?
No. You know,
Pretty damn
Gator
confident.
had to convince you, like, hey, Doug, this team's good.
Well, I just wanted to make sure because he started off confident,
He
then we
waffled.
started putting out weight because that's the point where you're trying to find a path, and then I went, let me make sure where you're
seriously,
at.
I smelled the maple syrup. You were waffling. It's like, okay, well, yeah.
I didn't think I waffled at
You
all.
waffled.
And he hates waffles.
You waffled. You know what? You're a good team. Be a good team. And, hey, fans, be good fans. You're going to win. It's at home. Quit worrying about what happened 2 years ago and last year. This ain't last year.
That was one of the best responses we got when somebody said, yeah, you remember when Carolina beat Detroit 6 years ago? That's why Carolina's going to win this game.
and, you know, it's just the Lions. They always lose these
Not
types
this
of
time.
games, guys.
Not this time.
Good teams don't
can't-
worry.
On paper, there's Carolina doesn't win this game. On paper.
This isn't the game they lose that they should win. Like, there'll be a game like that. This is not that game.
And you know what? I think Lions fans need to stop thinking that way.
But Rico, you know this.
Everybody does.
But here's the thing. If you think that way, you can't get mad when people bring up same old Lions because that's same old Lion type of thinking.
That's not.
Well, you
it's
know
not-
they're going to lose a game.
That's
but they should win.
you know what that is? That's realistic thinking because it happens every year that good teams will. Every year, a good team will lose a game they shouldn't
They
lose.
do, but good teams don't go in saying, well, you know we're going to lose one of these games. It happens.
Well, the teams don't say it, but everybody else says it because
fans.
everybody else knows it's going to happen.
Well, just stop saying it.
Well,
I want
why?
Detroit to be better. You're a big boy now.
They will lose
Act
a game
like
that
a
you
big
expect
boy.
them to win. It happens.
And we won't
I
freak out
expect
about
maybe it
We
already
won't
happened
freak
because
out
I
about
expected they beat Seattle and it didn't.
We won't freak
already
out
happened.
about it when they lose that game.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Hey, look, have a great weekend, everybody. Treat each other with respect. We leave you with the Gator Rant every Friday. Talk to you tomorrow. Michigan, Minnesota. Nice, everyone.
Let's get irresponsible, shall we? F it.
Let's do it.
This everything you're about to hear is rampant speculation. It's conjecture. It's not sourced. I don't care because I have nothing left. I'm a man with nothing to lose. My college football team blows, and then my pro football team says, hold my beer. All I have is your Lions, and we're going to get to them at 3. We are going to do something because, I don't know, it's fun. Because I don't care, like Rico and I. Yeah,
no, I'm kidding.
Okay. Whoa. All right. Hold on a minute. No, Rico and I, our bit has never been breaking news. That's just not what we do. I don't care. I'd rather be third and right than first and wrong. And coaching searches always do this. Everyone who has, there's so many people, and everybody wants to make a name for themselves. All right, go for it. Let that be your thing. My thing's 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. But this Urban Meyer stuff, it's just hitting a crescendo here. So F it. I don't care. Graham Couch, Lansing State Journal. We all saw the Fox Bernie Fratto stuff, like we talked about it. And there's a lot of people talking behind the scenes. I mean, you don't think Rico or I have heard, hey, Herbs was in East Lansing? Yeah, there's a big difference between hearing something and then quadruple confirming it with people willing to go on the record. So my point is, up till this point, I just don't even bother because I don't believe the school has what it takes to get this done on a people level, on a human level, on a systems level, on a leadership level. But I want to play for you what Graham Couch said on his podcast. And this is wild because we edited out about 40 minutes of stuttering, and it was like, fart noise, burp noise. And he got into it and finally was like, yeah, I'm hearing Urban was in East Lansing. Take a listen. This is 30 seconds of audio, but take a listen to this. Okay. Okay. So that's the Graham Couch pod. Now listen, he's not reporting. He's doing the right thing because he doesn't have anyone willing to go with it. But we're going to have some fun. This isn't 60 Minutes. I'm not Maury Safer. I don't care. We're going to have some fun with this for a second. Straight up, here and now. Is there a non-zero chance of Urban Meyer to East Lansing? Rico Beard, are you ready to be heard again? I am. Come on.
Mike?
You and I have said this since the day Tuck got fired. Like, of course he'd be the number one choice, but there's no way they'd do it. Is there a non-zero chance that he was in East Lansing? Rico Beard.
Yes.
You're damn right it is. Come on. Come on. Urban in East Lansing? Shundala! Woo! Hit it again, David. That moment when you catch a whiff that Urban's in town.
Yeah, I'm willing. I'm willing to be
David,
heard.
touch my forehead. Let's go.
Here you go.
Let's go. Come on now. Shundala! Shamalama ding dong. Rico, is there a non-zero? Is there a non? Woo! Woo!
I don't know what to do right now.
Oh, the body of Christ. Amen.
David, you know what? Both me and Mike will be dancing in the aisles if that happens. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, I'll look like that guy in that video. There's no question. I'll be in a suit doing the robot dance. I wouldn't know. It'll be unbelievable. Is there a non-zero chance he was in East Lansing? The answer is yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Just say it.
Yeah,
Just
no,
say
it is.
to the
No,
people.
it is. No, it is. It's a non-zero chance. There was a lot of smoke, a lot of speculation, a lot of independent people all kind of saying the same thing. Yes.
And people that don't know each other.
Yeah.
So here's my question.
Yeah.
Oh, this is important, Rico. I want to get the people involved. Are you willing to be hurt? Are you willing to give any mention of Urban Meyer to Michigan State a non-zero chance of happening? Simple question, complex answers. And I don't want to hear from anybody who's like, oh, he's detestable. I don't want to hear from you. I'm openly telling you, don't call this radio show. You're not welcome here. There is no integrity conference. I don't care about placating to the media. I don't care about making friends with the Detroit media. Michigan State needs to understand no one likes you. Hulk Hogan, WCW, white sunglasses. Flip the script. So here's the deal. Are you willing to be hurt again? 248-539-9797. Is there a non-zero chance? I mean, you have people who run Michigan State websites talking about it. Mm-hmm. You have Graham Couch, who covers Michigan State in Lansing, because I don't even know if we have beat writers in Detroit anymore, talking about it. You got Rico Beard talking about it. Okay, great. We're here. Is there a non-zero chance?
Absolutely think there's a non-zero chance, Mike. There is a lot of smoke going along. A lot of phone calls. I fielded phone calls from people saying, hey, this is something you may want to take a look at. I think both parties are interested. They've gone out. Let's have a cup of coffee. Let's see.
Are you reporting that?
No. If I was reporting that, Mike, then
I know.
I'm not tapping you on the forehead, so we're good.
I mean, man, we'll get to the Lions later, but look, this is clearly, he's the only coach that I think would move the needle for Michigan State in a major way. You guys can do whatever you want. You know, Rico, I think you cut the 5-star zone. It was like 10 minutes after the blood was dry on Tuck's contract and being terminated. And you're like, yeah, go hire Urban. A lot of people have said it. It's not a real brain. It's not a brain surgeon idea. He's not coaching football.
Mike, it's not. Because my simply was like, for Michigan State, you got to decide what you want to be when you grow up. You want to be a real football team, you got to act like a real football team. It's like, hey, I want to be, an astronaut. Well, you got to take engineering classes. You got to take math classes. You got to get good grades if you want that goal. If Michigan State, you want to be a top school, you got to go get a coach. And you don't get 3-4 years to build it. You get about 2 before you become irrelevant.
So I want to hear it from the people. I really want to know. Look, we'll get to the Lions. But this, Graham Couch, Graham is a reporter. Graham works for a newspaper, last I checked. So, look, he's obviously being careful. He's not openly saying 100%. But there's a lot of smoke. And you know what? It's a good time. It's a Friday. I don't care. I don't have to be right about it. I'm not reporting it. I just want to know, straight up, do you believe Urban was in East Lansing this week? I mean, you could do the flight tracker routine. Are there planes from Columbus to East Lansing this week of a private nature? Yes, there are.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean always what you think it means. Right. But I just would like to know where you're at with it. Let's have some fun. Let us dream. Our team's terrible. Let's have a good time. Not all of us can be 21-point favorites at Minnesota. Why don't you let us live a little?
Right. So, yeah, do you believe that Urban has
What did Alan have to say to you? I know you talked to Alan last night. What did Alan say?
248-539-9797.
No one's listening. Come on. No one's listening.
Okay.
Talk to me.
All right. No one's listening.
Woo! Holy Ghost.
Whoops, that was the wrong one.
Yeah, I don't know. This is what happens when you leave Rico with the drop board. Look out, everybody. This guy's playing bingo over here. B-17, you sunk my battleship.
That was the wrong one.
Hold on. What's more dangerous, you on the drop board or TJ when we're in Vegas?
Oh, TJ. Because TJ is doing it on purpose.
The day we got Derek Stevens on, and he's hitting the bleeping thing sucks. And you're like, oh, boy.
Right.
How do we explain that one away? All right, 248-539-9797. David, talk to me. You're outside this. There's no emotion for you. You obviously, whether it's ticket text, social media, whether it's websites, whether it is our own Jeff Rieger, interviewing Numbnuts, whatever the hell his name was.
Bernie.
The point is,
yeah.
Sure. The point is, there's a lot of smoke here. David, do you believe there's a non-zero chance? I mean, you've already gone on record telling me there's a non-zero chance of Adam and Eve. You've told me there's a non-zero chance of a man living inside of a whale. There has to be a non-zero chance for Urban was in East Lansing this week, yes or no?
Yeah, I do believe that he was in East Lansing this week.
That's what we're talking about.
I truly do believe.
We're going to play a game. More believable.
Water into wine or Urban in East Lansing. We're not playing this.
We will play this game. More believable. 2 loaves of bread and a fish into an anipost for the whole village, or Urban in East Lansing.
I'm not participating in this.
Right.
Rico, you're aggressive on the board right now. 248-539-9797. I would love to know. Kenny Cott, you're our resident Feinbaum with better hair and a beard. Kenny, do you believe there's
on the phone?
All righty then. Back to David.
Because the people want to talk about this.
Was the Virgin Mary a virgin? David, more believable, that or Urban in East Lansing?
I was about to say something that's probably going to get myself in trouble. I'm not doing this.
See, what had happened, Joseph?
Shabba dabba doo-dah.
What had happened, Joseph, was, yeah.
I am not partaking in this. You and David are anointed. I'm letting you two take that slander. You leave me out of that mess.
Yeah, see.
That even crosses lines for me.
They say. Not doing it. Not doing it.
It's not yours, but.
The Virgin Mary was on Maury? You are not the father. Now, back to business. Urban, Eastland, rumors are everywhere. I don't care. We'll have fun for 2 segments, and then we'll go on with our day. Of course, I'm not even doing the topic of would you be in favor of it, because if you're not, I don't care about you.
But there are
don't
some.
Call the show.
There are some.
Good. Call somewhere else. Wow. If you're not in favor of Urban Meyer to MSU, just call a different show. This show does not want to hear from you. I'm openly telling you that. Because you don't care about winning. And you are still stuck on this winning the right way thing, which has never really been a thing. Mm-hmm. 9 out of 10 programs that ever won anything are scumbags. Mm-hmm. So you wanted the NFL light? Guess what, baby? Playmakers ESPN's coming to town.
Oh,
you
yes.
want the NFL light? This is the NFL light, baby. Scumbags everywhere.
Billy Blank's last Boy Scout. Let's go.
That's it. Let's talk about LT getting that double Toradol shot. Let's go. Hey, y'all wanted it. You wanted the NFL light. This is what you wanted. This is what you got. Don't ask me to have integrity. Don't ask me to be clean. Don't ask me to play by rules. There are no rules. I want winners. I may as well be Mike Singletary without a wooden toy cross around my neck. I want winners. Go get me a winner. Is the guy a derelict? Kind of.
Don't care.
Win.
Yeah, here's the thing. Bowling Green won, Utah won, Florida won, Ohio State won. So, yeah, don't care.
That's a bathtub of scumbags. Yeah. I don't care.
Yeah.
I want to win.
Yeah.
Because I got news for you. State's got a bunch of nice kids. Yeah, how's that going for us?
Yeah, and you know,
touchdown, Iowa.
Here's the one thing that I love about Urban Meyer, especially when he's in college. His assistant coaches, he has one thing. If you can't recruit, you can't be on my staff. Plain and simple. So, yeah, bring him on. I want to see him here.
Is there a non-zero chance he was in East Lansing this week? That's the question, people. We are ready to roll. I mean, we've had a Holy Ghost revival. David did Bible trivia. We're talking Urban. And Rico hit inappropriate drops. And we are 11 minutes into a Friday show.
And TJ's coming.
Can't wait. 248-539-9797. We will get to the phone calls. We got the prop bets. We got the picks. We got all kinds of delights coming your way. Just sit tight, relax. We'll get you to your weekend at 6 o'clock. Let's party. Football's here. Lions are good. My team's not. Bottom line, here's what you got to do. If you are sitting there and going, hey, the prices to these games are nuts, I want to sit home and watch them. Paulson's got you covered. 65-inch 4K OLED TV starting $17.99. You will be at the game. The front row is going to be your living room. They got new speakers from Bowers & Wilkins as well. Stop by. Take a look at their setups. They'll show you what you might need for a room in specific to your home. Bottom line, Paulson's has everything. Huge events coming up as well. November 2nd, 5 to 8 p.m. All speakers. New product lines. Maybe upgrade that man cave. Whatever it is. PaulsonsAV.com. That's PaulsonsAV.com. It's Paulson's Audio Video. It is the toy store for grown-ups.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent, and this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
All right, David, you want to hit the ticket text briefly, and then we got people who want to wrap. We're having fun. I mean, bottom line, there's just so many rumors about Urban being in East Lansing this past week. I mean, is it a non-zero chance? Yes. Are there enough people talking? Yes. Do I think there's enough big money donors who want this to happen that it's at least fun to talk about? Yes. But whether Alan Haller's on board, can't say. Whether do I have any belief the Board of Trustees would shut their mouth and stay out of this and just rubber stamp whatever Alan wants to do? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and tell you I don't have a lot of faith in that.
That's
called
tricky
my
point.
adult life.
Yeah, that's a
it ain't tricky.
Go ahead, David.
Mac Brown to UNC, Steve Spurrier to South Carolina, Urban Meyer to Michigan State. Yes, it can happen. Give Herb $15 million a year. I don't care.
Go get them, go green. Someone else says, 9-0 chance, Urban to MSU. Hurt me, daddy. That is from Kurt. Oh, my. I just read that. I'm putting all I have into Urban to MSU because I have nothing else left to give this program short of that.
We're all at the end.
Emotionally
we got nothing
spent.
Else. Yep. Yeah. What difference does it make? If it doesn't work, you end up right here. Still printing money, still disappointing people, still ruining people's birthdays, anniversaries, and Saturdays. Who cares?
You make it sound so sad.
God's honest truth. When you don't win on Saturday, there's no joy in Whoville.
No, you're right. That was me last Saturday with Iowa. I went full Tyra Banks. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting.
Like, if we could do a march on the president's house to demand Urban Meyer, I'd say do it. Problem is, we don't have a president. You'd be marching on an empty storage unit.
But we just marched to the Sparty statue.
That'll work. Let's go to the people, shall we?
All right.
Lead the way. Let's go to Buckeye Sean to lead things off. It's been too long since we've spoken to him. What's going on, Shawnee?
Kabar Goya, fellas. Hope all is well, man. I'm on a new work shift, so I haven't been able to call in as much, buddy. But just want you to know that I'm listening every day. And I had the privilege to meet your dad, by the way, too. Great guy. Great guy.
Oh, the legend, Big G. Well, congrats, Sean.
He had a shirt on that said, I endorse Rico Beard, which was really confusing, but, I told him rock with it, man.
Oh, don't worry. We'll have more of those ads for Politics 2K24. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Can't wait, man.
What's on your mind?
Can't wait. So I'll give you guys a little bit of other perspective because obviously, I listen to a lot of C-Bus radio, and they're kind of covering this story as well. And this is what I would like to say, Mike. I don't think there's a 0% chance that he goes to Michigan State. And I guarantee you he probably was there. What I think it is he's sending out the smoke signal. He's letting everyone know, hey, the shop is open again. And especially for a job, I would say like a job like A&M, where I know Jimbo's got ranches, but I don't know how much longer he's going to have a contract because of how terrible he's doing. But I could see like a job like that opening up. And then the other one that's kind of weird, but he's a legacy guy. So I don't think he likes the way things went down at the end of his run at Florida. Obviously, Billy Napier's a clown. The guy, he cannot get it going there. Urban has all the in routes in the state recruiting already down there. He knows the program, knows the facilities. He'd kind of have carte blanche. So what I think may be happening is that he's putting up the smoke signal and putting that open sign back on and letting people know that he's open for business. So.
And I agree with you. The only thing I'm going to tell you is it's going to be hard to fire Jimbo after he beats Saban Saturday night at Kyle Field. Ha ha! A&M's job's not coming open. The Florida one, I can't help you. Billy Napier and that $10 haircut. Yeah, it's probably meeting his maker. Let's go to Mike, who's up next, 97.1. What's up, Mikey?
Mikey V, do you have a fever?
What do you mean?
No, it's
really Friday.
I'm playing, baby, so let's talk. The administration in Michigan State is doing one of two things. They're asking themselves, do we want to win, or do we want an altar boy being the head coach of our football program for the next 5 to 6 years? Unfortunately, timing is everything. And with the Big Ten coming in, with all these new teams coming on, you need to win, and you need to go get this guy. Because if you hire a P.J. Fleck or a David Shaw or a Matt Campbell, you're going to be in football purgatory for the next 10 years and set you back even further. Write the check, throw the ethics out the door, and go get this guy.
That's it.
Mike, I'm 100% with you because here's the thing that Urban's going to bring. If you want to win, Urban will get a quarterback into Michigan State, and that's how you win, plain and simple.
Yeah, and here's the deal. It's easy for us to say, but if donors are willing to write a check, the school's going to pay a competitive rate regardless. $8-9 million a year. That's what the high-end coaches make. You got the best TV deal. Bottom line, donors would need to make up the difference. Well, that's not really much when you think about it in the grand scheme. If you're asking me, do I give the guy a blank check? Do I treat him like Coach Prime? Do I stay out of his way? And do I just go, Urban, do whatever the F you have to do? I don't even care if the kids you recruit can't read.
You have no choice.
We want to win. That's guess what? And they made it that way. I didn't do this. The sport did this.
Unfortunately, with the Nassar stuff, yes, it plays a factor into this. the way Mel Tucker and the reasoning for him leaving plays a factor into this. Does Urban's most recent handsy in the bar situation play a factor? I don't know. Money will find out.
Right. And Mike, I'll simply say this: looking at the Mel Tucker stuff, those text messages, Mel may be getting some money from MSU.
I don't buy that, but that's okay. Remember, he can say whatever he wants, Rico. It could be legitimate. She could have been going after his money. She could have been trying to get the honey pot. Here's the bottom line. You had a relationship with a vendor. You admitted to doing so.
Yeah.
Have a great day, and kindly F off to the sun.
See, right that's why you're in the marquee.
No, I'm just saying, like, all of this other stuff. Oh, Shonda.
I'm about to turn the board off. Is what I'm about to do.
Oh, my God. Energy drink up nose. It burns. Oh, David. I love that. David is, oh, God. David is the voice of God just coming in. I will shut that board. I don't even remember what I was saying. Who cares? Dave, 97.1. What's up, Dave?
Hey, man. How's it going, guys?
Hey, Dave.
Friday. Excellent topic. So I'm going to come from a different angle. As a Michigan fan, him coming to Michigan State is absolutely frightening because, like Rico said, everything the guy touches turns to gold. Is he a scumbag? Doesn't matter. Does he kick his own players? Doesn't matter. Everywhere he goes, the guy wins. And as a Michigan fan, I don't want him here, but if he does come here, unbelievable. It's frightening.
Could you think about what what the rivalry would be like?
Oh my God, it would take it to a whole nother level.
Dave, just imagine the Michigan game and the Ohio State game would be sellouts.
I know, and the very first caller you guys took on this, he said this. He said, he almost guarantees that Urban Meyer was probably here. I've heard multiple times that Urban Meyer does not like Michigan, the state of Michigan. So if it is true that he was here, the only reason why he is here is if somebody's waving a bag in front of him. That's the only reason.
Look, if he was here, people don't need to overthink it. I'm with you completely. If he was here, it was to be a part of that process. He wasn't coming here to go to Damon's and get ribs and dinner rolls. He wasn't up here being a consigliere for Brian Hartline.
Well, he heard about the pretzels.
The artisanal pretzels outside of Section 8. I have to try these myself. I've heard of a man named Bill Beekman. I'd like to speak with him.
The Beekster.
I've got other names.
All right.
248-539-9797. Rico, tell them all about it.
You know what? You can save yourself a lot of time and energy by being prepared for the unexpected. That's why you keep an extra key under the doormat. And if I just gave it away, you got to find a new hiding spot. All I'm saying, there are reasons why cars come with spare tires. Unfortunately, there's no spare to turn on when your internet goes out. Well, unless you have the Storm Ready Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Storm Ready Wi-Fi is a battery-powered backup with automatically switches to your Wi-Fi to cellular connection in the event of an outage, so you can stream or search even when the power's out. Give your home Wi-Fi some backup and stay connected for up to 4 hours with Storm Ready Wi-Fi only from Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/stormready. Restrictions apply. Storm Ready Wi-Fi limited to customers within a range of 4G LTE cellular signal. Speeds reduced to 70 to 7 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. For details, visit xfinity.com/stormready.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but...
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the...
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
day?
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about...
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
All right, you know the drill. We do it every Friday at this time. Rico curates and often fabricates, but it is the Prop Bet Casino.
All right, let's have some fun. Michigan, Minnesota.
Wait a minute. Who won? Who lost?
Well, Mike,
what happened?
Congratulations. You and I tied.
See?
So.
Congratulations, my friend.
All right. Kenny, David, you guys were one behind us. 8-7.
Whatever.
So.
You're not first, you're last. Nice try, boys.
All right. JJ completed passes against Minnesota over under 21.5.
Under, because he won't throw it 21 times.
Yeah, I was going to say like a 15 or so. I'll say under.
Yeah, he only needs 16 in the first half, then he's done.
Yep, I'm going to go under as well. Blake Corum touchdowns over under 1.5.
Go over. This game will be over in 28 minutes. It'll just be all runs, and this is a Corum kind of game.
Yeah, what he said. I'll take the over as well.
I'm going to try to grab one here, and I'm going to go under.
David, 2 for 2 for drops today. I'm going to go over. He's a 2-touchdown machine, but here's where the rubber meets the road. Donovan Edwards, will this be the week? Over under 0.5.
I'm just going to say no. Something is not right. I sound like Stephen A. in our Pistons song. Something is not right with the Detroit Pistons. What is wrong with Donovan Edwards?
I don't know, but he is due. This will be the week. I'm going over.
This is the week Donovan Edwards gets it right.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I know he compares his critics. He compares himself to LeBron James, Michael Jordan, and Muhammad Ali when it comes to being criticized. So
you know what?
They
will all go under as well.
Yeah. They've got the same amount of touchdowns you have this year, kid, and they're dead.
Gonna go under.
Minnesota total points for the game.
Oh, my God.
Over, under 15.5.
31-14 final. I'll go under.
I'll go just slightly over.
Kenny just slightly.
Yeah, they score late to go over.
Yeah, I'm with you. I can see them getting to 17 points, so I'm going to go over as well. There we go. More receiving yards. Roman Wilson or Sam Laporta?
Wow. I am going to go Roman because of the big play potential. You hit one. I mean, I think Laporta could get you 60 or 70, but Roman could get 100 on, a 70-yard bomb. I'll go Roman.
With some yards after the catch, I'm going to go with Laporta.
They call that yak, Kenny. Yak.
No, J-Mo's back. Laporta doesn't get anything. No. I'm sorry.
Ben.
Let's go Laporta here.
I think I'm going to go Roman Wilson as well. More rushing yards. Donovan Edwards, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Wow. I don't like this question.
That's a great question, Rico. Good for you on that one.
You know what? Thank you, Kenny. I've been waiting to hear that. That boosts my ego. Thank you.
Great question, Rico.
I said it first.
You did.
You did. It means more when you say it first. There are rules to the compliments. I'll go Donovan Edwards.
Mike saying
I'll go
Edwards.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Kenny's going all Lions all the time.
I'm going to go Gibbs as well.
Woo, wow. You know what? I'm going to go Donovan because I think Donovan's going to get some garbage yards in the fourth quarter while Blake is sitting there with his jersey off. Top 25 upsets on this weekend. Over under 3.5.
Under.
4 seems like a lot. I'm going to go under.
Okay. Well, you got Oklahoma.
It ain't going to be Texas. You may as well move along to another game.
Texas is sitting at the Devil's number right now.
I'm going to go over.
Back.
I'm going over.
David, I'm going over as well. For you, Mike, Quinn Ewers passing yards. Over under 294.5.
Under. I think they can attain way more balance. Under.
Yeah, under for me as well.
Over.
David, I think he's going to use those two big receivers if Texas is going to win. Yeah, I'm going over. Sam Hartman passing touchdowns. Over under 1.5.
Over. Way over.
Wow. I actually like Louisville in this game. Golly. I'll go over, but I don't like it. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm also going with the upset, so I'm going under because of that.
Yeah, David, either you and I are going to be tied or we're just going to be at the bottom of the barrel. I'm going under. For the last 3 weeks has happened. Jared Goff interception over under 0.5.
Under. This is the week he stops doing that stuff.
Yeah, he'll go back to his streak. I'm taking the under.
Back to his streak of an interception. I'm going over.
David, here's where we part ways. It's going to end. I'm going under. Jamison Williams receptions. Over under 2.5.
Under. Not even sure he plays.
Yeah, under. The way they deployed him last year, they barely gave him any targets to begin with. So, yeah, under.
Well, he is the next Randy Moss, Deshaun Jack, whatever you want to say he is. That's what he's next. But I'm going to go under.
I wonder if he's going to get in garbage time where they just got to get him warmed up. I'm going to go over. Teddy Bridgewater time. Brock Purdy touchdowns, passes. Over under 1.5.
Under. I hate this kid. Under.
That's just that hate pick.
Well, when you live a life of privilege with all the weapons, it'll be over simply based on that.
No, this is the Dallas defense. He's going to go under.
No, he's going to go over. Just to let you know. Kirk Cousins taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. Cousins, over under 2.5 touchdowns.
Over.
I'm going to say under, and I hate this one.
No, I love this one. I'm going over for sure.
Yeah, I am going over as well. David Montgomery rushing yards, over under 84.5.
Wow. Under.
They'll have such a healthy lead that they'll be able to use him a lot more, so I'll say over.
I went with Gibbs earlier, so I'm going to go under here.
I am going to go over as well. Kenny, I think he's just going to be the battering ram for this game. Probably get about 25 to 28 rushes. And finally, Lions total sacks of the Carolina Panthers. Over under 4.5.
Under. A 5-sack game would just be insane.
Okay, you know what?
Unless you're a Giants fan.
Let's go 3.5. Over under 3.5.
I see what you're doing, and I resent it. Under.
No, they'll get 4 on the nose. I like that. Give me the over.
No, I think they get 5, so over.
David, I'm going over as well. Mike, you went under?
Yeah, I'll go under. They'll get a lot of pressure, but they won't get home 5 times.
I think that they're going to get pressure in probably the first couple, and then after that, it's just going to be, let's meet up at Bryce Young on 3. 1, 2, 3. Break. That's your prop bet casino for the week 97-1.
Can I just help you cope with football season? Can I help you enjoy football season? Look, if you're a Michigan fan, you're going to just sip on some Old Nation because you're going to blow Minnesota out. If you're a Spartan fan, well, you're the only team in America that's going to lose to your bye week. Old Nation Brewing, they have it all for you. It's oldnationbrewing.com. Fan favorite, no matter what team you cheer for. World-class beer right here in the state of Michigan. M43, B43, Oktoberfest. You will never see a better lineup from one brewery. Exceptional beer is what they do. Check out what they got going on. oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get dug. Yeah. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is, this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation, as far as I'm watching, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
That sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
All right, David, let's get the ticket text. We'll reset the deck. We started with fun. Can't lie to you. Ain't nobody here reporting it. But there's just a lot of smoke. And we took a little clip from Graham Couch's podcast, Lansing State Journal. You got people on a couple of the Michigan State recruiting sites. You've got people who are willing to at least say, look, we're hearing Urban was in. He was in East Lansing this week. They're not ready to report it. They're telling you what they're hearing. There's a big difference. Plus, we don't care. This isn't 60 Minutes. I'm not interested in breaking news. We're having fun. Why? Because our teams blow. So, bottom line, do you think there's a non-zero chance Urban was here? And Rico does. And it's no secret who Rico and I want, who I think any Michigan State fan who cares about winning wants. You make a run and you make Urban say no. Can they pull it off? Can they do it right? Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in that. But that's not the topic. The topic is, do you really believe Urban Meyer was here in almost a movie fashion, whisked in on a private jet? They drove him to the facility with a bag over his head. I don't know. You know what? I'm here for it. I love it. So we started the show with that. We're going to get to the Lions. TJ's going to join us. It's going to be exciting. So sit back, relax. We'll get you to 6. David, ticket text first, though, please.
Of course he came to East Lansing. Who doesn't want to be recruited and hear about how they want to hand him $15 million per? I believe he was here. Where there's smoke, there's fire, boys. At the very least, I have more confidence that this administration maybe isn't a complete dumpster fire. Yes, he was here. Jimmy and Holly. I'm a Michigan fan, and I am beginning to get nervous. That is Gabriel in Grand Blanc. Yes, there is a non-zero chance, especially with conference alignment. I do believe that he was here.
I love it.
Mike, I don't believe it. I hate Ohio State, and therefore I hate the state of Ohio. I think Urban feels the same way about Michigan. He doesn't want to cross the border.
Oh, believe me, I'm not ready to tell you it's above a 50% shot. I just think if you're going to do it, if this is – look, here's the other thing. We are under 24 hours to what, boys? Think. Hello?
No, I'm listening. I'm trying to think.
We are under 24 hours to Fox's big noon kickoff.
Oh, you're right.
So if Urban wants to shut this down and say, I was not there, I will not be there, I am not ever in this lifetime or the next going to take that job, he could say it tomorrow at noon. True, and that collection of goofballs around him are going to ask him. How he answers it would be everything. Yeah, or if they don't ask him, Rico,
that says
it's
a lot.
Confirmed. It's confirmed, Urban to MSU.
Right. That means in the pre-show meeting, he said, guys,
don't touch
don't
it.
Ask me
don't
this
address
question.
it.
But here's the thing, Mike, either way, even if he comes out, I'm not going to. How many times has the coach said, I'm not taking this job? 24 hours later, he took the job.
Oh, hey, listen, I'm having fun.
Yeah.
I don't care. But none of this means anything to me.
If there was complete silence and they don't even mention it, that's going to speak volumes.
Someone says getting Urban would be like the Tigers getting Impemba. Same thing. I guess he's saying neither is happening.
It's an off season of Hall of Fame acquisitions. All right, let's go on the board, shall we? So we've given you a couple of games. I gave you Georgia laying the 14.5. We talked to you about A&M. Obviously, you know where I'm at with Texas. I want to give you a Pac-12 game here. And no, not because I brought his name up yesterday. What about UCLA? And you could shop this, by the way. There are flat threes available. UCLA laying 3 at home against Washington State. And look, to me, this is a great spot for UCLA. Wazoo, way, way overvalued. I understand they're off to a hot start. UCLA's real, both sides of the ball, ground and pound on offense. They got Dante Moore to make a few big throws a game. I just think it's a great spot for UCLA. I wish they had home field advantage. I wish they could get more than 30,000 people to a Rose Bowl. But I actually like the Bruins in this spot laying the 3. Rico.
Mike, I'm going to give you a parlay. I'm going to start off with your guy, Xavier Worthy of Texas, anytime touchdown. Ohio State running back, Travion Henderson, anytime touchdown. Brendan Rice, wide receiver, USC, and Christian McCaffrey, anytime touchdowns at a plus 580.
Seems reasonable. Kenneth?
Well, Mike, I was first skeptical about you picking Georgia laying 14.5. That seems like a lot of points. I've since come around to your way of thinking, so I'm going to do that minus 110.
Well, guys. I'm looking at a number that has now changed from what I have on the sheet that I wanted to go with. Missouri is now at plus 5.5. That is the devil's number going against LSU. I'm going Missouri right now before before it changes.
Hey, you know my man Luther Burden is down with Greater Life Church on Tireman. Luther Burton is a wicked wide receiver.
Okay, but
wicked.
Yeah, David, if you go that route, you know who else is minus 5.5?
I do. Yes, I do.
Not all devil's numbers were created equal.
Go get him, Bevo.
I just had to do that. I'm sorry. I don't love it, but you know what? Hey, I've made my bed. It's time to lie down and take a nap. Texas is back. Let's go.
I think Cookies moved this line.
Seriously, though, look up Luther Burden if you're not. This kid is unbelievable and won't be at Missouri next year. Signed transfer portal. Yeah. All right, that's on the board. We get back to business next. 97.1. All right, big weekend of NFL football ahead, and new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. And if you've been thinking about joining, no better time than now. We're at the quarter pole in the NFL. Lots of stuff to do. And every week you get more data on the teams. These player prop things. I think this weekend Sam Laporta could be a great play for you guys because, well, I don't think I'm on Ross playing. But do whatever you want to do. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off that season right. FanDuel, something special for listeners of the ticket as well. You're getting a 97.1 odds boost this weekend. It'll be live before Panthers-Lions game kicks off Sunday. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online room money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-270-7117.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort. Arguments on the sidelines. Teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today.
No.
And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot. Just tremendous energy today on a Friday. Let's see if TJ doesn't bring us down. We have a lot to discuss. It's very exciting. The Lions as double-digit favorites for the first time since, 1940 or whatever it is. Super pumped. We've got Urban Meyer. Was he in East Lansing or not? I don't know. It's just fun. So much to do. Is TJ ready? Is TJ joining us, or does he have more ribs to check on?
He's almost here.
He's taking his good old time, that's all.
I mean, my goodness. I know, TJ. I hear you. I hear you getting ready and doing whatever it is you're doing.
These NFL prima donnas, you know how they are, Mike.
I couldn't hear you, Michael. I was trying to get the headset ready.
I know. Hey, Kenny, keys to the game brought to you by
FanDuel.
All right, TJ, let's ask what the most pressing piece of business. Was there a non-zero chance Urban Meyer was in East Lansing this week?
No. Non-zero? Yes, there was a non-zero chance.
Why are you reporting it? What are you hearing?
I don't know anything more than you guys do. Come on, I'm
Don't
sitting
lie to
across
me.
from the best insider up there at East Lansing. Rico would know better than me.
Ooh, whoa. How about that?
I
That's a
don't know.
sweetheart
Well,
compliment
it was
to
like-
start today.
It was like when
I
it
felt
first
a little backhanded, but
when it first. No, it was a compliment. What you say is normally true. You have very high level friends over there.
Thank
So
you.
your sources
all right.
are better than most. Earlier in the week, though, whoever reported it was kind of getting hammered. Like, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. And then it kind of seems like today everybody's starting to confirm that news.
TJ, it happens every time because if you say anything good about Michigan State, well, that shouldn't happen. You know, you guys are poor. Stay over in the corner. So
Is that good news? I mean,
I think it is. It's saying that you're willing to shoot your shot.
yeah. I mean, that's one way to look at it. I kind of look at it as, you're moving on from one alleged
Why don't you just say
scumbag
one
to
scumbag
another
to the next?
even
2,
bigger
4, 8.
scumbag?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Using that logic,
allegedly,
using that logic, you paid the first scumbag like he was Urban Meyer. So if that's the case, don't get the generic brand, get the real thing.
Yeah, what
right.
are you?
You bought the fake Gucci the first time. You may as well buy the real McCoy the second time.
Right.
Oh, I'm glad you guys are just starting to figure that out. But no, I
We're
mean,
just
who
having
knows?
fun.
I mean,
I don't know.
Good for Michigan State. I mean, yeah, you're right. You got to, especially with the landscape of college football and the new Big Ten, coming in the next couple of years. I mean, you want to compete with these guys. I mean, you have to bring in a big name coach. You have to bring in a guy that's going to attract recruits and kind of unify the alumni, right? The guys that are giving money in the NIL.
The biggest thing you got to do is you got to be able to
do that.
You got to be able to attract a quarterback, and I think Urban is one of those guys that can. You're not allowed to have 4 years. Mark D'Antonio wouldn't have survived right now. You have to be able to hit the ground running and do something within 2 years, or your program becomes irrelevant. Especially now in the Big 18, when you have these 4 new brands coming in there, and what you don't want to do is you don't want to become the Midwest version of Rutgers.
Yeah, I mean, I say give Harlan Barnett at least 5 years to see what he can do.
Okay, John. Hey, it's the other thing. It's a lot like what TJ and I have often talked about Chris Creighton and Eastern. How long are you going to stay with that guy? It's time to compete, TJ.
What do you mean? We won a bowl game last year for the first time in 50 years, Mike. We're on the upswing.
Hey, how many MAC titles you got, big boy? How many MAC titles you got?
Erroneous.
Yeah, guy's 48-64 as head coach, and he looks like Santa Claus. It's time to move on.
It took a while to get going. But
all right, we're not breaking down Eastern Michigan football.
Homecoming tomorrow, by the way.
Hey, horse is out of the barn, Rico. You told me Urban was in East Lansing. I'll do what I want. This is a big Friday. Do whatever I want. What's your favorite Walt Church memories? 248.
Charlie Batch.
Now, you want to talk? Yeah, I know. Let's not do this.
Ron Rice.
Okay.
And let's get back on the. Let's get back.
Hey, we're pretty much Max Crosby. All right, we're pretty much out.
Hold on. No, you know what? Yeah, I'm done. I'm not gonna go there. So let's just move forward. Lions. And if you want to call about Urban, we can do it. But Lions, TJ, sounds like they're going to be super banged up. We're going to do the injury report at 4 o'clock. Sure as hell sounds like no Amon-Ra, no Brian Branch, maybe on Decker. But what is your take on this? They're in a really weird spot as 10-point favorites. I don't know the last time that's happened. Where are you at as far as entering a game like this? They're not used to this.
I mean, I kind of feel like it's either going to be 45-10 or I feel like it's going to be 24-21.
It'd be
I don't
45-10.
I don't think there's any in between there. I mean, we know that this is the NFL and anything could happen. And like you said, I mean, we'll get confirmation about an hour. I don't know if Amon-Ra is going to play. I don't know if Branch is going to play. I would assume they're probably going to be listed a little bit less than questionable.
Here's what I think, TJ. I think this is a sign that this is a good team that you realize, hey, guys, we don't have to play them against the Panthers. We'll still win.
Well,
this is an extra week that we get to rest these guys. They don't have to do anything. We'll see you in Tampa.
And you're right. If they're the team that we all think they are, you're right. They should be able to go out there a little shorthanded and take care of business.
You got one wide receiver's not playing, but guess what? Another one just walked through the door.
Well, I mean, let's not compare that production. But I mean, I feel confident. I do. I think that 10.5 number is any NFL game. That's just a big spread for the NFL in general. This is, and Campbell kind of hinted that this is kind of the week where teams start to either separate themselves or teams start to fall off a little bit or teams start to pick it up a little bit. We obviously know Carolina is winless. They haven't won a game yet. I watched the tape. I mean, I don't think they're a bad team, but I'll tell you what, their offense, like it looks like a high school scheme. It's a lot of RPO. It's a lot of one read. It's a lot of wide receiver screen. It's a lot of just very simplified kind of preseason-ish offensive football. And
it's funny that you said that, because if you look at this Carolina offense, tell me how they look better than the Atlanta Falcons or the Green Bay Packers.
I can't. And that's why I look at it and I say, I don't know if – I wouldn't be surprised if the Lions have a Atlanta-esque game and keep Carolina to 10 points, to keep them to 13 points. And we obviously know if their offense just keeps rolling, I mean, they're probably going to score 24, 28 at minimum. So I go back to that and I just look at it and I say, man, I can't find a mismatch anywhere where we should be worried about anybody from Carolina, especially on their offensive side. I mean, they don't have an elite weapon that you have to take away. They don't have an elite running back you have to stop.
The only person you need to worry about played last night for Chicago and scored 3 touchdowns.
DJ Moore, he ain't there anymore. Now, defensively, I mean, they got some guys. Brian Burns is a guy, right? Brian Burns is a dude, man. They can rush you. They can get after the passer a little bit. Derek Brown, he's a big boy in the middle. I mean, you got some guys defensively where I think that's going to be a pretty good matchup. But, yeah, I just look at Carolina's offense, and it's just very blah. And, last week, I mean, I know they were in the game. It was 21-13 against the Vikings. Kirk threw a pick 6 down at the 3-yard line. That was really the only reason they were in that game. Offensively, they didn't get anything going. So I look at this, and I say, yeah, if you're the team we think you are, if you're a team that, is going to compete and we consider you a Super Bowl contender, not a favorite, but a contender, this is a game you go out and take care of easy. But it's the NFL. It's anything can happen. So that's where I'm not. Now when it comes to a win, but when it comes to a 10-point spread in the NFL, that is, to me, like a 30-point spread in college football. So I don't know if I'm comfortable taking that, when we get to the picks, taking that number. But this is a game that the line should take care of, in my opinion, pretty easy.
What? Then you're scared because if you want to be a big boy, you act like a big boy.
I'm not scared. I just
TJ, you should slap him in the mouth.
Let's say it's 34-20, and the Panthers get a last-second, touchdown.
Happen.
Oh, you were wrong. The Panthers covered.
This is when Aaron Glenn grabs everybody by the face mask and say, "Hey, you want to get a chance at the first string? Don't let them score."
Okay, this isn't Remember the Titans, all right?
Don't let them score.
Is this, the program?
They don't gain another yard.
Yeah, you'll be forever on the special teams.
You look at Carolina. There's just really nothing impressive about their offense. And Bryce Young, I mean, I know they're trying to make it as simple as possible for him. Good defenses, you find a way to shut that down, right? The couple things that he's good at, which right now kind of seem to be the RPO, knowing when to hand it off, knowing when to find an opening over the middle of the field. Those are the kind of things that he's good at, and that's what a lot of young quarterbacks are good at now because that's most of the college systems these days.
Hey, Bryce Young, here's Bugs, Bryce Young. There you go.
Go.
Hey,
and they should have a party on the defensive line. You force them into 3rd and longs and 2nd and longs, and you get a 2-score lead.
Fellas, let's meet at the quarterback.
You should absolutely have a field party against that offensive line.
Hey, question. You think Bryce Young can get on the toilet by himself, or does he need help?
You know what? There's a flag right there.
He got a squatty potty, you think?
Right? Yeah. Wow.
I'm just saying. He looks so much... Dude, he makes Kyler Murray looks like George Murasat. It's unbelievable.
So Eastern Michigan football.
No. We can get right back into it. So, TJ, should they still be called the Hurons? 248. Now, let's hold on. I want to ask about
That's above
J-Mo.
my pay grade.
No, it's not. You run the school. Who are we kidding? Just J-Mo. Dan Campbell, I think, has been sending some interesting messaging. What are the expectations? Can you guide people for this weekend? Like, what should their expectations? I mean, is he going to play? If he does, like, what are you expecting?
If he does, I honestly expect at least this week to go a lot like we saw last week. And I don't want to try to disappoint people, but you're not just going to come in week 5 in an offense that's rolling and you got some guys that are reliable and you can count on that are making plays, right? Josh Reynolds and Montgomery, and Laporta, you're not going to take plays away from those guys just because you have somebody else. So I would expect it to be, look, if he does play, I'd probably be shocked if it's more than 15 plays, 18 plays.
You don't think that he can get some of the St. Brown? Because if he's not playing, somebody's got to be in there.
Yeah, just different type of player. I mean, different type of player. Look, if I were Ben Johnson early in every game, I would call a quick screen or a jet sweep or something. Get the ball into Nine's hands as fast as you can and just let him run. Because now the rest of the game, the defense got to think about it. They got to account for him wherever he's at on the field. But knowing Dan Campbell,
right here, that's why you're on the sideline.
But knowing Dan Campbell, he is the guy. He's going to make you earn it. He's not going to let you come back and just, hey, we're going to make you the focal point. Right? There'd be something different if, hey, the last 6 games of last year, J-Mo was catching 9 balls a game and 150 yards and touch. Right? That's a different playmaker coming back. But you got to earn the trust. You got to go out there. You got to run block, right? I can guarantee you, Rico, the first play Jameson's in, whether it's this week or next week, it's going to be a run play, and they want to see him block. Because that's the focal point of this offense. If you want to be rewarded, you got to do the dirty work, and they're going to make sure he's able to do that.
Dan Campbell looks like the disgruntled parent who just knows you're going to screw up. If I give you enough rope, you'll screw up. Make me proud, son.
Yeah, you got to do your chores,
look at
man.
the comments.
J-Mo's got some catching
Look at the
up to
comments
do.
he made. I mean, he said it. Like, if we're going to play him, we have to be able to trust him.
Exactly.
He just needs to learn to be in the right spots. Like, it's amazing is if you follow the team, you cover the team, you know anything, you know that this hasn't gone perfectly, whether it's the off the field or the on the field. The demonstrative stuff or the social media stuff or just on the field not doing all the right stuff. So it's like, I've said from the beginning, TJ, when he comes back, and now the NFL's given him in my mind, a rightful reprieve.
Yeah.
He's no better than their fifth wide receiver. Earn your way.
Yeah, to start.
Figure it out.
And I would say, just real quick before we go to break, just talking to some people and being down at L Park, they were extremely excited with him coming back and the shape that he was in and the health that he was in. So hopefully some of those, you can call it maybe immature issues that popped up over the last year and a half, hopefully those are behind him. It sounds like when he got back into the building this week, a lot of people were like, oh, hell yeah, like he's ready to go. He took care of himself. He looks really good. Attitude is there. So that's something for him. I know it can go a long way because there's just, there's been a few issues the last couple of years, and hopefully those are behind him.
That's every Monday when I walk in the building. It's the same thing. I know the vibe.
Who's that directed at?
You know what?
Oh, hell yeah, he's back.
All right. Hey, Gears. Hey, from our very first breath, we question everything. I talked about specs at LTU. Guys, very simple. If you're looking to move on and start something new and get a new career, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your new goal. If you want to get into radio, TV, graphics design artists, Specs at LTU is the place for you. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through the Specs at LTU program right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Remember, the website is ltu.edu/specs. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. We're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn what it takes to make it in your new field from day one. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. And while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yep. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that
you know,
sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
Hi there. Listen, there's nothing really to debate. Best temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. Also not up for debate, the best mattress on the market, the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or the perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, David, let's get a few ticket texts from you, and then we will get to the people. TJ with us. We have the picks, who said it, barring TJ's barbecue schedule. TJ, will there be a rib check-in, or are you with us for who said it this week?
He's debating.
Yeah, I'll get back to you later. 50-50.
Let me reset. Let me reset. Is there a useless hockey game you have to go to?
No.
Or will you be joining us for who said it?
Questionable.
He's questionable.
All right.
Game time decision.
Amon-Ra St. Lang. Questionable. David, ticket text.
Someone says, no Amon-Ra, no win. They cannot win this game without Amon-Ra. Ooh, wow. So,
I don't know why you feel that way, but thank you for your concern.
From Luke, so if Amon-Ra doesn't play, do you think Dan changes his look on J-Mo and douses him in reps now?
No. His comment regarding we have to be able to trust him to play him tells you everything you know. It doesn't mean he can't be a part of this, but I will be flabbergasted if we're on the air Monday and J-Mo had 10 targets.
Someone's asking, is everyone on
Is anyone else in the studio, or is it just me and David talking to each other?
On Dave.
No.
You said it all, Mike.
David was about to say something again. TJ, how's homecoming?
I'm just going to keep reading.
You know Chris Creighton has only finished better than second in the West once? Why is this guy still here?
Yeah. Great point, Mike.
He's never won 6 conference games. Never.
He's waiting on the
That's unbelievable.
He's waiting on the MSU.
And people are turning their radios off.
Not the hell they aren't. You know what's better than 1 coaching search? 2.
David.
Based off what is being talked about, I'm going to read this text because I think they may be right. Is everyone on the afternoon drive taking drugs today? David, what's going on over there? It is a spirited
Friday
show.
In football. We're having a good time. What the hell? I mean, what do you want us to do? Right. I mean, look, Rico leads it, and he goes, there's a non-zero chance Urban was in East Lansing this week. I mean, how do you think the show's going to go? The Lions are 10-point favorites. Urban's in East Lansing. Michigan's going to behead the Gophers this weekend. And here, you ready? Do you really want to feel blessed? Do you really want to feel the guided hand of the Holy Ghost Spirit?
Wait, Pistons going to beat the Suns?
No, none of you are Giants fans. So the world's a brighter place. Your team didn't give up 11 sacks this week, winning.
Well, it's a new week, Mike. You start over.
No,
you
it's
haven't
not.
given up any sacks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, you're right. They're going to go to Miami and get sawed in half. It's going to be exciting.
Oh, you'll put 2 in his place.
You never know. TJ has the hips of the Golden Girls. He's better than Evan Neal.
All I'm saying is there's a chance. You sound like Lions fans who are afraid of the Carolina Panthers right now, which I don't understand. Because
I sound like that?
No, I'm joking, Mike. I'm
like, what on earth?
No, because you're not giving your team a chance. Like
they don't have one.
You got a chance.
Just move on. My point is, we're having a great Friday. It's a great show. Urban to MSU. Make it happen.
Giants upset.
No, I'd rather have Urban. Let me tell you how bad I want Urban at Michigan State.
Okay.
If I could sign a piece of paper that the Giants go 0-17 every year for the next decade, I'd sign it right now.
No, you would not.
And that would mean, no, this is how serious I am. And that would mean my dad may never see a winner again, but I'll still sign that piece of paper. That's how bad I want Urban at MSU.
Big G, thank you for supporting me, Big G, because this is why I can't back that, Mike. I need Big G to be happy. No, Mike, he's your father.
I will trade on my dad's misery. Urban MSU.
David, help me, please. Read something. I'm sorry.
I'd have Satan
DJ.
coach Michigan State. I don't care. We could drill little holes in the helmet for the horns to come out. I don't care. I want to win. I can't take anymore.
Urban Meyer comes to Michigan State.
Yeah.
But Mike, you have to become a lifetime Brock Purdy fan.
Done.
Wow.
Done.
You really
I'll buy
want
you
this
season.
to happen.
Ready? Urban to Michigan State. I buy you season tickets for the 49ers next year.
You really want this to happen? Okay, I'm in now. We got to make this happen.
How about this? Urban to Michigan State. I start going to church. David becomes my spiritual counselor.
It's not
I don't
contingent.
care.
What are we doing here?
Yes, it is.
You know
hey,
what,
you never
David?
heard? Hey, David, I got news you can use. Jesus is transactional, and we just made a transaction.
You know what, David?
Urban to State, and he gets my belief. Let's party.
David, now I think we may have something in our thing. Because right now, as they say, when 2 or 3 agree, let's agree on this one, David. Not because of Urban. We may save a soul today.
Hey, save a football. Oh, Shandala.
We can do it for that one, David.
Saving
we can do
souls,
it for that one.
Saving a program, saving lives. Let's get it.
So you're saying that if there is a God, this will happen.
Oh, okay. That's Kenny. You are the righteous one. If God is real, Urban MSU.
What is going on?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking Roberto.
No, Roberto, bye-bye.
No.
Nope.
We're already toting the line. I think we crossed the line.
One more.
Cross nothing.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make your church money.
I think we're good.
I'm gonna start MSU's new NIL program and funnel it through David's church. It's gonna be awesome.
Hey, Marty Bird.
Yeah, we're gonna call it the Holy Rollers. The Mighty Gemstones Fund.
G Life for life.
Hilarious show. The Urban to MSU content is making my week. Speak it into existence.
Hey, how about this? Urban to MSU and all of us, if you can hear the sound of my voice, we go on one of these kind of, what was it? The Million Man March. We're going to go down to David's church, and all of us are going to bring a bag of money. We are just going to drop blessings on Greater Life. Urban to MSU.
So more money than we did when the city got Cade Cunningham?
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, dude, I'm flying in Dionne Warwick for this event. This is going to be, we're
she's
going to be
still alive?
praying. Can't confirm it.
No, she's alive.
0 chance if she's alive or not.
It doesn't matter. We'll taxidermy her body and put her up on a hot air balloon. She can pray in post-death.
She is
She'll
alive.
be all right.
Okay.
Dionne Warwick, not dead.
82.
We're good.
So Urban to MSU, and David wears the I Love Aretha Franklin t-shirt.
I will never, ever, ever.
Urban to MSU, David's wearing Aretha's hat with the star on it.
Wait. Change hats, David. New hat.
I think that
New
texter
hat.
is right. You all have been on something today.
No, it just shows a desperation because our program is ass. It's awful. TJ, I'm sorry. Is there a more nuanced way to describe it?
No.
When you're texting me that they run high school schemes, why don't we just get it out there while we're at it? I know it's terrible.
Here's one for you, Mike. Urban to Michigan State, and Mike has to wear a Kyrie jersey every time the Celtics play.
Done.
Wait. Kyrie jersey with sage, and he likes it.
Done. Done.
Kyrie jersey, and Mike leads the Eli Manning for Hall of Fame.
Also done. Whatever you want. I'll never say a bad word about Eli again.
Sleepover with Stoney and Karsh?
Absolutely not.
That's the line.
Now you've crossed the line, Lang. Now you've crossed the line.
Let's see how bad you want it there, big fella.
I do.
Stoney's the line. Okay, at least now we know. Now we know. Michael do a lot of things.
If you guaranteed me MSU gets Urban and they would win a national title, then you're talking something different. I mean, then hell, I'd adopt Stoney at that point.
So at that point, MSU gets Urban, wins a national title, but you, my friend, have to drive out to Seattle and back with Stoney. Just you two in a car. No radio.
I got to drive where?
To Seattle and back.
Yeah, I do that.
No radio. Just you and
I
Stoney.
do that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I do that. Yeah, I'd be okay.
No radio.
No radio.
No, I got to be immersed. I got to be immersed in conversation with him.
Right.
No, I would do that.
Bruce
No radio,
stories.
no sleeping.
Well, then I'll tell you what. That one's going to end like Thelma and Louise.
Right off the cliff.
All right. Yeah, you know what? We are having too much fun.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, let's do serious radio.
Where's Jim Costa when you need serious radio?
Yeah,
guys,
exactly.
come on. Yeah. Goff
Guys, let's
shouldn't
get
even
on
be
task,
here.
okay?
Goff
Let's
shouldn't
get on
be
task.
Here. Yeah. Goff's not a real quarterback, guys, okay?
We're gonna talk salary allocation, all right? I was dialing in the numbers last night. Good for you. 248-539-9797. Let me give you a little message. We'll sort everything out. We got the picks coming up next. Very exciting. Football is here unless you're a State fan or a Giants fan. For the rest of the free world, football's a good time. And Paulson's wants to help you with your at-home setup. Sony 65-inch 4K OLED TV starting $17.99. Guys, be real about it. 4 really nice seats to a good football game somewhere in America are going to cost you more than that television. That'll last 3 hours. The TV will last you a decade. I'm just saying. Bottom line, Paulson's has it all. Tons of new speakers in. They're also having a huge event on November 2nd. You can check out the events page at paulsonsav.com. The Audio Elegance Night, where basically you're upgrading your man cave. They're going to show you the newest, the best, and show you maybe things you didn't even realize in ways to bring the game to you. It's Paulson's Audio Video. Go to paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's Audio Video. It's the toy store for grown-ups.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent, and this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Chris Jones equation, but.
Yeah. Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but
this is something.
They were on the table.
Know your role, jabroni.
I mean, what is going on here, fellas? This is unbelievable.
TJ's walking in with the belt again.
Mike. The champ is here.
Yeah, except you're not, you dum-dum.
Reigning champ. You're not here today, so we go back to the defending champ from last week.
I am very much here. I'm 7-3. I'm 25-16. I'm first overall and first last week. What is this?
You want your belt? Come get it, jabroni, all right? I'm right here.
Oh, I see what we're doing. Okay. All right. So be it. Let's get to the picks. You're such a bum. All right, let's get into it. Let's start out Folsom Field, Columbia, Missouri. Number 21, Mizzou, catching 5.5 from number 23, LSU, Rico Beard.
Mike, I do not believe in the LSU defense. I do believe in the Missouri offense. Give me Missouri and the points.
Let's go over to Kenny.
Weird line, Devil's number. I'm just going to take Missouri and the points.
Seems fair. David.
Yeah, I don't believe in that LSU defense either, Rico, so I have to go Missouri here.
Reigning fake champion.
I hate Brian Kelly, but I think LSU, I think their back's against the wall after losing last week to Ole Miss. High-scoring game. I know it's 5.5, Mike. You don't like that number, but I got to take LSU this week.
Look, LSU's outside the top 100 in every defensive category. I just can't do it. Their season's over. Luther Burden, FTW. Give me Missouri. Oklahoma, Texas. Red River shootout. Devils number 5.5. Hook 'em. Rico.
Well, Mike, this game normally is a closer game, 5.5. You know, I've been taught that that's the Devils' number. Give me Oklahoma and the points.
No. Kenny.
Well, Rico, to that I say horns down. Oklahoma Devils number.
No. Oh, I don't like this. David.
I'm also going to say, yeah, horns down. I'm going Oklahoma.
God is a myth. TJ?
I'm horning up, man. I think Texas is the more physical team. Oklahoma a little bit too finesse for my liking. And Quinn Ewers, I believe. I mean, this guy is a dual threat. Couple long touchdown runs over the last couple games. I know it was an ass kicking last year when these two teams played. I think it's going to be the same. I'm gonna take Texas big.
Hook 'em. There's nothing else to say. TJ said it all. Let's go to UCLA, laying 3.5 to Washington State.
Well, Mike, nothing is louder than that raucous crowd at the Rose Bowl for the Bruins. Oh. But you know what? I look at this number. Number doesn't seem right. Give me the Fighting Dantes and UCLA.
Kenneth?
That's fine. I'll step into the bear trap. As an update guy once said, give me UCLA.
No! Tiger Woods! All right, let's go over to David.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand why the ranked team wasn't favored in this game, so which means I have to go UCLA. Let's go UCLA. 3.5. Let's go.
Over to TJ.
Oh, the good old Pac-2 matchup soon to be. I'm taking Washington State. I think they've been impressive this year. Already tested a little bit against Oregon State a couple weeks ago. I like Cameron Ward a lot, man. He's one of the top 3 quarterbacks in college football right now. I think it's going to be close, but I'm taking Washington State for the upset.
Super, you're going to lose. UCLA, ground and pound. That defense at Wazoo sucks.
Eat it, nerd.
Bama, A&M. I'm the champ. You call me whatever names you want. It's not hurtful. A&M catching 1.5, College Station. Rico Beard.
Jimbo wants nothing more than to beat Nick Saban again, and something is wrong with Alabama. They're going to have their second loss before the middle of October. Give me Texas A&M to just flat out win, but I'll take the point.
Kenny.
Bama's cooked, and it's at A&M, and you just hate to see it. Give me A&M. That's right.
Come on, David. Kenny, let's get the rock going.
Yeah, I understand what Bama looks like, and I think this is what Nick Saban's going to be saying Saturday. That's what he's going to be saying because he will be hurt. Let's go Texas A&M.
TJ.
I think this is the year Alabama figures it out against A&M. They always seem to give them trouble, but
lies.
I'm going with Alabama.
A&M. Aggies. Notre Dame. Louisville catching 6.5. TJ or Rico. Somebody.
You know what? Mike, I'll take it. I know Louisville looks good. The game is at home, but Notre Dame is riding high. I think that they can beat Louisville by a touchdown. Give me Notre Dame. The Fighting Irish.
Kenneth.
Yeah, Notre Dame is hiding in the weeds in this one. I think they're going to be dangerous. Give me Notre Dame.
Hiding in what weeds? They're number 10. What on earth? Let's go over to David. I don't even know what's happening.
What's happening is Notre Dame, 3rd straight night game, which means they lose this game.
Yes.
Go Louisville.
Yes. TJ.
I'm going Notre Dame.
You have friends in Louisville.
I'm
God
going Notre
almighty.
Dame. I think they're going to be
trash.
They're still going to be a playoff team come to the end of the year. They already got one loss to Ohio State. Can't afford 2. I think they know that. They pull off a win easy win. I think it's going to be down in Louisville. Give me Notre Dame.
Louisville, explosive plays at a difference. Notre Dame, they're not going to be able to get it up a third week in a row. Let's go to Michigan, laying 18.5 now against Minnesota. Let's do it.
Yeah, you know what? Michigan did cover last week. They haven't covered the week before. David, I don't know if I should believe in your boys or not. Give me the silly-looking Gophers.
Kenny.
Yeah, I don't know if Michigan can cover twice in a row. I will also take the silly Gophers.
Yeah,
David?
I don't know if I can trust them either 2 weeks in a row to cover, so I have to go Minnesota here.
And Mr. TJ.
Minnesota stinks. I think as the season goes on, the gap between the top Big Ten teams and the bottom teams are just only going to continue to grow. I'm taking Michigan. I think it's going to be another huge win just like last week.
I hope the stadium caves into Middle Earth and swallows both programs.
Just don't take the big Brown Jug
50.
from us. Don't take that away.
Exactly. Minnesota. All right, NFL, and we got to do it with speed, boys. Jags, Bills, London Brunch Bowl. Bills laying 5.5.
Jags.
Bills.
Okay. There is a middle ground.
No. The reason being, Jags have been over in London for 2 weeks. So that's why. Jags have been there for 2 weeks. The Bills are just getting there. That's why I'm taking the Jags.
I think we can go faster on the next one.
All right, ready?
All right, ready? Here we go. Chiefs laying 4.5 at the Vikings. Go.
Chiefs.
Vikings.
Chiefs, because of my stat yesterday.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins is burned. He can't throw the deep ball anymore. Taking the Chiefs.
Vikings.
I'm going to go Vikings because the Chiefs don't cover spreads north of 3. Cowboys, Niners. 1, 2, 3. Go.
Niners. Did we have to ask?
Niners. Cowboys.
God, this is the easiest game of the week.
I can't. Cowboys. I can't, man. I can't.
Niners.
What?
The Niners are a
That
wagon.
man.
You trust Dak Prescott?
No, I don't, but I can't do it because of that man.
What? Why?
Privileged.
The bitter pick of the
You
week.
just traded for Randy Gregory. Privileged.
They got Randy Gregory?
Wow.
Mike, who are you taking? I'm taking San Fran. Christian McCaffrey.
San Francisco.
Man, he's the early season MVP right now.
It's San Francisco all day, man. You want to neutralize Parsons? You run right at him.
Yeah.
All right, Panthers, Lions. Lions laying 10.
Doesn't
We
matter.
call this the Donald Driver game of the week.
Doesn't matter. I told you last week this was BOGO. Lions, points. Let's go. Forward down the field.
Good teams win and great teams cover. Give me the Lions.
David.
Well, you're right about that, which means Panthers.
Oh. TJ.
I think the Panthers get a late, ugly score to pull within 9. Lions still going to win, but I think the Panthers are going to cover that number. I'm sorry.
I'll take the Panthers, too. It's just too many points. All right. Those are the picks. Tremendous work by everybody. 97-1. All right, it's football. I mean, all the picks we just made, the sides, the totals, the prop bets, all of it. It's FanDuel Sportsbook. $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose, with FanDuel Sportsbook. More ways to play, more betting markets. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's the official betting partner of the NFL and 97.1 The Ticket. And for our listeners, there'll be a special ticket odds boost this weekend on the app before Panthers and Lions kick off on Sunday. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-270-7117.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey, Chris Jones equation, but.
Oh, so you're going with the.
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
What, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
All right, we're heading towards 4 o'clock. TJ with us. It's been a fun one so far. You're in the right to have a little fun on a Friday when you're a 10-point favorite. Just don't spit the bit now. Also, Rico, the non-zero Chance Urban was in East Lansing this week. We'll talk about it more later. Injury report is out. David, to the main stage.
Yes, Brian Branch is officially out. Amon-Ra, doubtful. And then the usual Taylor Decker, questionable. Kirby Joseph, questionable. Mosley, questionable. Reynolds is questionable. Vitae, questionable. Jamison Williams is on here as questionable as non-injury related. But then a new addition to the injury report today is Jahmyr Gibbs with a hamstring is questionable.
TJ?
Yeah, Gibbs, that just popped up today because he had practiced all week. So hopefully just a little tenderness. Yeah, I'm not surprised with Branch, not surprised with Amon-Ra being doubtful. I mean, I imagine.
I just don't think they're going to play because of the opponent.
Well, right. If this is a Week 18 game against Minnesota and you got to win for the division, these guys are probably playing.
Right. If this was the Cowboys, if this were the Eagles, this were the Niners, I got a feeling those guys would find – St. Brown would find a way to get on the field. But this is one where you're double-digit favorites over the Panthers. And, yeah, I know you don't overlook teams – but, guys, if we don't play you this week, that's an extra week of rest, and we get you ready for the next 2 games where we're really going to need you on the road.
Yeah, and just to make that clear, that's not the player decision. I mean, Amon-Ra was even in the locker room yesterday walking around, and, like, he's going to put up a fight.
Amon-Ra will play you in a back alley.
He's going to put up a fight to play. Like, that's just the type of guy he is. Branch was probably going to put up a fight to play. Sometimes you just sit back, and sometimes it's ultimately not your call. If Campbell sits you down and the training staff sits you down and explains everything you just said and we're not playing you, it's their decision. I'm not saying Amon-Ra sitting there saying, "Oh, it's the Panthers. You guys go take care of this one." That's not. That's
right.
Not,
no,
NFL players don't do
him.
that.
Yes.
So I just want to clear that up. It's not their decision. It's probably the team saying, "You know what? It's week 5. We still got a whole lot of football left. We don't need you. We don't need this thing lingering around into November and December, and then we're missing you for some of those important games coming up down the road." So yeah, it goes back to everything we talked about. I mean, if you're the team you think you are, you're the team we think you are, which is a damn good football team, a tough football team, you find a way to still go out there and grind out wins even when you're missing players.
I have a question. Why is it that all these injuries are here? We're worried about Amon-Ra. We don't have Branch anymore. How come the line hasn't moved? It's still at 10, 9.5 some places. It's right there, double digits.
Carolina's hot garbage.
Is that really the reason they disrespect Carolina that much?
It'll probably change. I mean, this just came out, probably 10 minutes ago, so I would imagine it might change a little bit, but probably not much.
but here's the other thing, Kenny. You got to remember too. Like it's the worst of the 3 rookie quarterbacks on the road. It's a winless team. You have to incentivize bettors to want to bet, and even at 10, the number isn't. It's a lot like Dolphins Giants. Oh, it's 12. You could offer me 17, and I don't know if I could bet the Giants. It's the same thing here with Carolina. How much would it take for you to bet your mortgage on Carolina? They're terrible. They're absolutely terrible.
You okay, man?
Yeah, dude, honestly, I'm dying. I know. Water down the wrong pipe. Excuse me.
Let me say this, though, while you're gathering yourself. I did look up the last time the Lions were double-digit favorites was 2017 against the 0-8 Browns. Now, the Lions were going into that game at 4-4, so they weren't great team here. But, yeah, when you got an 0 for team, that does matter, right?
Yeah, well, for sure it does. And, the Panthers have been – they played the Saints tough. I mean, even week 1, they played the Falcons tough. The Falcons kind of pulled away. But this is just – you're in a different league now, right? You're not one of those teams that should be – I don't know, we're missing a guy, and, I'm getting nervous, right? Like, you're not that team anymore. You've got depth. The good part defensively, too. And I know Branch, look, he's been a playmaker. That guy has been all over the field throughout the first 4 games. He seems like he's always around the ball. He's always making hits. He's always in the right spot. He's kind of that energy, bug that you kind of inject into your defense. Well, he's going to be out. Well, the good news is, you get a guy hopefully back. I know he's listed as questionable, but Emmanuel Mosley, right? Yeah. This is a guy that they brought in to be a big part of that defense as well. They kind of play similar positions. I know Mosley's played outside, inside. You got a good problem. That's a good problem to have when you're missing a guy and you say, okay, we're good because we got other guys, we got other vets, we got other players that we know are playmakers. We can put him in and we'll be just fine, right? And that's not a position that this team was in even last year, right? I mean, if they were missing guys, you're sitting there saying, oh, that changes everything. Now the fact that, Amon-Ra's doubtful and Branch is out, none of us are panicking. I mean, okay, yeah, is it ideal? No, it's not ideal, but you're still a good football team. You find a way to go out there and take care of business.
But let me ask
That's
you
the bottom line.
Let me ask you this, TJ, because how much is the Branch injury on the coaching staff for letting him go back into the game against Green Bay?
I mean, look, I think on a game day procedure, if you get injured, and you go get checked out, it's ultimately up to the trainers and the doctors to clear you. You say, okay, and I know, look, when he was getting checked out against the Packers, I kind of freaked out. I was like, oh my God, I hope they're not messing with his Achilles back there or anything. You see him come back on the field. Obviously, he got cleared. Once you get cleared, right, like the coaches, hey, they don't know. You're not telling them what's going on. You're just saying, yeah, okay, he's good. Nothing's broken. He's good. He's feeling good. He's running around. So I don't put that much on the coaches. Plus, you figure, I mean, you're getting 10 days off after that game. I mean, you know what I mean? It's just different. It's different operation on game day than it is if a guy gets hurt on Friday or Saturday, and now you got time to plan for it. Sundays, game days, you don't have time to plan for it. So if the coaches say, hey, or the trainers say, guy's up, guy's good, he's feeling good. Okay, as a coach, let's get him back out there. And look, I think Brian Branch is one of these guys that fits into that kind of toughness category when you talk about Amon-Ra St. Brown. And even when you talk about Jared Goff, I mean, not only the mental toughness, but the physical toughness he has of just wanting to be out there. I mean, that's contagious. And that's something that I really think that whole locker room has. They play through a lot of injuries. They play through a lot of stuff. But it's kind of the tone that the coaching staff, sets, and that's the expectation that they set. You're not going to be 100% all the time. You go out there and play. So it was a bummer that he re-aggravated that injury. It seemed like later in that Packer game.
Yeah.
But I don't put that much on the coaches. I mean, that's just a young kid wanting to go out there and help his team. And, it's football, man. Things happen.
No, I was with you. I thought it was the unforced injury. I thought, man, that's either a knee or an Achilles. Yeah, please don't let it be that. But
don't start with an A.
Right.
But when ankle's okay. Right. Not the other A words.
Even ankle, okay. High ankle sprain, you're at least gone for 5 weeks. But he came back into the game, and it was just like, all right, is this something you really want to do? Because, yeah, every player is going to say, Coach, put me back in. But this is where you need to be the adult in the room. It's not, son, you know what? We got this game. We're going to go ahead and tap you out, and you're going to get 10 days rest.
And see, that's what I'm just saying. So, game day operation, you don't have that much time to relay the information. I mean, the coaches don't even really know what happened. They either get a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and then it's okay, thumbs up, we're going, right? You don't have time to say, well, it's kind of bugging him a little bit. Well, he's jogging on the right. You don't have time to dissect everything. Right. It's just thumbs up, thumbs down. So I don't really put that on anybody. I mean, it's football and those type of things.
And you
happen.
also got to trust the team. You got to trust the team. Like you said earlier in the segment, you got to trust the team. Like everybody wants to come down on the players, whether they play or don't. A lot of times, the adults in the room have to stop the player from playing because they are looking out for the player when the player oftentimes is not looking out for themselves.
Yeah, and that's 100%.
Be careful.
That's what's going on probably this week with 14 with Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a guy that he's going to claw and scratch and do everything he can to get on that field, and it's going to have to be ultimately a judgment call from.
Well, it's a lot of what you had to do with
coaches,
Stafford for a lot of years.
Yeah.
Let me be. I mean, honestly, we've all said a lot about Matthew Stafford. The one thing we never questioned is his toughness.
No,
if Stafford missed a game, he had to be in a wheelchair to miss it.
Yep, and you feel like Goff's kind of the same guy. Yeah. I mean, Goff's got that DNA in him as well.
But I can see St. Brown putting on a new number and a fake mustache. No, I'm 15.
Yeah. Marvin Jones looks smaller this week, doesn't he, guys?
I'm wearing a visor. It's bright in here.
All right. Are we ready for Who Said It?
Long white sleeves.
Game time decision. You here for Who Said It?
It's not game time yet.
Oh, okay. Who said
it?
Next.
We find out on the other side, does TJ have any integrity?
I'll hang with
All
you, Mike.
right. We're back. 97.1. All right, we do it every week. Not every week does TJ join us because, ribs and hockey. But it is time
Life, adulthood.
For Who Said It. And we are blessed this week that TJ is joining us.
Well, thank you.
Oh, thank God.
You know the drill. You know the drill. Roberto curates a list. We got to guess what the hell our coworkers had to say. Take it away.
Well, a lot of Lions talk this week, so we're sticking mainly on that. So got a good lot of Lions content today. Ready?
Ready.
Let's play the game. Ready?
Yeah, you already asked that.
How many times are you going to ask me if I'm ready?
Just making sure. His talent is so high. That's why they traded up for him. It will take care of itself. He will be open if he knows the playbook.
Sounds like they're talking about J-Mo.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was this show, so that eliminates us. You know what? I'm going to go with a very positive Lions talk. I'm going to go with David's boy Gator on this.
Can I hear this one more time, Roberto?
Mm-hmm. His talent is so high, that's why they traded up for him. It will take care of itself. He will be open if he knows the playbook.
His talent is so high. Sounds like Jansen to me.
Why is that? Is there anything that leads you in that direction?
His talent is so high isn't exactly an elaborate opinion. That would be why.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm pretty sure Kenny just called John dumb. All right, let's go over to David.
It can never be positive.
Off and running.
No, his talent's so high. That sounds like
I can't believe he said that, TJ.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm not going to do what Kenny did, but I do think that's Kang.
Oh. Okay. The star of the show.
Man, I'm getting either Karsh or Jansen vibes. Not for mean reasons, Kenny. Don't give me that look.
Oh.
His talent. I heard that in Karsh's voice. That was the first voice that popped up. So I'm gonna stick with Karsh. Michael?
I kind of want Kenny to be right just for the slander. I'm going to go Jansen. I'm just fascinated that Kenny went for Jansen's head for no reason. What the hell did John ever do to you? Jesus. Who said it?
All right. Is Kenny right? Who said it?
Because his talent is so high. That's why they traded up for him.
Oh,
Will
Christ.
take care
This
of
guy
itself.
again.
He won't be open if he knows the playbook.
Yeah.
King 10-2, Monday through Friday.
I thought this had to come from talent.
More football questions.
It can be any. Oh, no. I see where you're going.
He is the co-host of that show. What are you talking about?
Good point.
Football.
Jeez.
More football questions. Hey, guy, are you going to eat that?
Oh.
Today is National.
All right, okay. We're good. We're good. We're good.
I want to leave.
What are you guys doing here? Why are you doing this? I don't understand.
I don't like it.
Let's go.
Then read something.
Setting a bad tone.
All right, here we go. Next one.
More football.
Another. Here we go. Hopefully, he's able to get on the field. And I just hope that he doesn't have blisters on his hands from catching so many balls.
Football questions?
Oh, my God.
That sounds like Wojo snark to me, doesn't it? I'm going to say Wojo.
It sounds like Snark, somebody who used to do a show with Wojo. This sounds like Stoney saying, he caught 100 passes. Making backhanded comment. Stoney.
I'm with you, Rico, because John was mocking Stoney for ripping him on the 100 catches. I think Stoney was being funny there, making it a little funny.
Ooh, I'm going to go the opposite. You just gave me an idea. I think that was actually Jansen being sarcastic in response to Stoney.
Hopefully he doesn't have blisters. The reverse of the reverse.
Yeah, David, I didn't even think about that until you said that. I'm going to go
Was
Jansen.
that your John imitation?
Well, hopefully he doesn't have blisters on his hands.
Oh,
You know what?
God.
No.
That was my Caputo,
No.
actually, I think.
Stop.
248.
That's way worse than what I did.
Let's go forward.
Stop right now.
Let's
Stop.
go forward.
Stop right now. Behave.
No.
Stop right now.
What is your guess, Mike?
Behave yourself. I will go the Stoney route.
Cliff Raymond.
I don't know.
I think TJ's got to leave.
We did ask him to stay.
You wanted it.
I'm doing everything I can do here.
All right, I'll be quiet.
Stoney.
Okay.
Who said it?
All right, who said it?
Hopefully, he's able to get on the field. And I just hope that he doesn't have blisters on his hands from catching so many balls.
You're right.
Simply-
that was
you
great.
simply
Yeah,
stunning.
You gave that one to
that
me.
was great.
Boy, you could tell John had a lot of energy in that segment.
From catching so many balls. 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 Balls.
Oh, boy. Roberto's got a new toy.
Yes. Roberto.
Roberto.
All right, here's the next one. You ready?
Roberto.
No, just play the drop.
I know. I had to get out of that. I had to get out of that. Here we go. Next one.
I mean, no, it's just him in a monotone fashion saying that. Oh, man.
All right. Jeez.
We're ready.
All right.
Balls.
It could simply be you better know your playbook. And if you do, and you are where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be, you're going to get plenty of snaps.
I'm hearing the obligatory Wednesday with Wojo. I heard that in the Wojo voice. Kind of non-committal. If you do what you're supposed to do, then I'll write great things about you. Yeah, I'm hearing Wojo.
To me, it sounded like a lot of qualifiers, a lot of if this happens, then this happens. That's a Doug Karshism right there.
Ooh, a Karshism.
Can I hear it one more time?
It could simply be you better know your playbook. And if you do, and you're where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be, you're going to get plenty of snaps.
Yeah, I hear Wojo as well.
Man, I got a Karshism for sure, Kenny. Yeah, I'm going Karsh.
See, it's the when you're supposed to be. That's Wojo.
What you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be, why you're supposed to
Yeah,
be.
go Wojo. Just for the hell of it. I haven't recovered from the Jansen segment. So this is really a lot. I'm just gonna go. I'll go Wojo because there's usually a Wednesdays with Wojo in here.
All right, are you right? Who said it?
It could simply be you better know your
Unbelievable.
playbook, and if you do, and if you're where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be, you're going to get plenty of snaps.
Gabe.
Thank you. That's enough.
Balls.
Balls.
Unbelievable.
Balls.
Like, it's stupid. It shouldn't be funny. But he just...
That's the way he says it. Balls.
He just talks with such a lack of energy. It's like he's burping that word.
And he's like, ball. Ball.
I just hear it in the Donald Sterling voice. Ooh, close.
Balls.
Ron Burgundy voice. Balls?
Roberto, give us another one quick.
All right, here we go.
Oh, my God.
Generally speaking, we are going on a year and a half of you're not going to run the ball on us.
You know what?
Lead us off,
I think
Mike.
I said that. So am I allowed to play or not? I think I said that.
I think it's a little too late.
You better be right.
Balls?
Yeah, you said that.
If you're going to call your shot, I'll go with it. I guess, yeah.
I guess so, yeah.
Roberto, hopefully you got an extra one.
You all believe he's that confident.
I don't know, but he's very confident here.
Nobody wants to guess anything
Roberto's
else.
trying to change our minds. It's got to be right.
The generally speaking, just the overall condescension in that sentence, it's definitely Mike.
Balls.
All right. Who said it? Who said it, you bastard?
But generally speaking, we are going on a year and a half of you're not going to run the ball.
Tried to reverse psychology with us to change it.
The Jedi mind trick didn't work. Sorry.
Condescension.
Oh, we can do one more, right?
I got a bonus one. I got a Tigers one.
Let's go.
I got a bonus Tigers for you. Ready? Here we go. We don't know what they're going to spend, but they will be better than 78 and 84. So that should put them right in the mix.
Oh, good. That could be anybody.
Wow.
I'm going to jump in here. Start. The only people that would talk Tigers right now would be Carson Anderson. And Gator loves the Tigers. I'm going to go with Gator here.
I'm going to go with Wojo simply because we have not had a Wojo. And Roberto, well, he's lazy. Wojo.
Well, he read it with such vigor that it makes me think it's somebody that is more monotone. So I'm going to go Doug.
That was the nicest thing you ever said about Doug, Kenny. I'm going to take a shot in the dark and just go with Gov. See if I can steal one.
Tecumseh.
Yeah, just see if I can steal one. Michael?
They talk a lot of Tigers out in Tecumseh.
I want to hear it one more time. I'm really confused on this one. One more time, please.
We don't know what they're going to spend, but they will be better than 78 and 84. So that should put them in the mix.
Golly. Guys, I know I've said something similar. I just don't. Would he use? I didn't do it this week, though.
We didn't talk Tigers this week.
It's all a blur, Rico. It's all a blur.
I mean, he's not really saying anything. It has to be Gator.
Hold on. Now, no, he is saying something. It's blindly optimistic.
You're only saying that because you think it's you.
I mean, there is some truth in that, TJ. God. I'll go TJ, but I swear to God, I know I said something similar. All right, just go ahead. I mean, I'm mortified.
All right. Is it you, Mike? Who said it?
We don't know what they're going to spend.
Oh, thank God.
It will be better than 78 and 84, so that should put
I feel
them
like Patrick
right in the
Mahomes
mix.
right now.
Thank God. TJ, it's been wonderful having you rejoin the segment.
Beautiful Friday, Michael. Can't wait to see you again next week.
It is. I know. Well, you go home and enjoy whatever adulting you have to do.
See you on the sideline for the beatdown, TJ.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
Rico,
That's who
always
said
good
it.
to see you, my friend.
Balls.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They'll find you every discount, every rebate, and every incentive to save you money. Hamilton has recently received a large delivery of new 2024 Chevrolets. They're ready for immediate delivery, and the selection is best right now, including the October Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox for $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive away in 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, I said it right. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox for under $300, folks. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
All right, listen. As long as you're not a Spartan or a Giant fan, football season's fun, which means there's still a chance you're taking a trip, watching games. Vegas, a great spot. Circa, the epicenter of it with Stadium Swim, one of the 6 pools, 3 different levels, and the biggest outdoor sports book in America. It's located at Circa in downtown Vegas. If you want to book your spot today, or if you're a Lions fan for the playoffs, just saying, CircaLasVegas.com. That's CircaLasVegas.com. All right, Odyssey.com. Rewind if you missed anything. Also, always try to give it to you on Friday. Just kind of this comprehensive, there's no show in the country giving you more free football content than this one. Rico, hyper-intensive on the Big Ten with the 5-star zone. I've got your sports betting stuff covered with Cash the Ticket, and then your NFL vibe with Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and myself. All of it available wherever you get your podcasts. All of it free. Go grab it. Or as David says, we need someone to get out there and grab this one quick. So I want to do the ticket text, and I have a question for Rico. 2 scenarios. I got to see which one Rico believes in more. David?
Yeah, someone says balls is a top contender for next drop contest. Curtis at St. Clair Shores.
Whoa.
Donald Sterling saying balls.
WWJ is a serious radio station.
Donald Sterling saying balls is actually hilarious.
That whole segment to me was funny. I don't care.
I loved it. Someone says, if there is ever a ready or here we go during Who Said It, I'd guess Roberto. That is from Kurt. That's
Ready?
all he said.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
All right, let's are you ready? Let's play the game. Are you ready?
Here we go.
It's so stupid. I shouldn't laugh, but I do. It's unbelievable.
Someone says, check the room. There's too much laughing gas right now pouring in the studio.
It's Corey. This is what you dream of. Your football team's a 10-point favorite. There's no strife. There's no negativity. Even the MSU negativity is positivity based on the urban rumors. Michigan's number 2 in America. You want to make them number 1? You feel like you're better than Georgia? I'm fine with it. It's all good in the hood.
Right. Damn near 20-point favorites against Minnesota. You're going to keep the little brown jug. Yeah, this is what you want. Detroit, this is it.
They still play for that stupid thing.
All right, I said, unless you want to break down the Pistons-Sun preseason game.
Can't wait on Sunday. Can't wait. Oh, someone says, Who Said It is the best segment you guys do. I absolutely love it, but I could have a little bit less ready in it. Ready? They don't want you to say ready. Thanks for listening, Roberto. Appreciate you. If I'm a rip Gator, I got to rip Roberto.
Yeah, I was going to say, good. At least one guy can defend himself.
Who, Gator? Because we know Roberto ain't.
Oh,
okay, see, now you're being mean. There's really just no reason for it.
Yeah, am I, though?
Yes.
Seriously? Okay.
It's okay.
Right.
I like it. It's fine. I want to ask a question. Very important stuff here. And this is because Rico has set up 2 situations. One is, you have said it is BOGO, that the Lions are in this outer space. You have nothing to worry about. There is no way they'll even be in a game against Carolina, much less a loss. Oh, okay. So here's what I'm going to ask you. Which is more likely? Ready?
Mm-hmm.
More likely. Carolina beating the Lions or Urban Meyer being the next coach at Michigan State?
More likely to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Urban Meyer being the next coach at Michigan State.
Oh, my God. Rico. Oh, my God.
See, I thought you were going to say the Cowboys were going to beat the Niners. I'm like, well, okay, I'll give you that. Yeah, Urban Meyer will be the next coach of Michigan State. That's more likely to happen than Carolina beating the Lions.
This is an NFL game. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's way more likely.
Okay, if one more person tells me it's an NFL game, yes, I know that. It's being played on Sunday.
Don't yell at me. I think they're going to crush him, but if you're asking me which is more likely, I'm going to say the NFL game.
Okay, I know this is foreign territory. Detroit, you're a really good team. And you know what really good teams do to rookie quarterbacks? They crush their souls. You just did it against a horrible Desmond Ridder. You just made Jordan Love look pathetic. And now Bryce Young, this is where you draw the line? Come on. You're better than this.
No. This is an NFL game, okay? It has to be Carolina beating the Lions.
Does it make you feel better because it gives you a little bit of chance? Well, just in case we lose, we can say it's an NFL game.
Okay.
You shouldn't feel this way.
So let's temper it. Let's just slightly change the parameters, guys. More likely, Urban Meyer was in East Lansing this week, or the Panthers to beat the Lions.
Urban Meyer was in East Lansing. Yeah. That is more likely.
David?
I have to go with Urban Meyer.
Okay, see, now we're getting somewhere. And by the way, if you're wondering why on earth is that being mentioned at 4:30 in the afternoon on a Friday, because Rico and I said, F it. You got Lansing State Journal columnist Graham Couch in his podcast saying this is what I'm hearing. People who run MSU websites saying this is what I'm hearing. People calling Rico, this is what I'm hearing. All right, here's the deal. Everybody and their mothers here in Urban was in East Lansing this week, but nobody's willing to go and put their name to it. Fine enough. Don't care. I'm not trying to break news. I'm asking whether you believe there was a non-zero chance that he was actually in East Lansing. Rico's been on the Urban train since the day Tuck got dismissed. You know me. I just want to win. I'm tired. I've had enough. So I'm ready. Urban is candidate 1A, 1B, and 1C. The question we asked was, are you willing to even be hurt? Are you willing to believe it's a non-zero chance? Because if this guy was in East Lansing this week, there has to be a level of mutual interest. There has to be a level of conversation. Mm-hmm. I mean, do I think or do I know that there are major boosters that want this to happen? Yes, of course. But this isn't Auburn. The boosters don't run the school, unfortunately. So this is going to be a matter of Alan Haller and a matter of the Board of Trustees. And at that point, I just won't allow myself to get hurt. Because MSU, through no era, has gotten it right in totality. Just hasn't. It just hasn't. So you want to say, well, they got it right with Mark. Okay, yeah, they got it right for a little bit. And then what happened? I'm talking about long-standing, everyone on the same page, everyone marching to the same beat, everyone singular focus behind football. You can't find me a 10-year period. You can't do it. Might find 5, might find 7, might find 3, can't find 10. And in a coaching search, please. So I'm fascinated by it. If you guys want to snicker and laugh, do whatever you want to do. The point is, the guy's on TV. If you go to him, you offer him $12 million a year, you make him the highest paid coach in America, and you go, here are the keys. Do whatever you want. Here's the NIL. Here's what do you need?
Yeah.
The answer is yes to all of it, but tell me what you need. Because here's the bottom line. If he says no, who cares?
Yep. You tried. You absolutely tried. And that's all I'm asking for. Shoot for the moon. Don't just accept whatever you can get. Don't just accept bargain basement. Well, we'll settle on plan E and F.
Right. But again, there's just a lot of smoke. And I think, obviously, tomorrow, big noon kickoff, there's going to be a production meeting. And I think it cuts one of two ways. They can ask him, which he'll be prepared for. He would never be blindsided by professionals. If he asks, he'll deny it, or he won't, or I don't care. Or if he's not asked about it, I think that's pretty telling, quite frankly. Yeah, I think we can guarantee if he's wearing a green and white tie, Urban MSU confirmed.
What if he breaks the news right there? Instead of doing a pick, he says, well, my pick is go green.
And he puts on the Gruff Sparty hat.
Right.
Yeah. I like that. Oh, well, we can dream. But that's why we were talking about it. So We will get David, from a timing standpoint, I want to make sure we're timely. What do you want to do next? You want to go prop bets here or prop bets at 45?
Let's do 45. I have something for you from Donovan Edwards.
Oh boy. Okay, then. Can't wait. We'll get to it next. Let me tell you about Northville Lumber. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. And last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville Lumber to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason they can do it. Everything's in stock all the time. And whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, they got you covered. No lead times, no wait times. They just get it done, period. So you need someone to build your deck? They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Stop by or call Northville Lumber today. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yep. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
That
sucks. Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
David, before we get the latest from Donovan Edwards, I do have a piece of breaking news. All right, and I know I was specifically asked not to do this, but Rico Beard reporting that a private plane has left Columbus's airport headed for Lansing Capital City Airport as we speak. Rico Beard, thank you.
David, what you got for us?
You're not gonna take your victory lap on breaking news?
Nope, I'm not. Planes leave all the time, Mike. Who knows? Now, if it's where's the big noon kickoff? Now, if it was
Oklahoma, Texas game, that's where they're at, I believe.
Now, if it was leaving Oklahoma to come here,
maybe they're just headed to Lansing for Little John steak and onion, and they're moving on. You're right.
Artisan pretzels.
They're
dropping the pretzels off for the Michigan game.
That's exactly right. Honest to God, that game's going to be a disaster. All right, carry on. What is the news?
Yeah, so Donovan Edwards was asked this week about critics. You know, he's getting critics. He doesn't have a touchdown this year, so he's being asked about it. His quote here, people are always going to say what they want to say. LeBron James has critics. Michael Jordan has critics. Muhammad Ali has critics. The greatest athletes have critics. At this point in time, I'm not in that same situation as them, and people are bashing me. It makes me feel like I'm great too. If you ain't getting haters, you're doing something wrong. So clearly, I'm doing something right.
What?
Okay, time out. First of all, I'm going to make 2 points, and then I'm turning my microphone off. This is how this is going to work. Point A is, this is the typical psychosis of a University of Michigan athlete. It is a cult. These poor kids are told they're special because they're there, and this is how it works. Donovan Edwards has been replaced by 50 guys in my career who make comments like this from the University of Michigan. It comes from the program. All right, number 2, Donovan, Booby, baby, my guy. You came out preseason and said you were going to revolutionize the sport. Checks notes, 47 carries for 157 yards, no touchdowns, and a long of 14 yards. That's 3.3 a carry. Donovan, my man, you stink. So own it up. You started the year, you talk big. Now your team's very good. Your focus should be on the team, but you haven't been very good. You're a guy who is now in his 3rd year. You're yet to run for 1,000 yards. You're yet to be a starter, and you've talked more than you've walked. Do us all a solid. Quiet, please. Muhammad Ali? Good heavens.
Right, we're just going to keep invoking the name of the greatest. Like, half of the running back tandem has shown up. Blake Corum has done what Blake Corum is doing. He's scoring. He's getting touchdowns. He's rushing for yards. He's an integral part of this offense. Donovan is not haters. Haters ain't, it's simply looking in a mirror. You're not that good this year. That's not being a hater. Those are facts. I guess facts are just mean because
right. And if you comp it out too, Rico, I mean, Corum double the carries, quadruple the yards, almost 6 yards a carry, 9 touchdowns. Quintessential Blake Corum.
Yeah. But you know what? Whatever motivates you, if that's what it takes, Godspeed. But yeah, for you came out saying you're going to revolutionize the game. Well, I guess the game is not scoring.
David, what do you make of it as a fan? I know in the grand scheme, people don't care if you win. I'm just saying, like, it always annoys me. Just when players do stuff like this, just own it, man.
Correct. That's
like
the thing.
Your team's winning.
That's
Why
the thing.
Are you talking?
It's nothing wrong with being confident. You want the confidence. But now that you said what you said preseason and you haven't lived up to it, then just say, you know what? I understand the criticism. I understand why people are saying things about me because I haven't lived up to what I'm saying. I'm going to give them what I said I'm going to give them, and I'm going to start performing. That's it. You start putting LeBron James, Michael Jordan, and Muhammad Ali's name in your mouth, dude, shut up.
Right, just power it down. Really, I mean, you're angry at us because you haven't scored? How is this our fault? How are we haters?
Well, and again, you're seeing a lot of it happen with Evan Neal, the Giants. It's like Evan Neal freaked out about fans booing him, and then he goes, yeah, well, they're probably flipping burgers. It's like, Evan, my man, Eric Flowers is one of the biggest busts in Giants history. Eric Flowers is a Hall of Famer compared to your ass. You're so much worse than Eric Flowers, you're actually stealing money. Please don't insult fans that pay to watch you play. Now, I know it's different. One's going after, quote, haters. One's going after fans that are hate. The point I'm making is, dude, just play. Your play is your talk. And when you're playing and playing well, you earn the right to talk and to do whatever you want. Notice, no one was a bigger fan of what Blake Corum said to start the year than me. It's national title or bust. Blake Corum's earned the right to say that. Blake Corum is a dog. Blake Corum is a leader. Blake Corum is a constant with that. He's the heartbeat of that team. You're nobody,
Mike
Donovan. You're nobody.
Right, but I'm going to take it a step further. I actually thought Donovan was going to take over the running back role. He was going to be RB1. I thought he had more talent than Blake Corum. I thought he could do more things coming out the backfield. I really thought and believed, you know what? He may be that guy. He may be him, as the kids would say. So I bought into this hype. I you know what? I liked him. Blake was a battering ram, but it was kind of like the Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. I thought he was going to be Gibbs. He was going to be that special guy. I'm not getting anything. Just saying. But, hater. I mean,
Give me the ticket. No, it's okay. There was nothing to add. And again, Donovan Edwards can still play a very important role for this team. Donovan Edwards is a weapon. And I don't believe in this whole, well, they're saving him for the big game. Stop. Teams do not save people for the big games. As we sit here right now, I thought Donovan was a threat to catch 50 balls this year and be a real dual threat guy that could put up 1,500 to 1,700 total yards. You catch 50 balls, that's going to be 700 yards in the passing game. Do the math on this. My point is, as we sit here today, he's got 250 total yards. He's caught 12 passes. He's been a nothing burger through the first, 5 weeks of the year. That's not on us. You told me you were going to revolutionize the sport. Well, here's what we could do. If you never said that, you're probably not dealing with this. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't know. You know what? To hell, Michigan fans don't care. I don't know that I care. Your team is very good. You might be the best team in America. But just please with the rhetoric.
Right.
But it comes from the program. It's what they are.
But Mike, you just touched upon something. Why bring this up now? Your team's rolling. Why are you drawing attention to yourself?
Well, what question was asked?
That's that's fair. That is fair.
I do have to be fair. I try sometimes.
Yeah, I have a small correction here. Big Noon Kickoff is in Ohio State this week, not Texas, Oklahoma.
All right.
If Urban's wearing anything green, I don't care if it's his socks. It's confirmed.
Right.
Can you imagine tomorrow
if Sparty
even
is
on
somewhere Sparty's somewhere in the crowd?
No, even on a trolling level. Imagine if Urban is in one of those light gray suits he wears with just a dark green tie. Come on.
Green pocket square.
David, something.
A little lapel. What's that S
what
for?
If he
don't worry about
it. What if he pulls Izzo out of his pocket?
All right. Read something.
Come on. Well, Herbs. All right. All right, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. We got football on the brain. $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets guaranteed, whether you win or lose. And whether it's sides, props, player prop. Guys, the player prop this week, I'll tell you right now, get all the Laporta you can. Because Amon-Ra, not happening. FanDuel.com/ticket. And FanDuel has something special for our listeners. Be sure to look for the 97-1 the ticket odds boost this weekend, live on the app before Panthers-Lions on Sunday. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yeah. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the.
All right, let's have some fun. Michigan, Minnesota.
Wait a minute. Who won? Who lost?
Well, Mike,
what happened?
Congratulations. You and I tied.
Let's see. So. Congratulations, my friend.
All right. Kenny, David, you guys were one behind us. 8-7.
Whatever. So. You're not first, you're last. Nice try, boys.
All right. JJ completed passes against Minnesota over under 21.5.
Under, because he won't throw it 21 times.
Yeah, I was going to say like a 15 or so. I'll say under.
Yeah, he only needs 16 in the first half, then he's done.
Yep, I'm going to go under as well. Blake Corum touchdowns over under 1.5.
Go over. This game will be over in 28 minutes. It'll just be all runs, and this is a Corum kind of game.
Yeah, what he said. I'll take the over as well.
I'm going to try to grab one here, and I'm going to go under.
David, 2 for drops today. I'm going to go over. He's a 2-touchdown machine, but here's where the rubber meets the road. Donovan Edwards, will this be the week? Over under 0.5.
I'm just going to say no. Something is not right. I sound like Stephen A. in our Pistons song. Something is not right with the Detroit Pistons. What is wrong with Donovan Edwards?
I don't know, but he is due. This will be the week. Okay. I'm going over.
This is the week Donovan Edwards gets it right.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I know he compares his critics. He compares himself to LeBron James, Michael Jordan, and Muhammad Ali when it comes to being criticized. So
and you know what? They will all go under as well.
Yeah. They've got the same amount of touchdowns you have this year, kid, and they're dead.
Gonna go under.
Minnesota total points for the game.
Oh, my God.
Over under 15.5.
31-14 final. I'll go under.
I'll go just slightly over.
Kenny, just slightly over.
Yeah, they score late to go over.
Yeah, I'm with you. I could see them getting to 17 points, so I'm going to go over as well. There we go. More receiving yards. Roman Wilson or Sam Laporta?
Wow. I am going to go Roman because of the big play potential. You hit one. I mean, I think Laporta could get you 60 or 70, but Roman could get 100 on, a 70-yard bomb. I'll go Roman.
With some yards after the catch, I'm going to go with Laporta.
They call that yak, Kenny. Yak.
No, J-Mo's back. Laporta doesn't get anything. No. I'm sorry. Let's go Laporta here.
I think I'm going to go Roman Wilson as well. More rushing yards. Donovan Edwards, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Wow. I don't like this question.
That's a great question, Rico. Good for you on that one.
You know what? Thank you, Kenny. I've been waiting to hear that. That boosts my ego. Thank you.
Great question, Rico.
I said it first.
You did.
You did. It means more when you say it first. There are rules to the compliments. I'll go Donovan Edwards.
Mike saying
I'll
Donovan
go
Edwards.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Kenny's going all Lions all the time.
I'm going to go Gibbs as well.
Ooh, wow. You know what? I'm going to go Donovan because I think Donovan's going to get some garbage yards in the fourth quarter while Blake is sitting there with his jersey off. Top 25 upsets on this weekend. Over under 3.5.
Under.
4 seems like a lot. I'm going to go under.
Okay. Well, you got Oklahoma.
It ain't going to be Texas. You may as well move along to another game.
You know, Texas is sitting at the Devil's number right now.
I'm going to go
They're
over.
back.
I'm going over.
David, I'm going over as well. For you, Mike, Quinn Ewers passing yards. Over under 294.5.
Under. I think they can attain way more balance. Under.
Yeah, under for me as well.
Over.
David, I think he's going to use those two big receivers if Texas is going to win. Yeah, I'm going over. Sam Hartman passing touchdowns. Over under 1.5.
Over. Way over.
Wow. I actually like Louisville in this game. Golly. I'll go over, but I don't like it. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm also going with the upset, so I'm going under because of that.
Yeah, David, either you and I are going to be tied or we're just going to be at the bottom of the barrel. I'm going under. For the last 3 weeks has happened. Jared Goff interception over under 0.5.
Under. This is the week he stops doing that stuff.
Yeah, he'll go back to his streak. I'm taking the under.
Back to his streak of an interception. I'm going over.
David, here's where we part ways. It's going to end. I'm going under. Jamison Williams receptions. Over under 2.5.
Under. Not even sure he plays.
Yeah, under. The way they deployed him last year, they barely gave him any targets to begin with. So, yeah, under.
Well, he is the next Randy Moss, Deshaun Jack, whatever you want to say he is. That's what he's next. But I'm going to go under.
I wonder if he's going to get in garbage time where they just got to get him warmed up. I'm going to go over. Teddy Bridgewater time. Brock Purdy touchdowns, passes. Over under 1.5.
Under. I hate this kid. Under.
That's just that hate pick.
Well,
Right
when you live a life of privilege with all the weapons, it'll be over simply based on that.
Oh, this is the Dallas defense. He's going to go under.
No, he's going to go over. Just to let you know. Kirk Cousins taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. Cousins over under 2.5 touchdowns.
Over.
I'm going to say under, and I hate this one.
No, I love this one. I'm going over for sure.
Yeah, I am going over as well. David Montgomery rushing yards, over under 84.5.
Wow. Under.
They'll have such a healthy lead that they'll be able to use him a lot more, so I'll say over.
I went with Gibbs earlier, so I'm going to go under here.
I am going to go over as well. Kenny, I think he's just going to be the battering ram for this game. Probably get about 25 to 28 rushes. And finally, Lions total sacks of the Carolina Panthers. Over under 4.5.
Under. A 5-sack game would just be insane.
Okay, you know what?
Unless you're a Giants fan.
Let's go 3.5. Over under 3.5.
I see what you're doing, and I resent it. Under.
No, they'll get 4 on the nose. I like that. Give me the over.
No, I think they get 5, so over.
David, I'm going over as well. Mike, you went under?
Yeah, I'll go under. They'll get a lot of pressure, but they won't get home 5 times.
I think that they're going to get pressure in probably the first couple, and then after that, it's just going to be, let's meet up at Bryce Young on 3. 1, 2, 3. Break. That's your prop bet casino for the week 97-1. All right, let's have some fun. Michigan, Minnesota.
Wait a minute. Who won? Who lost?
Well, Mike,
what happened?
Congratulations. You and I tied.
See? Congratulations, my friend.
All right. Kenny, David, you guys were 1 behind us. 8-7.
Whatever. You're not first, you're last. Nice try, boys.
All right. JJ completed passes against Minnesota, over under 21.5.
Under, because he won't throw it 21 times.
Yeah, I was going to say like a 15 or so. I'll say under.
Yeah, he only needs 16 in the first half, then he's done.
Yep, I'm going to go under as well. Blake Corum touchdowns, over under 1.5.
Go over. This game will be over in 28 minutes. It'll just be all runs, and this is a Corum kind of game.
Yeah, what he said. I'll take the over as well.
I'm going to try to grab one here, and I'm going to go under.
David, 2 for drops today. I'm going to go over. He's a 2-touchdown machine, but here's where the rubber meets the road. Donovan Edwards. Will this be the week? Over under 0.5.
I'm just going to say no. Something is not right. I sound like Stephen A. in our Pistons song. Something is not right with the Detroit Pistons. What is wrong with Donovan Edwards?
I don't know, but he is due. This will be the week. I'm going over.
This is the week Donovan Edwards gets it right.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I know he compares his critics. He compares himself to LeBron James, Michael Jordan, and Muhammad Ali when it comes to being criticized. So
you know what? They will all go under as well.
Yeah. They've got the same amount of touchdowns you have this year, kid, and they're dead.
Gonna go under.
Minnesota total points for the game.
Oh, my God.
Over under 15.5.
31-14 final. I'll go under.
I'll go just slightly over.
Kenny, just slightly over.
Yeah, they score late to go over.
Yeah, I'm with you. I can see them getting to 17 points, so I'm going to go over as well. There we go. More receiving yards. Roman Wilson or Sam Laporta?
Wow. I am going to go Roman because of the big play potential. You hit one. I mean, I think Laporta could get you 60 or 70, but Roman could get 100 on, a 70-yard bomb. I'll go Roman.
With some yards after the catch, I'm going to go with Laporta.
They call that yak, Kenny. Yak.
No, J-Mo's back. Laporta doesn't get anything. No. I'm sorry. Let's go Laporta here.
I think I'm going to go Roman Wilson as well. More rushing yards. Donovan Edwards, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Wow. I don't like this question.
That's a great question, Rico. Good for you on that one.
You know what? Thank you, Kenny. I've been waiting to hear that. That boosts my ego. Thank you.
Great question, Rico.
I said it first.
You did.
You did. It means more when you say it first. There are rules to the compliments. I'll go Donovan Edwards.
Mike saying
I'll
Donovan
go
Edwards.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Kenny's going all Lions all the time.
I'm going to go Gibbs as well.
Ooh, wow. You know what? I'm going to go Donovan because I think Donovan's going to get some garbage yards in the fourth quarter while Blake is sitting there with his jersey off. Top 25 upsets on this weekend. Over, under, 3.5.
Under.
4 seems like a lot. I'm going to go under.
Okay.
Well, you got Oklahoma.
It ain't going to be Texas. You may as well move along to another game.
You know, Texas is sitting at the Devil's number right now.
I'm going to go
They're
over.
back.
I'm going over.
David, I'm going over as well. For you, Mike, Quinn Ewers passing yards. Over, under, 294.5.
Under. I think they can attain way more balance. Under.
Yeah, under for me as well.
Over.
David, I think he's going to use those two big receivers if Texas is going to win. Yeah, I'm going over. Sam Hartman passing touchdowns. Over, under, 1.5.
Over. Way over.
Wow. I actually like Louisville in this game. Golly. I'll go over, but I don't like it. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm also going with the upset, so I'm going under because of that.
Well, people, it just gets better and better and better. Thank you for joining us on a Friday. Show's been a good time. Very light tone today. Lions, huge favorites over the Panthers. You just got to take care of business. Michigan State, the Urban Meyer stuff, who said it? It's all there, Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. But, Rico, I have to continue to build the Sunday. You have a TV background. Is that true or false?
I do.
Okay. Is it common in television to have rehearsals for big shows?
Absolutely, it is.
Interesting. So, according to Jeff Rieger, I just received a missive. Jeff has photographic evidence of Urban Meyer at Big Noon kickoff rehearsals today wearing a green tie.
Oh.
Urban to MSU's confirmed. Urban to MSU confirmed. Confirmed. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Now, if you want to know why in the HELL, we are invoking the name of Urban Meyer in a very unserious yet kind of serious manner. It's because the rumor mill has swirled all week. And now Graham Couch, Lansing State Journal columnist, admitting to hearing the things that many of us would not admit, which are simple. Urban was in East Lansing this week. I'm not reporting it. I'm just telling you what the scuttlebutt is. If you choose not to believe it, that's cool. I ain't mad about it. None of this is that serious to me. Because until or unless I see a press conference that says Urban to MSU, there's not a big amount of hope. It's not about whether you want the guy or not. It's not about whether he's the best guy for the job. It's not even about whether it would put Michigan on notice. Because you could sit there and cackle, it would. Urban's your daddy. The point is, it's about whether the school could pull it off or whether he actually was here. And Rico is saying there's a non-zero chance he was here. And there are people, for instance, whether it's On 3 or 24/7 or whatever Rivals is now, the point I'm making is when you run those sites, you follow coaching searches, it's what gets you subscribers, etc. You got insiders on those sites saying, hey, I'm hearing the same damn thing. Urban was here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there might actually be some mutual interest. Hey, donors want this. Now, that don't mean Alan Haller wants it. That doesn't mean that Fraggle Rock Board of Trustees wants it. But if the donors want it, that's a start. And if Urban's interested, that's a start. If Urban was in East Lansing, that's more than a start. So, people, we're just sitting here saying straight up, do you believe there is a non-zero chance Urban was here this week? Are you willing to give even a 1% chance on the Urban to MSU movement? Rico Beard cut it. That's me. That's me to Urban. Put me on the phone. Put me on the phone. That's how David sounds to God. That's how I sound to Urban. I don't care. I would hire Satan to get this program back on track. So if you are one of these pearl-clutching, we want to win the right way people, do us all a solid. Do the community a solid. Don't call this radio show. Because let me tell you about my partner and I, Rico Beard. We are men of the streets. We are unscrupulous. Rico's out here selling stolen stereo equipment. We are grifters. We are going to scratch and claw and hustle to win games. We don't care.
Equipment just fell out of a truck. Don't know where it came from.
Rico sold crack to kids. He don't care.
Vitamin C.
He had a house payment.
Yeah, helps you grow, kids.
So I'm being serious, though. 248-539, not about the crack. I'm being serious about the topic. 248-539-9797. Do you buy the smoke? Do you believe there is any real chance that Urban was in East Lansing? You know what? I'm having fun because my program's dead. My NFL team's dead. All I have is the Lions. My biggest rival in college football is a dominant force again. I have nothing left, so I'm choosing to live and have a good time. So, yeah, you know what? I believe it. F it. Do I believe the school will get it done? No, absolutely not. But there's a non-zero chance he was here this week. Let's roll. Let's just let hope be thy guide. 248-539-9797. Rico, do you believe there's a non-zero chance he was here?
I absolutely believe that there was a non-zero chance that he was here, Mike. It's just
Rico Beard reports Urban Meyer was here this week. I knew it.
It's just way too much smoke.
What on earth? You know what? Keep moving. Just keep talking, Rico. Keep. Okay.
Balls.
Just keep talking. Okay, I quit. You're wondering what kind of show this has been today. You're getting the Cliff Notes version right here.
But yes, I do believe that there is interest, both sides. I don't know how far it's going to go, but the fact that there's interest there, that people are talking, maybe even an informal sit down. But yes, I think there's how do you phrase that? A non-zero?
Yeah, is there a non-zero chance?
Yeah, non-zero chance. Absolutely. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
People, where are you at with it? You're driving home on a Friday. The rumor mill is swirling. According to Rieger, we have Urban in a green tie at Fox rehearsals. We have reports, a lot of people who are not tied together, a lot of people who don't know each other or roll in the same circle, saying the same thing. Urban was in East Lansing. You know what? F it. I'm going to go into my weekend believing he was here. If David's allowed to believe in, the Virgin Mary or living inside of a whale, why can't I believe Urban was here? I can. It's blind faith.
I don't see how the two are mutually exclusive, but sure.
I'm just making a point. Life takes a little bit of blind faith. So does religion. I'm choosing to go into a weekend where My Saturday program's toast, and my Sunday program is going to get beat by 50 by the Dolphins. Allow me this. Just allow me this fantasy.
No, you're not going to get beat by 50.
Until Urban goes on Big Noon Kickoff tomorrow and says, hear me now. He looks in the camera and goes, I would never, will not now, nor will ever coach at that rat-bait piece of crap university. Take my name out of your mouth. I am not taking that job. Until or unless he does that, I have a right to believe. Even if it's 0.01%. And I just want to live. I want to live in the world where we get the Root for Radio gold of Urban Meyer flirting with Michigan State. I want to live in that world.
And Mike, even if he does say that, I'm still not going to believe that.
That would hurt. I got to be honest. But okay, so that's where we kind of started today, and we wanted to bring it back. As far as the Lions go, Amon-Ra's not going to play. Brian Branch is not going to play. You're banged up, but you're 10-point favorites, first time in the better part of a decade. It's just survive in advance. Like Rico selling BOGO tickets, you're going to win by 100. For me, just win. Just win. It's the NFL. Every week you got a shot to lose. So play at least your B-plus game. Get out of here with a W. And for Michigan, guys, I wish there was more to do. And as we turn towards November, you're going to be a huge part of the conversation. But when you play the Wilford Brimley Diabetes Cupcake schedule, there's nothing for us to talk about. You're favored by 3 touchdowns over Minnesota. You're going to drill Minnesota. These teams are garbage. Yeah. Stay healthy. Do your job. We'll check on you guys in November. Because MSU's opted out of the rivalry this year. Any year MSU fires a coach or has fired a coach, you guys take our little clown car and you light it on fire and then you push it over a cliff. You're going to beat us by 40.
You know what, Mike?
I know it. Rico knows it. You guys know it. It doesn't even hurt in those years.
No, it's a great stat. I hate that you know that stat, but that's actually a great stat. That normally this game is like the Red River Shootout. It's always closer than what the point spread says, but going back and looking at what you said, yeah, you're right. Those
years, outlier, buddy.
Yeah.
It's the outlier. When that happens, none of the other statistical trends matter. So, Michigan fan, please don't take it that we're ignoring you. We're not. There's just if I do a topic, like here, what is there to talk about with Michigan football? 248.
Will JJ complete over 18 passes?
I mean, it's like, what am I supposed to do? Yeah. They've looked flat in 4 of their 5 games. Played really well last week. Great. It's year 1 of a rebuild at Nebraska, and they have no quarterbacks who can throw.
Well, think about this, Mike. You want to talk about privilege? The biggest Michigan thing we talked about today is the number 2 running back and his production. And it's not living up to snuff the way we want him to be.
Well, it's only because he brought up himself and Muhammad Ali in the same sentence. But yes, I fair. So, look, that's where we're at today. And we're having a little fun with the Urban thing. Why? I don't know. It's Friday. I want to have some fun. Lions are doing their job. There's nothing for us to stress about. There's no must win. There's no, you know what? Do your job. Just do your damn job. Let's get out there and take care of business. You've had a long break. Come off the vibes at Green Bay. Put your hard hat on. Go to work. That's really all this is. So 248-539-9797. David, tell me where you're at on the Urban thing. It's okay to laugh. It's okay to say you guys are crackheads. But, I mean, is there a non-zero chance this guy was here?
No, I believe that he was in East Lansing in some form over the week.
What would that be? In spirit? Did he pop out of an urn or a genie lamp?
Maybe he was there for lunch. I don't know.
I was about to say, was it Zoom?
No, I believe he was in East Lansing this week. Of course, if somebody's going to offer you $12, $13, $14 million,
David,
take the meeting.
David, maybe he wasn't in East Lansing because he was really in Okemos. Or Lansing.
One of those New Jersey, New York things.
I did not go to East Lansing, Michigan. No, you interviewed in Bath.
I was in Meridian
You were
Mall.
in Charlotte. Yeah, there it is, huh? Little Potterville reset. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't,
Took a walk around the zoo. Yeah, there we go.
I have never set foot in Jennison Hall. No, that's because they had you in the basement of Brody. Right. All right, we're good. 248-539-9797. We're going to get your phone calls. We're going to get to the picks. And look, You want to hit Lions? Go for it. You want to get in on this urban nonsense? Hey, have a good time with it. The rumors are out there. I don't know, man. Sure. F it. He was here. Let's party. And then, tomorrow at noon, he could flip the camera off when asked about it. Let's see. But, man, if he doesn't get asked, ooh. That's because in production he said, don't ask me about that, or I'll kill all of you. I have a very particular set of skills. I will kill you. I can't wait for Big Noon Kickoff. Who's excited? This guy is. 97-1.
All right, you know what? We're talking about Urban Meyer. You can judge us for that. But one place you will never get judged, it's Planet Fitness, because it's the home of the judgment-free zone where anybody can work out in a safe environment, squeaky clean gym, tons of equipment, full body workout in just 30 minutes on the 30-minute circuit. And all memberships include fitness training. You get all of this. Get this, $1 down, $10 a month with no commitment. That's right. Now through October 13th, $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. If you want perks, upgrade to the Black Card, and you can go to any Planet Fitness, not only in the state of Michigan, but throughout the country. But right now, head on down to your local Planet Fitness, sign up, $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment, now through October 13th. And if you can't make it down there, you can simply go online at planetfitness.com. But hurry, this offer ends soon. $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug. Yep. King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is, this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at bat.
Yeah, that
sucks. Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, slip, fall, whatever it is, David Femininio, the guy you need to call. And we've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. And David personally makes sure you get every dime you deserve. And he won't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured, know someone who is, Tell them to call David Feminino, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Rico, I have something for you before we go to the callers.
All right.
I have been sent a picture of Urban Meyer on set at rehearsals. It's not only a green tie, it's a green shirt.
Yep. I just watched the video as he's telling everybody where he's going to be.
Confirmed. Urban MSU. I don't care. That's how I'm going. That's how I'm going into my weekend. I know it has a 1% chance, but I don't care. Look, it's just very simple. MSU has a choice to make as a university. Do you want to win or do you want to be a clown? Figure it out. And if you let the media program who you should hire, you're a clown. I'll buy Alan and the Board of Trustees some face paint, and they can all, dress up as the clown from Uncle Buck. Mm-hmm. That's it. I mean, you have to make a decision on what you want to be. Is Urban technically the only way you can be a winner? Of course not. You can try to find the next Kirby Smart or whatever you understood. MSU's in a very unique spot. It's a very difficult division. It's the SEC West. It's expansion. It's NIL. It's all of it. There's one guy you could call that would immediately change the trajectory of your program. Yeah. And if you don't believe me, fine. But Rico and I have every right to go, you know what? I really hope they at least try.
And that's just it, Mike. I mean, it's the reason why the transfer portal is so big in college football right now. Landing Urban Meyer is like landing that top player straight out the portal. It's Jahmyr Gibbs going to Alabama. It's that type of thing. It's Joe Burrow heading to LSU. You went and got your guy, and now you're winning.
Now let's see. So let's see if they're willing to be big time. And if Urban says no, tip of the cap. They tried. All right, David, take a text, and then we'll go to the callers.
Urban Meyer plus NIL equals absolute chaos for Michigan fan. Yes, it does.
Now, hold on. May I, David, for one moment?
Sure.
Let me stand up for the University of Michigan. You have built a rock-solid program, built on running the football and defense. You play a style that most teams aren't equipped to handle in today's age. What Michigan State does really has no impact on you until or unless Michigan State raises the floor of their program to being at least a 9 or 10 win team. You're fine. We don't even recruit the same players. One has nothing to do with the other. Now, if you're telling me MSU is going to turn into Oregon or Miami and we got Rico at the club with the money gun, okay, well, maybe that could present some issues for you. But let just slow your roll. You guys are on a national championship drive. You're about to be 3-time Big Ten champs. And barring something crazy, hey, Harbaugh leaves and Sharon Moore decides to go on a space expedition, just relax.
But the addition of Urban Meyer is a concern. It would be a concern. That would signal changes are come.
Okay. You know what? It would be awesome to live in that world. Go ahead.
Kyle and Shelby, I absolutely believe the Smoke would be an excellent hire and a great fit for a good job.
I'm a huge believer MSU needs a coach that doesn't give a damn. You need a coach that doesn't care about the Detroit media. You don't care about, what people say or do, and you have to hate Michigan. You have to hate them. If you coach Bama, you got to hate Auburn. You coach Auburn, you got to hate Bama. It is very unique. And I'm sorry, but pardon my skepticism if Mike Elko or Charles Huff or Sean Lewis or some of these other cats are going to come up here and be able to handle what they'd be walking into. I have a right to be skeptical. Now, I'll throw my support behind anyone they hire. I'll give them a chance until they prove to be a clown. But I'm telling you, this is a brutally difficult gig. It's one of the top 25 jobs in America, but it's arguably the hardest of the top 25.
Yeah, especially you're surrounded by Michigan, Ohio State, and Notre Dame, all in that area.
Yeah, you got to want it. You got to have a us versus everybody mentality. You got to tell the media to go bleep themselves. And again, the school has to be strong enough to deal with, oh, my God, some loser-ass writer wrote something negative. Who cares?
Yep.
Win games.
Yep. Play the role of Gene Smith. I don't care because I'm too busy winning.
All right, you wanted the NFL light. This is the NFL light. Owners, scumbags. Coaches, scumbags. Players, scumbags. And you people line up to watch it. We all love it. So why the hell is college any different? We're not here to play school, remember?
Yep, because the last time I checked, Mike, I've yet to see Kenny get so upset about anything that happens in Georgia except for they don't cover the spread.
There it is. Just win. All right, let's go to the caller, shall we?
All right.
Go ahead. You pick, Rico. Dealer's choice in the 5 o'clock.
Rick, you're on 97.1.
How we doing, fellas?
Hey.
So I think there's a 0% chance that Urban was in East Lansing, primarily because part of the reason I feel like he left Ohio State was due to health reasons. Took a nosedive in the NFL, and then the whole situation with him and the girl at the bar. I'd be surprised if MSU even offered him a position, truthfully. But I'm curious, Mike, if at the beginning of the season you mentioned, if you're a Michigan fan, that we shouldn't come to East Lansing. I'm curious if you've changed your stance on that, given what's going on right now.
Oh, God, yeah. Buy all the tickets. It's going to be a home game for you. Listen, Rick, when MSU fires their coach, I think Spartans are selling tickets left and right, pennies on the dollar. Yeah, hell yeah, you should come up. You should have a party at midfield.
Right.
Do whatever you want.
Unless they announce their new coach next week.
Yeah.
No, it won't matter. No, Rick.
Urban, guys.
Rick, it's such a bummer because you know it, Rick, as a Wolverine fan. Like, even in years State was a 7-5 or 6-6 team. You come to East Lansing, and it's a war, and we're going to give you hell, and we're going to beat you sometimes. But when your coach gets fired and it just takes all the air out of the balloon, oh, hell no. There'll be no juice for that game. None.
I mean, you're right, because I even remember, was it 2016 when State only won 3 games, but that game, that's when Peppers had to take the 2-point conversion all the way back to seal the victory for them. It was a battle. But, yeah, unfortunately, Mike, that stat that you came up with is very disheartening.
Yeah, it's a bummer, but it is what it is. Now, hell, I don't care. They could play the game 10 a.m. on the CW. It wouldn't matter to me.
Go back
if I didn't have to work that, if I didn't have to work that day, I mean, I wouldn't watch the game. Be quite honest with you.
Fair enough. Back to the phones. Paul, you're on 97.1.
Mike, I got one thing for you with Urban coming to Michigan State.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Paul's got that Holy Ghost spirit. Hold on. Hey, Rico.
Yes.
Give Paul the Holy Ghost spirit.
David is telling me no. I can't do it.
I don't care what David says. Hit that damn button
David,
for Paul.
When MSU pulls this off, I'm opening up a shoot. You tell David, when Urban comes to Michigan State, I'm setting up a shoe shine stand right out in front of Greater Life every Sunday, and I'm putting that $10 per double shoes into the NIL bucket.
That's right. We did make that announcement earlier. We are running MSU's NIL through David's church. It's going to be awesome.
Absolutely, and I want to be a part of it. Now, let me tell you this. This would be heaven for the state of Michigan. You are right, absolutely right, Mike and Rico and David, everyone else, when you say Michigan's got a rock-solid program. They absolutely do. Michigan State needs a gunslinger. And the state of Michigan would absolutely, in my opinion, benefit from this. This would be an unbelievable hire. Urban is 59 years old. I say give him an 8-year deal, take him up to age 67. I don't know what you got to pay him, but it's probably going to be north of $12 million. You got donors. You got me shining shoes. You got you running money through the laundering business. Let's do this,
You got
boys.
it. Yeah, that's right. Hey, I'm with you, man. Communion bread for everybody. That's what'll be outside of Section 8 if Urban comes. Get artisanal pretzels out. You're getting a 5-packet of little communion biscuits. Crunchy, light, airy, perfect for a little snack on a third down, huh, Rico?
Let's do some picks.
Urban to MSU. We got the Body of Christ Bistro outside Section 8. It's going to be amazing.
Nope. That's enough. Read something.
Mike's going to be in the belly of a whale.
And I'll still be telling you about Hungry Howie's. Listen, if your team is terrible like mine, pizza makes it better. If your team's great, pizza makes that better. It's Hungry Howie's. And the best part, win, lose, or draw, you're helping people this month. So, National Breast Cancer Foundation. Hungry Howie's is on a drive. They want to raise over $5 million. They'll hit that goal because we're all buying pizza. It's Hungry Howie's. Cope with your team's disaster, celebrate your team's wins, and know that a portion of every dollar you spend with Hungry Howie's is going to the National Breast Cancer Foundation to raise $5 million for cancer research. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. Go buy some damn pizza. All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on...
They were on the table.
Know your role, jabroni.
I mean, what is going on here, fellas? This is unbelievable.
TJ's walking in with the belt again.
Mike. The champ is here.
Yeah, except you're not, you dum-dum.
Reigning champ, you're not here today, so we go back to the defending champ from last week.
I am very much here. I'm 7-3. I'm 25-16. I'm first overall and first last week. What is this?
You want your belt? Come get it, jabroni, all right? I'm right here.
Oh, I see what we're doing. Okay. All right. So be it. Let's get to the picks. You're such a bum. All right, let's get into it. Let's start out. Folsom Field, Columbia, Missouri. Number 21, Mizzou, catching 5.5 from number 23, LSU, Rico Beard.
Mike, I do not believe in the LSU defense. I do believe in the Missouri offense. Give me Missouri and the points.
Let's go over to Kenny.
Weird line, Devil's number. I'm just going to take Missouri and the points.
Seems fair, David.
Yeah, I don't believe in that LSU defense either, Rico, so I have to go Missouri here.
Reigning fake champion.
I hate Brian Kelly, but I think LSU, I think their back's against the wall after losing last week to Ole Miss. High-scoring game. I know it's 5.5, Mike. You don't like that number, but I got to take LSU this week.
Look, LSU's outside the top 100 in every defensive category. I just can't do it. Their season's over. Luther Burden, FTW. Give me Missouri. Oklahoma, Texas. Red River shootout. Devils number 5.5. Hook 'em. Rico.
Well, Mike, this game normally is a closer game, 5.5. You know, I've been taught that that's the Devils' number. Give me Oklahoma and the points.
No. Kenny.
Well, Rico, to that I say horns down. Oklahoma Devils number.
No. Oh, I don't like this. David?
I'm also going to say, yeah, horns down. I'm going Oklahoma.
God is a myth. TJ?
I'm horning up, man. I think Texas is the more physical team. Oklahoma a little bit too finesse for my liking. And Quinn Ewers, I believe. I mean, this guy is a dual threat. Couple long touchdown runs over the last couple games. I know it was an ass kicking last year when these two teams played. I think it's gonna be the same. I'm gonna take Texas big.
Hook 'em. There's nothing else to say. TJ said it all. Let's go to UCLA, laying 3.5 to Washington State.
Well, Mike, nothing is louder than that raucous crowd at the Rose Bowl for the Bruins. Oh. But you know what? I look at this number. Number doesn't seem right. Give me the Fighting Dantes and UCLA.
Kenneth?
That's fine. I'll step into the bear trap. As an update guy once said, give me UCLA.
Tiger Woods. All right, let's go over to David.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand why the ranked team wasn't favored in this game, so which means I have to go UCLA. Let's go UCLA. 3.5. Let's go.
Over to TJ.
Oh, the good old Pac-2 matchup soon to be. I'm taking Washington State. I think they've been impressive this year. Already tested a little bit against Oregon State a couple weeks ago. I like Cameron Ward a lot, man. He's one of the top 3 quarterbacks in college football right now. I think it's going to be close, but I'm taking Washington State for the upset.
Super, you're going to lose. UCLA, ground and pound. That defense at Wazoo sucks.
Eat it, nerd.
Bama, A&M. I'm the champ. You call me whatever names you want. It's not hurtful. A&M catching 1.5, College Station. Rico Beard.
Jimbo wants nothing more than to beat Nick Saban again, and something is wrong with Alabama. They're going to have their second loss before the middle of October. Give me Texas A&M to just flat out win, but I'll take the point.
Kenny.
Bama's cooked, and it's at A&M, and you just hate to see it. Give me A&M. That's right.
Come on,
David.
Kenny, let's get the rock going.
Yeah, I understand what Bama looks like, and I think this is what Nick Saban's going to be saying Saturday. That's what he's going to be saying because he will be hurt. Let's go Texas A&M.
TJ.
I think this is the year Alabama figures it out against A&M. They always seem to give them trouble, but
lies.
I'm going with Alabama.
A&M. Aggies. Notre Dame. Louisville catching 6.5. TJ or Rico. Somebody.
You know what? Mike, I'll take it. I know Louisville looks good. The game is at home, but Notre Dame is riding high. I think that they could beat Louisville by a touchdown. Give me Notre Dame. The Fighting Irish.
Kenneth.
Yeah, Notre Dame is hiding in the weeds in this one. I think they're going to be dangerous. Give me Notre Dame.
Hiding in what weeds? They're number 10. What on earth? Let's go over to David. I don't even know what's happening.
What's happening is Notre Dame, 3rd straight night game, which means they lose this game.
Yes.
Go Louisville.
Yes. TJ.
I'm going Notre Dame.
You have friends in Louisville.
I'm
God
going Notre
almighty.
Dame. I think they're going to be
trash.
they're still going to be a playoff team coming to the end of the year. They already got one loss to Ohio State. Can't afford 2. I think they know that. They pull off a win. Easy win. I think it's going to be down in Louisville. Give me Notre Dame.
Louisville. Explosive plays at a difference. Notre Dame. They're not going to be able to get it up a 3rd week in a row. Let's go to Michigan. Laying 18.5 now against Minnesota. Let's do it.
Yeah, you know what? Michigan did cover last week. They haven't covered the week before. David, I don't know if I should believe in your boys or not. Give me the silly-looking Gophers.
Kenny.
Yeah, I don't know if Michigan can cover twice in a row. I will also take the silly Gophers.
Yeah,
David?
I don't know if I could trust them either 2 weeks in a row to cover, so I have to go Minnesota here.
And Mr. TJ.
Minnesota stinks. I think as the season goes on, the gap between the top Big Ten teams and the bottom teams are just only going to continue to grow. I'm taking Michigan. I think it's going to be another huge win just like last week.
I hope the stadium caves into Middle Earth and swallows both programs.
Just don't
Bane
take the
at
big
the
Brown
50.
Jug from us. Don't take that away.
Exactly. Minnesota. All right, NFL, and we got to do it with speed, boys. Jags, Bills, London Brunch Bowl. Bills laying 5.5.
Jags.
Jags.
Bills.
Okay. There is a middle ground.
No. The reason being, Jags have been over in London for 2 weeks. So that's why. Jags have been there for 2 weeks. The Bills are just getting there. That's why I'm taking the Jags.
I think we can go
All right, here we
faster
go.
on the next one.
All right, ready?
All right, ready? Here we go. Chiefs laying 4.5 at the Vikings. Go.
Chiefs.
Vikings.
Chiefs, because of my stat yesterday.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins is burned. He can't throw the deep ball anymore. Taking the Chiefs.
Vikings.
I'm going to go Vikings because the Chiefs don't cover spreads north of 3. Cowboys, Niners. 1, 2, 3. Go.
Niners. Did we have to ask?
Cowboys.
God, this is the easiest game of the week.
I can't. Cowboys. I can't, man. I can't.
Niners.
Can't what?
The Niners are a
That
wagon.
man.
You trust Dak Prescott?
No, I don't, but I can't do it because of that man.
What? Why?
Privileged.
The bitter pick of the week.
You just traded for Randy Gregory. Privileged.
They got Randy Gregory?
Wow.
Mike, who are you taking? I'm taking San Fran. Christian McCaffrey.
San Francisco.
Man, he's the early season MVP right now.
It's San Francisco all day, man. You want to neutralize Parsons? You run right at him.
Yeah.
All right, Panthers, Lions. Lions laying 10.
Doesn't
We
matter.
call this the Donald Driver game of the week.
Doesn't matter. I told you last week this was BOGO. Lions, points. Let's go. Forward down the field.
Good teams win and great teams cover. Give me the Lions.
David.
Well, you're right about that, which means Panthers.
Oh. TJ.
I think the Panthers get a late, ugly score to pull within 9. Lions still going to win, but I think the Panthers are going to cover that number. I'm sorry.
I'll take the Panthers, too. It's just too many points. All right. Those are the picks. Tremendous work by everybody. 97-1.
They were on the table.
Know your role, jabroni.
All right, let me tell you, Moran Buick GMC in the fall, it's busy as hell. Whether you're going to your team's favorite game, you're going to the kids' games, whatever it is, the new Acadia for Moran might be the answer, seating up to 7. They got the 23 Acadia for 24 months, $266 a month, $19.99 down. Bunch of projects around the house. You're a hunter, maybe just like trucks. Who are we kidding? GMC Sierra, $1,500 from Moran. They got them all. New stock arriving daily. MoranExpress.com. Easy service, easy sign up. You get the free loaner vehicle.
This team
it's
4
all
games,
there.
and
Moran
none of us are
Buick
going crazy
GMC,
about it,
where
right?
you
But
always
it's just
get the
it's
best price
amazing
period.
how
It's on Telegram,
remarkably
just north of Eureka and
consistent
Taylor, or at
this team is.
MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC.
They're
we are
a top 10
grade.
passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon, but they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say.
Yeah.
Well, Rico, this could be the final segment we ever do where there's a chance for Urban Meyer.
Michael, I got faith.
I feel like there should be Green Day playing in the background.
Well, you know. I know. I literally just read an article on the Athletic saying D'Antonio can be the guy who fixes this.
What is wrong with people? Like, I mean, seriously. Like, I don't know any of these people. I'm not friends with these people.
It was Joe Rexrode.
Oh, Joe. You know what? Maybe living in Tennessee has just really gotten to his brain. I mean, Joe, how could you
bourbon,
say it?
man.
Yeah, or the meth. Joe, what are you doing? Come on. Joe was always such a nice man when he was up here. What the hell happened to Joe?
I don't know. He said not literally him, but you got to get somebody like him.
Okay.
Hover.
Not literally Vince Lombardi. Just find someone like him. Here's my column.
Yeah, so that 8 wins a year, that's pretty much your ceiling.
Okay, then you know what? Shut the program down.
Yep.
There's my answer.
Yep.
You want to take the big TV money? You're a member of the Big Ten. Hey, can I just remind people not to be a Richard, even though I'm kind of a Richard? MSU's won 10 or more football games 6 times. 6 times in the last 11 years. 6.
You're right.
Not 1970, not 1980. I mean, Christ, Kenny, Georgia was down for 40 years. They're still Georgia. Clemson was Clemsoning before Dabo. I don't want to hear about ceilings. There are no ceilings. The ceilings are your own limitations that you, your admins, and your donors put on yourself. And I just don't want to hear it. And Joe, kindly leave.
8 wins
Love
a
you.
yeah.
Kindly leave.
8 wins a year, and the season may as well be sponsored by Master Lock. Just put a pad on the whole stadium.
Yeah, just close it down. You want to charge these people the premium dollars? You want to take all that money? No. You know what, dude? I'm so tired of it. So sick of it. No. Oh, yeah, we don't need D'Antonio. We just need a guy like him. Oh, that's nice. Okay. That's good. And Kenny doesn't need Margot Robbie. He just needs a woman like her. Well, right. I wish you good luck on that search. I'm living in an idiocracy. All right. Ticket text, and then away we go. Talk to me. What's going on?
Urban could go anywhere in the country. Why would he choose Michigan State? Someone said.
Ready? I'll tell you, you putz, because it's the best job that's going to be available this year. Argue it.
Same reason why Mac Jones went to North Carolina. Steve Spurrier went to South Carolina. You offer the money, you got the place. Yeah, I want to keep coaching again. Let's go. Coaches have egos. If you could turn Michigan State around, feather in your cap.
2 months from now, if Florida's available or Texas A&M or Bama, well, then your text would have merit. It doesn't today.
Amber Alert, someone says, looking for Urban Meyer, last seen wearing green and white.
Hey, Rieger reports. Yeah. R squared. Forget the Daily Ticket. Let's get an R squared pod.
Rieger reports. He doesn't have his headphones on yet, so Mike said forget the Daily Ticket. Rieger reporons. Glad
we want an R squared podcast.
So glad you're prepared.
How does he never come in the studio with his headphones ready to plug in?
It's just
professionalism. We just
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Oh, I was talking about your partner, but you too.
Oh, well, I have more to the story, by the way. What story did you break?
I believe in telling all sides of the story.
No, you don't.
The Daily Ticket.
Yes, thank you. Please like and subscribe.
What's it called? The Diddly Ticket?
Yeah, it's kind of like Cash the
Daily
Ticket.
Ticket.
Not a lot of people follow it, like Mike's podcast. But no,
the Daily Ticket.
Will you stop it? I have news to tell you.
More football.
Okay.
More
football questions.
I was talking to Evan. Evan went back through Urban Meyer on the Fox sets through many pictures.
Yeah.
And he does like wearing green. Like years ago.
So he's always wanted to go to Michigan State then.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because he hates Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Urban. All right, so the Daily Ticket reports Urban to MSU confirmed.
There it is.
Rieger, you reporting that?
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Rieger gave the voice
let's
to
have some fun.
Bernie Ferraro.
Hold on,
I was the first guy.
Let's have some fun.
Yeah, let's have fun.
Yes, let's have fun.
What do you want?
Okay. Woj.
Yeah.
Is there a non-zero chance Urban was in East Lansing this week?
Oh, there's a non-zero chance he was there for whatever reason, but I think it's
what's the whatever reason? What do you think? Damon's had a grand reopening? Come on.
No, maybe he
great
has
ribs.
Beaten maybe counseling Michigan State or something, but I do think it's just about a zero chance that he would ever coach there. That's
fine. I didn't ask you that question. I'm only focusing on the first part. You're letting me just let me enjoy what little football enjoyment I have that's not Lions related.
No. What's that Big John sub place? The steak and onions one.
It's literally
Big
called
John
Big
Steak
John's.
and Onion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe he loves that.
It's literally just called
Don't
Big
they have a great
John's.
burrito place that Gator's always talking about?
Up next, I love how Wojo thinks, oh, yes, Urban's going to drop everything he's doing to fly to East Lansing to be a consigliere. It's called a Zoom meeting, Woj.
Well, okay.
He's not getting on a plane to do that.
Okay. Then what about this? Do you really think Urban's going to drop everything to go to East Lansing to interview for a job when they know who he is?
I don't think it's an interview. I think it's more of selling him on this.
Then they should come to him. Why would he go to East Lansing?
You send a plane down. Somebody sends you a private jet. You're not going to get on it.
You guys have seen the plane overlays, right? The same plane that he took to
we're not
Big
doing
Noon kickoff.
this.
He took. I'm not even
we're
kidding.
doing it.
The same plane he took to Big Noon kickoff. He took to East
Woj,
Lansing.
when your team's about to go 2-10, this is absolutely what we do.
You got 2 wins.
No, I get it, and I think it's very entertaining. I do, and I love not only the speculation, but people firing back angrily and then defending it angrily. It is all enjoyable.
It's all in fun.
Yeah.
What else do we have?
Until
it's a
it
good
becomes
time
real.
to. Yeah, but I don't think the school's capable. But for the moment, I just want to enjoy a Friday and live in a world where maybe Urban was on a spacecraft to East Lansing. That's all I want.
What would you do if there was video emerged of him painting the rock that says "Urban come to East Lansing"? The rock on campus?
I'll tell you what I would do.
If there was a video.
I would believe in God. I would believe in God.
I was gonna, yeah.
What's that?
Wow.
That one?
Stop it, Woj.
Mikey.
What? I love that.
I was gonna say, what if there's
Very
like that
religious.
Bigfoot footage of him walking like in a corridor next to Allen and a couple of trustees down a hallway that a janitor catches.
It's just a hazy video like those investigators
you get the
on
side
TV.
view of his face, and you have to slow it down, and it's grainy.
And they play the freaky music, like the mystery, persons unknown.
It's like a Dateline
Unsolved
thing.
mysteries.
Yeah.
See, that part is enjoyable.
Mikey,
I like that
can I ask
part.
you a personal question?
Yeah.
Sure.
This weekend, are you
say
going
yes.
to pray for Urban Meyer?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't pray, so there's no point.
No, I do
I told David the donation to Greater Life happens.
David
if
shaking
Urban's
his head.
head coach.
David,
Wants this to be over.
David, here it is.
It's never going to be over, David. Ever.
When it happens, David, you get to stop off before you have dinner with your family. You go for Thanksgiving at Mike's house, and you get to pray over the meal. No, better yet, no. For the 7-fish dinner that he has.
Oh, yeah.
You get to pray over each fish.
And have a great dinner. Bye-bye.
And I'll tell you this, David will show up at Mass wearing a pocket square and a bow tie made of money. Handcrafted.
I like how you threw your father under the bus to try to get this.
did.
That's ridiculous.
I was just giving you my sincerity.
Please.
I will trade on my father's misery to get MSU back.
And Big G texted me and said he's dead to him.
Yeah, I
But
can
would
see
this
why.
be to you two? You guys love Michigan State. Would this be the greatest thing that's ever happened to you, sports-wise?
No.
Like,
No, it doesn't replace actual winning. It doesn't replace the
I
fun
understand
of
that,
the Rose Bowl.
Anything else, you get Urban Meyer and you're relevant again. Like this.
it's twofold.
I mean, you win a
It's
national
twofold.
title. Yes.
Wait, Mike,
But
let me
it's
send you
twofold.
into the weekend
It's
with
more-
this. All
Hold
right.
on. I want to explain something to
hear this.
Rieger because he
Okay.
still doesn't understand this. It's twofold. It's the fandom part of going, all right, at least we get a spin at the wheel and we got a shot at making an impact. But then there's the RFR quotient. Do you understand the radio gold of Urban and Harbaugh?
Fantastic.
No, it would be for sure.
Wee.
Okay, but what I'm going to suggest to you, just to make your life easier, is just
aim low.
And accept
Chris
Jason,
Creighton.
Jason
Like you Michigan
Candle
State
and be
people
done
always
with
do,
it. Be fine with Jason Candle.
Who's the former Wolverine at Wayne State right now?
Wheatley.
Wheatley.
Tyrone Wheatley.
There it is right there.
There you go.
Wheatley.
Yeah,
to MSU.
you know what? We may as well hire Tony Bowles while we're at it. Listen,
God.
just understand. Yeah, I'd like to hire Kelly Baraka and Boubacar Sissoko as his DC.
And Jesse Johnson.
Listen to me. Right, just work with me. I would be okay, and I'll tell you why. Because I would never root for them again. I would simply
Come on,
fade
he's
away.
a good coach.
Then why has he been at Toledo for 10 years?
He's waiting for the Michigan State job to open.
Subtitles, he's a coach that can't challenge Michigan. That's what Wojo won't say.
No.
97-1.
What about Tom Allen?
No.